Welcome everyone, another demo review. This time it's Passion UA's Nix, and he's going to be guiding us through a couple of rounds here. We're going into actually round 6, so pretty standard and default way.
Oh no.
Oh yes, oh yes. I didn't actually notice this before, but is this something that happens often?
No, it's just I'm never the booster.
Oh, you're being the booster.
I'm usually the guy getting boosted into holes. So I just forgot the lineup because I haven't done the lineup since I showed it to Kvem.
You're positioning yourself middle of this step, but you should be.
I think so.
There. Oh, okay. Kvem, I think he already took holes. He cleared it. Now you're gonna re-clear it. This was actually really close. I'm not sure if you rewatched this, but Slags was actually on this angle just as Kvem was speaking, and this was very dangerous.
I don't think Kvem saw him either.
Yeah.
Someone died and the strat like fell apart pretty fast, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the round is still recoverable, which is why I want to ask you about this. What was the call here?
So like we're pretty spread out right now. Like in a situation like this, if you create chaos on both sides of the map, there's a good chance they'll get you a kill just by rotating.
That's a nice kill right there.
I flashed the guy's sight and peeked the opera. I was not expecting the opera to be there, but it worked. Like here, I get into a good space, but yeah, there was unfortunately no rotates from the CTs. And they got into a really good spot for actually defending against this.
You're gonna get spotted here, I think, as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get spotted. They took so long rotating CT that I thought they just went banana. So I wasn't even expecting to get shot in the back.
Yeah, makes sense. This is the round that, in my opinion, changed the whole trajectory of this map. What's your buy? Basically full eco, right?
Just Glocks, try and get a couple kills.
Yeah.
I hear them go into apps.
Yes.
So as soon as I hear them come into apps, I just like,
I just
tell everyone, come back, we're gonna swing these guys.
Did Slags do like an extra step that you heard? I think you heard Slags.
Yeah. I mean, their first mistake was opping on halls versus Glocks, so I'm assuming they misread the economy.
Your teammates are going to enter the boiler here, and I'm not sure if you understand how crazy this is, but here is Hexed.
You can't
the gun is blocking the view of a player that is going to kill him. He has absolutely no idea. Like, them even attempting this is kind of out of spite, I would say. That it was a full eco, we need to at least try. It was great that you joined us and shared some thoughts. Thank you for this.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Так, давай первый.
Самый новый. Budapest.
На самый новый, окей.
First one is StarLadder. No, StarLadder Budapest.
Yeah.
It's obviously.
We have no idea.
StarLadder Budapest Major.
Okay, let's see. So timeline, newest or oldest. Okay, Budapest Major. It's the newest.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sure about that? Yeah.
Yeah, nice
Pretty
start,
sure.
team.
Logged in.
So StarLadder Budapest Major, most recent one.
Austin.
Yeah. Okay, it works like that.
It's not. So after Austin, Shanghai?
After Austin, Shanghai, but Shanghai is not here, so I believe the last one was Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Copenhagen in 2024.
No, Austin Major, then we are taking Copenhagen.
This is only major, right? Yeah, only major. So this one.
Okay, here we go. I think we lose on starting now.
There's no Austin.
Oh, I see.
It's like, okay,
it's
separated.
mixed. Stockholm was before Antwerp?
Yeah. Stockholm was instantly after the
Did you
COVID.
play this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got Rio right now in 3rd place, Antwerp in 4th. Then we got Stockholm.
I think Jane won it on November. So I would say, I
follow you feeling.
think the Rio Major.
So Rio Major now.
And then Antwerp. Yeah. And then Stockholm.
Stockholm, yeah.
Стоп, нет. Бостон сначала был, потом... Короче, сначала Краков они выиграли, а потом был
Они
Бостон.
взяли игроков, и Бостон, они отлетели. Да, все.
Я помню, они против нас играли.
Вот тут я не знаю, да.
Нет, тут я все знаю. Тут так вот.
И Коламбус. Окей.
We got Stockholm 4 and PGA Antwerp 5.
I put Antwerp here, 5.
Yeah, we got Stockholm 4.
Bro, this is also hard. I don't know.
If phone will stay here, he know everything, but for us it's hard.
Yes, Berlin is 2019, I think.
Then it's this, Berlin, then Boston, then Krakow. No?
I think so.
I think, and then Columbus and Cluj-Napoca.
And I think Krasnopoyka, I think is like 2013, bro.
50.
This is NBK Vonik. I know it because he was...
This is 50-50, boy. I trust you.
I think...
Columbus is older. It might be 1.6. There was major.
No, bro, this is Go. This is CS Go.
Okay.
We put Columbus last.
For me, it's 50-50.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, final answer.
If all of them are correct, that's your final answer?
Yeah, final answer.
Click
Submit? Yeah, okay. Let's check. Yeah, we got everything right.
There you go. That's your final answer.
Yes.
You can click submit in the top.
Yeah.
You got right.
We have 10 out of 10.
You got 10 out of 10, yeah. Easy.
Easy.
Know your makers.
Oh my god, I missed you.
Yeah, we missed.
Holy
Which one did you miss?
We missed.
I missed Stockholm and
We need to switch Stockholm and Antwerp.
Good.
It's crazy, right?
Sick, or? Nice.
You got all of them.
10 out of 10, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
The last one was...
Is that your final answer?
Yeah,
Final answer.
it's time to mess our mind.
Final
You
answer.
win $1 million if you get all of them correct. Final answer.
Final answer.
Adam is rich, he won't fit it. He has billions.
Submit them.
Yeah.
You were confident, I trusted you. But it's fine, it's fine.
Final answer.
Yes.
We can submit.
You want us to
You can
submit?
submit if you want to.
Yeah, submit. Yes, we're all right. Yes.
Good job, good job,
Yes,
good job,
of
good
course.
job. I can trust you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to an extremely special episode, a groundbreaking world first. This is the All About Counter-Strike podcast, episode 38, that has become All About Wonderful. We got him as our guest. It's going to be an awesome time. As always, Devwalk is here, rocking it with me. So let me start with you first. We got to watch him superstar his way through stage 2, undefeated, unbeatable. It was pretty nice to see, and now we get him here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, wonderful. In the community, it's been a little bit questioned at times. Like, people have written negative comments. For you to show up and just absolutely smash it must feel pretty nice.
How are you, dude?
I'm fine.
Yeah? You had a crazy stage 2, though.
Yeah, but it was not so strong teams versus us, so we need to see what will happen on the first stage.
But did you feel maybe like you were just feeling more confident?
Yeah, I felt really comfortable and confident.
Did something change between events that made you like, was it the boot camp?
I played the worst bootcamp ever.
Really?
Yes.
No!
I was always playing good bootcamps, but this bootcamp was worst ever I played. I think so. Even in my life. It was really bad.
Maybe this is the key to success.
I don't know.
Bad boot camp, great event.
But I came here, I instantly feel comfortable and confidence. Like, I don't know. When coming on tournament, on major, it's some specific aura.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
felt it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this I 100% get that.
Yeah, you get a different feeling, a different vibe at the major.
Yeah, and imagine you're starting first game on the stage already with fans. It's kind of crazy.
So you haven't been a pro player for so long, but already you started very young. But I want to ask, when did you start Face It? How did you find Face It? How did you start this grind?
Did you like grind to qualify for, what was it called? FPLC?
No,
Stuff like
kind of. First of all, I was playing matchmaking.
Yeah.
I was 5th silver. First my rank was 5th silver.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
After I get this, I don't know how it's called in English. Fuck. Under Supreme, how it's called?
The AK? Or the badge?
The badge.
The sheriff.
Yes.
I don't know what it's called, but...
Master Guardian?
I think.
It's just
Master
the
Guardian?
sheriff badge.
Yeah,
yes.
like the star, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Master Guardian.
And after I started to play Face It because I thought, okay, I'm ready.
Okay, before you hit global.
Yeah.
Did you ever hit global?
It was unreal to global. Where like
global was massive cheating.
People was literally, I think on 6th level Face It, people was playing lower than global. Global, like not even global, Supreme. First time I rank up my global when I was I was playing in tier 3 team. Tier 2 kinda.
But it was the same, when we won the major 2013.
Yeah.
We went to play one matchmaking on Counter-Strike together and we fucking lost.
You're like, how could I win a major?
So, okay. It was like 2 weeks after we won the major.
Oh.
We played matchmaking, lost.
Already washed.
16-14 Mirage, still remember it.
It was a crazy game, I guess.
I like how you remember the game you lost after the major on match.
I was like, okay, I guess
I'm not good.
Wow.
And then look at this, right? After that, we go ESL Pro League. It was bad.
It was downfall.
It was complete downfall. And then Dallas, I remember seeing them. I spoke to them for one interview and they were gone again and back home. That didn't work, right? But then after that, that's when things started to change again. And this is what was the most impressive. So you guys were being hit by the community, by the analysts, like fluke, not good team. It was just lucky. But then you went on this run. First place, second place spring final. Yeah. First place Esports World Cup. Second place Cologne. First place ESL Pro League. Second place full finals. First place Rio. That run, how do you explain it? It was like a joke of like second, first, final. Like this was wild.
We could win more, but we get what we get. But I think with again preparation, bootcamp, people are hungry to win because when you're winning major, you understand you can win something. After the major, I think we were just tired of working like how much it was 5 months from the start of the season till the major. Kind of we put every our energy on this major, we win it. I need some time to rest because for me, I remember it was really hard because I was kind of 18 years old, I think, or 19. 19 years old
now
already, and it was kind of so much pressure from a lot of sides everywhere. But we won major or something, and I wanted to chill, just end up playing 24/7 this game. Just we played bad 2 tournaments. After we come back on the Blast, kind of second place. We got smashed by Spirit in the final, but it was kind of hard to win this, I think.
But do you also think like you get like almost emotionally exhausted by winning a major? Like there's so many people you talk to, like congratulating you, and you speaking to them, and
it's just
it's everything gets released at the same time when it happens in some weird way, right? So
I wouldn't know. You two won majors. I didn't win a major, so I can't explain it.
But for me, it was just explosion of all emotions I ever felt at the same time. I was sad, happy, like everything just came out in a weird way.
Yeah.
And it's unexplainable feeling, but you get drained by it, like you do.
How hard is it to go on that many runs of finals though? Deep run tournaments. You win one tournament, 2 days later you're playing another tournament. Like that's how some of your days were.
I don't know. It was good actually.
Yeah.
It was much easier for me. I was tired last season.
Of course.
I was kind of tired, but I was happy. It was good atmosphere. We were enjoying, even if we took second place. We go into the next tournament. We're taking first place.
Yeah.
We are working a lot still. It was a really good year. It was my favorite, I think, year in my life.
Of course, with that
many. We won major. We won like other 3 tournaments. Good atmosphere. What do you need more?
Then you end up joining Spirit. So before we get into the Spirit conversation, because this is where things get a lot bigger, who at this point in your career do you feel had maybe helped you the most become the player you were? Because you said you're very motivated, like in yourself, but like who was maybe most influential to you?
Toxic.
Yeah.
But he already went to Valorant at the time. He was just for 2 years helping me a lot.
Does he play Valorant professionally now?
No, he's back in CS when CS2 starts.
Smart man. Smart man.
When I was in Sprout, he come back.
Do you still play some CS with him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you just play some face
still, yeah.
Good. All right. Can you explain to us and the viewers, right, like how good Blade is? Like, because we see structure, analytical, all this stuff, but like, how much has he helped you develop? How much does this Navi system revolve around all this stuff he's putting together and what he makes work?
In CS, he's genius.
Yeah.
He's analyzing, I don't know. Like, he knows what will happen, kind of. He knows, like, guy who see future, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like, no one knows CS same good as him, because I think he's, like, really insane. So.
Is that something that, helps you? Obviously, you don't need to reveal, like, stuff, but it feels like for an AWPer, it's especially good to have a system where he can maybe tell, okay, we're going to do this, and this guy will come in this area to push and you get free frag? Or is it more just understanding, like, how to hit them, force them to focus on different things? Like, how do you view it? Do you feel like his system also gives you maybe free frags the way you are playing?
Yeah, of course, if we are discussing or reviewing some games, we see what I can, like, get some easy entries.
Yeah.
Of course, he will say. Who will not say? Like, it's but mostly like we just have structure what we are trying to improve our team play, add some new rounds, fix some old rounds, be in meta, kinda. That's what Andre is working.
This is the perfect side. We gave you the best setup possible. You got that smiling, happy face on the
Fucking
screen.
shit photo. I'm so ugly on this. Oh, nice.
Oh, this one's good?
It's
Yeah, it's a trophy. Okay, keep this one up then, Mr. Producer. But yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. I am happy to see that you're dealing with the tilt and everything. I'm proud of what you achieved so far. It's good to know you as a friend and also see you thrive as a player. You are owning the hell out of this event, so let's see if that continues as well. Is there anything you want to say to the people watching, to all the fans? Any final words? Girlfriend at home, family at home. I know, like, his mum was even with us in Cologne, wasn't it? Cologne, his mum was there. We were all
You
chilling.
don't need to speak English. You can take it.
Oh yeah, you can speak Ukrainian, English, whatever you want to do.
I will just
your
say
camera's there.
with my camera, right?
This camera, yeah.
I just want to say thank you guys for supporting everyone who believes in me. That's all.
That's all.
I don't need to say more.
There we go.
Perfect.
Everyone knows what they should know.
There we go. They definitely do from this podcast now. And is your mum or your girlfriend coming to playoffs?
If we'll qualify to playoffs. Yeah.
There we go. All right, we'll see Mama Wonderful again, cheering on from the crowd. We'll get to watch it all go down. That is it. This has been the All About Counter-Strike podcast. This is episode 38. It is all about wonderful. We haven't gone to my close-up, so I'll use this one here. It's been all about wonderful. I hope you've enjoyed it. Another banger episode, a lot of insight, a lot of things we're learning for the first time about this young man who is only 20, achieved so much, and his career has still got so much more to give. We'll be watching him for many more years ahead of him. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment, and I'll see you on the next episode.
We're almost into the playoffs here at the StarLadder Budapest Major. We have 2 more days left of Stage 3, and today we have more teams to send home, Harry. But first, a quick shout out to our sponsors who make this all possible: X-Play, GG Scope GG, Blacklight, and Monster Energy. Before we get things going and look at these elimination games, what a day, Harry. What a tournament so far, and Bait Pain, our first match of the day.
Yeah, and this is always the case. Whenever Stage 3 starts to come to a close, when you're reaching those final couple of days, you know you're in for heartbreak. This is teams and squads where this has been the focus throughout a lot of their year, right? The majors are where every player looked to excel, and you start to say goodbye to them just shy of making those playoffs.
Take a look at the standings already, right? A couple of teams have made it into that top 8. Furious Spirit did it yesterday. Spirit in a banger game. V-Mouse and Furia clinching it out against a G2 who are coming back in the second map. Obviously, we'll see all these teams today and more, as well as the eliminated squads down bottom of the barrel. Liquid Parivision, who were eliminated from competition yesterday and still surviving down in this 1-2 bracket where the B-Stream will be covering all day. We have FaZe versus 3D Max, Passion v Imperial, and Bait v Pain, which is our first game of the day. Anything sticking out to you here?
I mean, a couple of things. FaZe yesterday, right? You got to have a good game out of those guys. Well, some of those guys. Some of the quieter guys. Brokey looking good in that game.
Also, I'm interrupting you because actually, I remember you said yesterday to me, you said off the air, you said, oh man, I'm scared Mouse aren't going to make it after they lost their opportunity 2-0. They now play Falcons today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very real possibility. It's actually like, whenever teams end up in that 2-0 position and then drop down, you end up with some really hard draws moving forward. So
definitely.
I am actually a little bit nervous for Mouse, even though they gave Spirit a run for their money.
Well, another team that we're nervous for, and well, maybe pass, is Liquid. They went down 0-3 after clinching it through stage 2 in the final day of play. They get eliminated in the domestic derby against Passion UA. Bit of a disappointing run for Liquid, I think you can agree.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, especially when what they did in stage 2, right? The idea they did this reverse sweep, heard the players talking about it as well. They kind of really are left with a feeling of disappointment, as you would expect, right? Falling out 0-3, especially when it's at the hands of Passion, a squad that on paper they should be able to take down, right? If Liquid are the top NA organization, then you hope that they can beat up on teams like Passion UA.
Yeah, well, after Liquid got eliminated yesterday, we sent them down to see Banks at the elimination wall. So let's see what happened.
Liquid's run here at the Budapest Major will come to a sad end despite a year of many changes, many things going on with team roster, you coming in mid-season. I just guess I should start by asking, how disappointing is this for you guys, especially with how much determination and grit you did show to even get onto stage 3? You were fighting so hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of words that I would like to say, but I think this whole year has been up and down with a lot of, like you said, a lot of changes, a lot of rebuilding and trying to find a system that works for everybody, going through role changes inside of the team, having really rough results throughout the year as well. And then before this major, we had a really good preparation for it. And disappointment is an undervaluing word, I guess, for how we feel right now, because it's a different story if we reach our potential and we go out, but it just felt like we didn't reach the potential that we showed throughout the last 2 weeks before this tournament. So that's why it hurts a lot more, because it felt like something was blocking us from showing our true level, and I think that hurts the most.
Can I ask just a little bit of detail on that when you're saying what was blocking it, and also for you, obviously, you now play a different style since EliGE's come in, right? It's not the usual Shuhei style. I would say we saw how much that takes a toll on things for you.
We had to change a lot of things. We had to adapt to a lot of things. That caused for role changes in the team as well. So people had to get used to new roles. I had to change a little bit of my style as well. So it's all like we went through a learning phase that was difficult to like just skip and just go through it fast. All of this takes time, and we were aware of it. But before this major, we reached a point where it's like we thought that that time went much faster, and we actually adapted and learned all those things a lot faster. But we just didn't come here and didn't show it. So,
looking at how this year has been for you and the team in general, how difficult has this been compared to previous years in your career, and just with all the changes we spoke about?
Yeah, like personally, it was one of the most difficult seasons for me, or this year in general. I was feeling very down after the situation in January. I had to pick myself up. I had to learn a lot of new things. I had to adapt. I basically grew as a person. I joined a different environment. I got to learn how different people work. So there was a lot of ups and downs again. I think there were still positives in them in this year. There were obviously some down moments, and it's just a part of a learning process and trying to move forward.
And in that learning process, in moving forward, let's try and focus on what 2026 will look like. Is there a lot you can learn from this and take from this to come back stronger?
Yeah, I think that one of the questions we'll be asking ourselves after this event is like what happened, like what caused this drastic change. In the moment, we were starting from behind every game. We didn't show up. So yeah, for the next year, we're just gonna have to work on stuff like this, where we just need to come into an event and show it from the beginning. There's no time to adjust throughout the event and suddenly get back into it. It's very rough, or you're always gonna start on the back foot by doing that. So yeah.
Any final words for the fans and the Liquid supporters out there?
I want to give, first of all, I want to give a huge shout out to the whole team. I think that everyone put in a lot of work. They played their hearts out. We tried to find solutions. We couldn't do it in the end. I know that Liquid has a lot of supporters, some of them being here, some of them being at home. I'm sorry that we couldn't deliver better results. We all hoped for better results here. I want to give a huge shout out to this crowd. It was amazing, even though it's not the arena yet. It was still amazing to hear everyone, all the fans at home, my family. Huge shout out to them, they're always supporting me. And also to Victor. He's been doing a hell of a lot of work for us. I think this event, I really wanted him to enjoy it. And unfortunately, we didn't get to do that for him. But I'm just hoping there's going to be another chance.
Thank you very much for the words, mate. Sorry to see you go. If you can just take the Liquid logo for me.
Team Liquid, who went from 0-2 in stage 2 all the way for the reverse sweep, who fall with nothing in stage 3. Yeah, they played Spirit. That was never going to be easy, but coming into that final match, a 2-0 loss to Passion UA, definitely under expectations for Liquid. I think they would agree. They weren't the only one though, Harry. It was Paravision as well we saw eliminated. I think, for me, this is a way better story for Paravision, a way more positive story for Paravision, because this is 4 major rookies behind a major winner going through and making it to stage 3. No one expected that in the first place.
Yeah, it's certainly a cool story, right? I think, you put it really well, right? A team of rookies helmed by one guy who went on to win a major, had to go and reinvent himself, rebuild himself after the departure from VP, had to pick himself up. Jane was even uncertain as to whether or not he would stick around when he first got removed from Virtus Pro, the idea of rebuilding it all again, but decides to stick it out, finds a home in Paravision, eventually takes control over the team again, right, and undertakes the IGL mantle, comes into this major and kind of surprises us all. He gets great mileage out of his squad, but their journey did end just the other day, and I believe we have a video from that as well.
Paravision fought hard all the way from stage 1 to stage 3 of the major, but the run does end here with a 0-3. I've got James with me, Dastan on the other side as well. James, I want to just get your thoughts on this game and what happened in the 3D Max match, because we still saw some fight from you guys, some good Counter-Strike, but this time maybe not what you wanted.
I think we lost because we're tired. All stages take all our power, I think. Yeah. Less experience than opponent, but I think if we have moral power and good synergy, we can win everyone. But on last game, we was not here.
But let's look at your run for the whole major. Starting in stage 1, you beat a lot of teams that are favored against you, with higher ranks than what you were. You guys grinded your way throughout of it. Are you still proud of what you showed as a team?
I think I'm proud of my team. All these guys, it's first major for them, and they played very good. They won so many teams, and all teams will lose on this tournament. Only one?
Yeah. Now, I remember when we spoke all the way back at Star Series, you said about being on this team for a year, living on boot camp, changing players, everything you went through. When you look at the fact that you made top 16 at a major, does it say that this was a good way to do it, even if it was very hard? Was it worth it?
Our main goal is go to the LAN, all LANs, and our first goal. I don't know, all can be happen. We need to think about how we should play. Sniper agile, all these things. These guys need to take more control. They need to, you know, take space on map and need to help me. And I don't know, all can happen, but I proud my team. They played very good, and we fight. You know, like last round, we still fight. We do everything from ourselves, but it's happened.
Thank you very much, James. And Dastan, I have to get some words for you because you've been very vocal about the team and grinding out with these guys. Just now, before we started this, you told them not to be sad. How proud are you? How are you, like, how you view the development of this team across the major, and what does this all mean to you going into 2026?
Main goal is achieved. I hope we will get more invites to Krakow to see you, to see fans, and hope people will enjoy to see our game. And main goal is good. But of course, 5 minutes after loss, I am sad.
Yes.
Generally, this result is good. It's okay. Playoff was perfect, but stage 3 it was good result, very good result. Of course, we can won these matches, but I think 3 weeks and previously 1 month in boot camp, they was exhausted. I think they were tired. I hope some of these guys will be future stars. At least some of them will have this experience to be bright in future. Thank you for all guys who watched the game. Thank you for everyone who cheered for us. I hope next time we will show better CS and better game.
Thank you very much, Dastan. I appreciate it very much. James, thank you very much. I'm going to give you the pen. If you can go take the logo down from the top for me.
A far more positive takeaway for Parivision as they managed to make it to the top 16 with 4 major rookies. I like what James and Dastan were talking about there, right? Fatigue, lot of games, playing out through 2 stages all the way, month boot camp coming in. This is a squad that's existed for 6 months in its current form, with James retaking leadership over this squad after Kicker had it for some time, and Dastan reunited. I think there's so many positives to take away from Parivision. Some of the individual moments we saw from these players were incredibly good. So hope to see them in some more tier 1 events coming into next year. They are at Pro League, and maybe some more as well for Parivision. But let's focus in now on the day, because we've got to send more teams home here on the B stream. Our first match, Bait, Pain, Passion UA, Imperial, and 3D Max FaZe. 3 of those 6 will be going home today.
Yeah, a day full of exciting matches over here on the B stream, as some hopefuls will live on to fight another day in those 2-2 matches, the ones where it is all or nothing. You either make it to the playoffs, you make it to the top 8, or your run ends 1 best of 3 shy. But to even think about that, Hugo, you've got to get through today. You've got to live to tell the tale. We've got Bay pulling up right now. These guys have been on the grind, coming all the way from that first stage, getting through with 3 1s in both stages, and now the whole run potentially in jeopardy as they get ready to face off against Pain, Brazilian squad that started in stage 3.
Yep, 6-7 for Alex, 6-6-6, and biguzera, if you bait, you lose. So here we go, getting into this game. Yeah, I think for Bait, they've been another team on the grind, akin to Parivision, right? Playing all the way from stage 1, all the way here, still showing up in stage 3, and I think it's been such a rough draw in stage 3 for Bait. Look at the teams they played. They played number 2, 3, and 4 in the world in their run here. They've played Falcons, MOUZ, and Vitality. So, of course, beating Falcons in that debut game here at Stage 3 was very impressive. The way they won it was awesome. But to play MOUZ and Vitality in your follow-up BO1s, not surprised beta in this position. They played excellent CS, but, you know, there is also a limit to this plucky young underdog team at their second major as a squad.
Yeah, I'll say, you know, within that now, comparatively to those other names that you've just rallied off, Pain are a bit of a step down, right, compared to what you've been facing. They're obviously not Vitality and not MOUZ. So that's nice, a bit of change of pace for bait, a chance to try and bounce back in that opening game versus the Falcons, which is their one win that they have so far. They broke the Falcons win streak. It was MPL and Alex666 looking absolutely lights out. You know, this bait team, very, very interesting. I think they set standards pretty high for themselves, and you know they're going to be fighting hard today. They're a team that have sometimes given away big leads, have crumbled when the pressure's really on, but that hasn't really been the story for this squad at this major. So I think they're still going to look to punch above their weight heading into this matchup. We can look at their opponent as well in Pain, and Pain, bit of an odd one for me coming into this major. I really wasn't certain on their form. They skipped a couple of events at around about the time of the VRS cutoff. Most notably, they weren't at EPL, that one that actually concluded while the VRS cutoff was still live. They elected not to go there. That got them the Stage 3 start. When they came in, they had a really convincing first half against 3D Max, but even that is kind of weird to say, right? And then past that point, they've gone on to really not do much. They played G2 in their second game. They got kind of banged around. Then versus Na'Vi, a game that looks close, but only on paper. If I tell you they went 13-8, you might think they gave them a run for their money. But in that game, they actually only won 3 rifle rounds, which really isn't a lot, right? Everything else came off the back of pistols. Na'Vi didn't pick up a single one in that head-to-head. And so actually, I think it's a game that was way more one-sided than the scoreline suggests.
Yeah, I think they got like 7 kills in the last 6 rounds as well, so it was a bit of a one-sided one, but let's see what these players and these teams are thinking about coming into this game. We had a face-to-face interview with these 2 squads.
I'm joined by Essential and NQZ. They're gonna face each other very soon in our first best of 3 today on the B stream. Essential, please tell me, how has been your major experience so far?
I think this is all right. We actually expected to go to playoffs because Stage 3 is not that good. I think it's fine.
Okay, I mean, you have lost the last 2 matches, but you won against Falcons in your opening match. And if you can beat Falcons, you think you can take up Pain?
I don't know. They're a strong team, pretty strong, so we will see.
All right, thank you. NQZ, you also faced really strong opponents, and now you're going to play against bait. Do you think the team has any surprises for you?
We'll have to see. I mean, there's no weak team in the major, so we have to be prepared for everyone.
Okay, guys, you're going to face each other very soon, but can we please have a little face-off for the stream? Bait against Pain.
Ooh, very non-committal answers from both sides of the server. A bait who believe they can make it to the playoffs, and with how they played, I certainly can't doubt them, but neither wanting to talk about their opponent here as Pain are in an uncertain position. Like you said, great opening half beat 3D Max. Felt like this team was on fire, but then they slowed to close, and against G2 and against Na'Vi, they hit the head against the wall. Those are still very strong teams, right, for Pain to run into, but it doesn't compare to the squads that bait have managed to play as well in this stage, and so this is going to feel like a welcome matchup for bait at this point in the major, right? If they can't beat Pain, they were never going to get to playoffs, and they've got left a line of teams in their wake. Remember, this is a Pain who made it to the semi-finals of Austin, right? It's no sleeper squad. It's a team that have, to some degree, fallen off since that point, but still, for the individuals, we've seen great moments for them across this season. So while it's hard to place Pain, and bait are more of a guarantee with the amount of matches we've seen in this major so far, I don't know what we're going to get. Bait feel like favorites, but Pain are out for revenge.
I think one of the huge issues for me was always going to be the veto in this head-to-head. I think Bait find themselves with a pretty significant advantage in this regard, what with Nuke being their insta-ban, and that hands down has been Pain's strongest map and one that they've looked to go to. I think Dust was a natural conclusion for Pain, but you know, that's their kind of chance to battle back into this. What I'll say from Bait is, even though it's been a bad map for them historically, they've won it both times it's cropped up here at the Major.
Yeah, they had an 8-loss streak coming into the Major and have broken that with 2 wins here. So I think Bait are not surprised at this pick by any means. They saw Pain play it in the BO1s as well. So let's see if they've cooked anything up for this best-of-3 elimination match at the Major. Your final day of play awaits, or is it today? Reflash on long. Alex trying to take the fight from the pit, but Pain scaled quick. Entry kill in, and they're up on Catwalk as well. This Goose setup will do no favors to Bait. He needs to hit headshots. KSCERATO in the site getting run down, and even with support from MPL, it's not meant to be here in this pistol for Bait. Headshot connects, and Pain patiently waiting for the fights to come through. They'll win them all and take this pistol round to start the series on their map pick. Does feel like a series where, on paper, there's no way Pain should be able to beat Bait on Ancient, especially with what we've seen, not just over Falcons, but you know, from Pain. Been a really disappointing map this season. One of their biggest problems, so they need Dust 2 today if these Brazilians are going to take down Bait. Ooh, careful. Betting partner having Pain as favorite after that pistol.
Yeah, I mean, T-sides have been the problem for Pain. We've been saying this all throughout the event, and the one way they've often been able to kind of try and supplement these T-halves is with pistol round wins, and they have at least looked good in that regard. That was how they fielded any type of success versus Na'Vi yesterday, but this could get off to a really awkward start if you instantly lose this follow-up versus the Bait Force. Flash is good out on long. Alex repositions, and getting out with a kill there is more than you could have asked for from Bait's captain. It keeps the advantage in check for Bait. And Pain very, very quickly start to end up in a weird position here. Low HP on NQZ, but good for a kill on the aggressive MPL out through mid. He's helped claw this one back. There's 40 seconds left to play with it. It might not be the bad time for a change in direction here for Pain.
I think KSCERATO headed that smoke up onto the bomb site there. The second one comes in here for Pain, but Headtrick has now the freedom to re-peek the angle, and they know this is clear. Look at the clock right now, 25 seconds, and they're going into this B bomb site. There is no util to block for Essential. Almost needs a kill here. A multi would set his team up for the round, and they know it's coming in now.
Oh, an Essential lying in wait. First man in was NQZ. Sacrifice to the 5-7. Essential! That's what that 3K is. He's clawed this one back early. Bait competitive from the get-go. Show up with the force buy. And these rough T-side rounds now get that much harder for Pain.
The spacing is ugly for Pain, right? But they're feeling the pressure of the clock, sending in that first player on his own. NQZ just runs into that 5-7, and even with jumps around the corner, the 5-7 is lethal. Does feel like it's time for a nerf. I feel like it still goes under the radar, right? Everyone was screaming about the MP9, and that took years to fix. I'd say it's in a good place now, but this 5-7 is so powerful in those second rounds. And they are just feasting. Scout headshots galore for Headtrick. Lower control from the rifle. And Bait laugh their way to the bank while breaking Pain's. Scout tags, not enough. 3 players low. Bait still get out with 5 alive. I think Pain are going to have to play their best game yet if they want to beat this plucky underdog. And I don't even say underdog in this game. I just think across the major, they've been a team that many have doubted. And I think that's fair enough when we've seen some of the struggles from Bait over the years. But like you said, coming into this game, it doesn't feel like the Bait of old, who have choked important matches, who have lost heavy leads. This is a bait that are playing their best CS yet as a team. And some of the teams they've left behind them, a very impressive resume. Legacy 2-0'd by this squad. They beat Liquid without trouble. Took down Falcons on their best map, the best team on Ancient in the world. And Bait have beaten them twice. Longing out v Paravision. 2-1ing 3D Max. So some experienced teams in here. Bait have had no problem winning close games where you could almost expect a crumble. So sky's the limit for Bait. This is a squad I would love to see in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think just the big problem for me is Pain is so reliant on winning Dust 2 right now. They kind of desperately need this. There's nothing in the numbers that speak to them being able to win on Ancient. Right, they've struggled getting to double digits on that map, only having done it twice in the last 3 months.
Oof.
Other than that, and within that, by the way, there's only 1 win for them. And so you, in this situation where you have to start strong, you cannot open slowly here if you're Pain. You have to come in with a clean Dust 2. You have to get this map in your pocket. Because if it goes 3, I think there is still hope for them. You just can't afford to give away your map pick in this scenario. This one should just get cleaned up here over towards long. Sometimes as well, I think, you know, I'm going to say this at the top of this series because I really hope I get proven wrong. Obviously, you and I, we're big biguzera fans. A horrible use of the word big on the run-up. But, you know, I like what he brings to the table. I think he's a good cooler. I think he's a fantastic individual. So often puts up big numbers. But I think sometimes he can act like too much of a band-aid fix to the problems that Pain are having. biguzera puts a lot on himself, you know? Like, if something's going wrong, if openers aren't coming through, he'll be the guy to fill the void. If someone's kind of lacking somewhere, he'll try and help them. But he is just one guy spreading himself very, very thin to make up for any shortcomings wherever they may appear inside of this Pain squad. And I think sometimes it leads to them overlooking bigger issues because they can kind of just put the biguzera bandage on it. One of the things we've noticed is NQZ, when you think about Pain at their very, very best, when you think about their run last major, was NQZ was a bit of a monster as well, able to find a lot of opening kills, able to be super involved. His opening attempts and success have dropped off massively for Pain coming in to this major. biguzera, meanwhile, has been taking more and more opening fights. But when I think of biguzera and where he excels, it's in those late round moments.
Yeah.
He's not really much of an entry player, and that's reflected in the numbers. He'll lead the charge out here through mid. And caught out at the window. Kenzazor puts on a show. MPL plays through, and there's Essential in at back plat.
Yeah, they're shockingly unaware of that CT push, even though MPL burns in the molly and tries to finagle himself around the box. He just drops off and pushes through the smoke. And yeah, I mean, double kill from the little window is shocking enough, but then they just get mauled in middle by 2 players on a crossfire. Really nice round coming out from Bait on the defense. Pain just look to hit this B side, but Bait have strong setup here. Both of them fighting with no lurk smoke, and just going to be able to shoot through. Essential takes 2, 3 headshots on this hold, finally put down, but they have done their job on this B bomb site. 4 kills between the 2 players. Leaves NQZ in an unlikely clutch. Smoke to try and give himself some room, but MPL walks straight through, and with no armor, NQZ can't land that first headshot. No respect right now coming from Bait. A hero play from MPL puts another round on the board. And Bait are just going through the motions right now as they build on this CT side. Nice tag. take lower control. With a boost on short, this supplements it well. 8 on contact, not even needed. Kenzazor holds it down. Lots of util coming in here for bait to try and provide an exit, and he's going to find it. DGT unable to chase down that lower player, as Beta able to sit back in a 5v4. Chase through the mid-smoke. DGT looking interested, but as Bait fall back into their setup, pick up utility. Just looking to play this round standard with the advantage. 3-2, AWP on the long side. But Hedrick can't afford to turn around and assist MPL. He's got his teammate in pit.
MPL does good damage there on the spray, able to control it for one more. Hedrick, does he want to hang around and fight this? Backs up, gives them control over the site. NQZ desperately looking for something as he plays forward on this AWP, but won't be offered anything. It's a passive setup over at long, trying to lend a bit of time to Kenzazor, who does get caught out on his own. Hands the 3-on-3 over. biguzera, 2 kills deep. Might need to do even more before this round concludes. That's a lovely shot for Davideus. A jump check for Essential. And Payne just might have found their round after all. No util to really begin this. You just got to hope for an overextension, hope for a kill. And Alex provides one, but that's the end of the line. NQZ holds on for the final killing blow. And so Payne finally break through this streak.
Reassuring to see them do that. Lots of early moves made here from Bait, leave them with no utility for that post plant. Would have made all the difference being able to flash their way back on that cross. Payne with some important shots. Showing the strong aim we expect from this South American squad. Bringing in some of the best from the region. Going outside of Brazil, not as far as the east, but far enough to find them some talent in DGT and Davideus. That was a really nice shot for Davideus. So Payne back on the board. First time since the pistol, 5-round streak broken. Still got to do a couple more of those if they want to break Bait's economy.
Oh, you don't have to give Essential much there. Second AWP out for Bait. biguzera learns about it the hard way on that jiggle. Kind of complete my point as well around the NQZ openers not really coming through as well. I wanted to try and put some numbers to it. So he was within the top 5 players back in Austin. He was 4th for opening fights.
Yeah.
Very, very successful. Here, he's well outside of the top 30 in stage 3.
Ouch.
So it's a pretty significant drop-off. He's 32nd. Davideus, not a bad way to find that equalizer. Alex still waits inside of the site and will get overlooked there on the first. That's an important trade back from NQZ. Aggression out towards short. MPL can't hold on, and so Payne just might flip the script in this round. Good catch on the smoke. NQZ might not be getting openers, but boy, is he getting the closers right now. These are important trades off of that AWP. Playing a good game to open things up, and that early 5v4 that Essential was able to grab might not mean much. The catch on NQZ could be nice. They will be able to pull out another AWP next round anyway, so not the end of the world.
That's just good exit work, though, throwing one out of the map. Good read from Payne in the 4v5 offered by Essential. Don't know if that's prep paying off or just a good understanding. That despite second AWP, neither of them were at long. Ooh. So biguzera just calls to walk through that B-long door with no utility needed. Great duck for Davideus under the AWP of Headtrick, and to think that that was DGT's first kill coming through this smoke on short. Gets dinked by MPL, but still wins the fight. Pain building in now, but still no closer to breaking this economy. They're going to need 2 more rounds to force an eco out of bait. Bait playing it safe on these crosses. These days, you can't afford to not nade your cross on CT side. With the long lurk smoke, Headtrick calls its bluff, peeks ahead of it. Meanwhile, Pain speeding up elsewhere.
It's a nice idea, especially when you see the aggression out towards long. You anticipate that means Bait have put a lot of stock into taking the long control, so you will have a bit of room elsewhere. biguzera gets up towards short fast. And he brings the rest of the team in tow behind him. Now they own middle, they're holding for long aggression. We'll keep this push from Alex in the back of our minds. I hope we can just keep this camera on him, because this will play into the round at some point. And here it is, Shadow spotted. Oh, that's really ugly from Alex, and a big pickup for Davideus as he's brought down low but doesn't complete the kill.
He has util and everything. He just dry fights one of the least favorable fights in the game. And he gets away with it. Davideus is saving Pain on this T side. So many openers. Into B corridor comes in, and that's drawn MPL. Oh, he's actually up on short. MPL could still get a multi-kill here. Snow is half health. MPL waiting in the fade as the util goes right past. They might run into him. MPL mauls the first, gets out for free, and the molly doesn't even finish the job. Headtrick missed shot. Got to worry about Davideus, but he knows about it. Turns back, still gets one more before he departs the round, but DGT is saving the day, and NQZ is the closer right now for Pain. Another double kill for NQZ to end the round. He is full of them on this T side. It feels like the script has changed for Pain. Openers every round for Davideus, closes for NQZ, and rounds for this South American squad. One more, and Bait are broke in the last couple of rounds of the half.
And this would be a fantastic turnaround. Very solid game from NQZ, which is just so reassuring here for Pain. There's Headtrick with a little trick on this smoke out towards mid. Blows it open, gets away with a 5v4, but Pain have been in these advantageous positions before. They've struggled at holding on to it. They've got to lean over towards A. Playing on these side of the doors means you'll have 2 players available to rotate. And so if Pain do follow through with this, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Oh, this could be awkward. But tucking into Goose is the right play here for Essential. Committing as his team are very stuck in middle. Zorb looks to get involved. NQZ waiting. Oh, just a tag onto Headtrick. Lucky to be alive right now. Pain are going to speed it up. They've got to clear Goose.
Drop down for biguzera. Denying that spawn walkthrough, denies those rotates, and now Essential has to do something dead straight away.
The util is so strong.
Another man down round win for Pain. This is already so awkward for this Bait squad, and with their money on the line, you wouldn't hate the save here.
Yep. Otherwise, they'd be broke for literally both the rounds, right? They've got loss bonus. That's all they've got. They'd have to eco and give Pain the chance to find a 7-5 half after Bait went 5-1 up on a lost pistol. This is such an impressive couple of rounds out of Pain. And I love the call there as well. Realizing the orbs in middle, they no longer is open. What does biguzera do? He drops into spawn. They throw great flashbangs for him. On ramp, he's able to clear CT with the smoke down, cover the push through, check the long position, and they just hard clear Essential because that's the only spot left in the round. Pain, it's a really well-drilled T-side right now. I was ready for Bait to just run over this game after they found their force buy win. Pain are giving us something to like here on this T side.
No, they really are. And dude, this is a super frustrating game for Bait right now. Like this is one that's going to get under your skin. They've Hugo, this is crazy. Like, Pain have 2 opening kills in this map. They have only had 2-man advantage rounds. 80% of rounds Bait have found a 5v4. And the scoreline is 5-all.
And these aren't like 5v4s and then, oh, instant trade. These are 5v4s where Bait pull back, play their setup 3A, 2B in every one of these situations, and then Pain still win it out off of just clean entries. Really impressive game out of Pain so far. They just need to stay away from this B side right now. Don't get tempted because of your success to go back to B. These A splits are working so incredibly well, and Bait have not actually put enough players in position to stop it. They've been fighting for Catwalk. They've never fought for long. Bait are hard flanking, but NQZ is holding this with the AWP. Kenzazor at the top of middle gone. And NQZ just gifted a 5v4 like that. What will Pain do with the advantage? Do they go back to B around the world?
This is just not a position you've really been in too much throughout this game. This probably feels great for Pain. Only their 3rd opening kill on this half, and it's at a very important juncture. You might just kind of stop Bait's play altogether. They've taken a gamble being a man down. They brought everyone over towards A, and that's going to leave them on the wrong side of the map. It's also a great time to go back to B, right? You're going to dodge this stack. You set this up earlier with all the conditioning of these constant A hits, and now you send a reminder to Bait in the final round of the half, by the way, or sorry, in the penultimate round of the half, by the way, we can go B, and we will sometimes, so now they can't afford to, lean back into these gambles again.
2 saves in a row, perhaps, and Bait don't even really want to save. They're going to have a lot of loss bonus coming in, but you can't win this round, and they don't need to just throw away this armor. May as well buy big in the next. Try and get some exits, perhaps some AKs. But this is just your hand being forced, Bait. Pain looking for quite the redemption on the T side.
And this is the side they've been struggling with throughout this event. T sides have not been kind to them. It's where they've let opponents back in. It's where they've struggled to find any real success. Thing that's also made this one more impressive is, yeah, they did win the pistol, but then they got forced upon, so they've actually had to earn these in the rifle rounds, and the majority of those rifle rounds have been 4v5s. Like, no matter which way you slice this has been a super impressive T side.
Yeah.
And simultaneously, a bit of a crumbling from Bait. You hope that old idea that the pressure gets to this team isn't rearing its head, because we were saying that hasn't felt like the case throughout their major run thus far.
It doesn't feel like pressure right now. I'm not too worried about that for Bait, and especially when they know they've got Ancient in the pocket. They just don't want to make this a 3-map series. They want a clean, confidence-inducing win today, and that's what it felt like it was going to be after 6 rounds of play. Bait have just had everything thrown against them. They haven't had the best setups to deal with it, despite those advantages. So out long, Pain with a bit of pace in this round. Snow survives behind the Molotov. Orb miss for head trick. Rifle follows up, but both of them whiff. And dear oh dear, not the time to miss shots. Bait have been waiting to play the game on the CT side. 2 saves in a row. This is your last swing at Pain.
Starts to feel very claustrophobic. You're
Ready for
getting
this.
closed in on over towards long. They're ready to push this smoke. Snow, biguzera, while Davideus tries to put pressure on. And there's that walkout towards the long side. Pain swing for the fences from 5-1 down. They'll go on a recover and outdo the streak from Bait.
Dude, Pain just aren't waiting. So many teams try and fake out the mid to B and take too long. When Pain get out short and get long, they just go for the split and win the rounds. That is 6 straight rounds for Pain after a failed pistol conversion. What a streak for the Brazilians as we go into halftime.
Well, Pain bring the heat on Dust 2 from a slow start. They eventually get this T-side going, and once it gets going, there was no stopping it. No advantage ever felt like enough for Bait. They gave away a number of man advantage rounds, and then by the end of that first half, with Pain having wind in their sails, those advantages even stopped coming through. And if you couldn't win 5v4s, if you couldn't win 4v3s, you had no hope when you were the team a man down. Bait lose out on what could have been a fantastic half, and that's Pain's gain. Now over towards the pistol, it's looking like a B hit, and only one man here with dual Berettas. We're hoping that Snow can hold on, have a sequence, but it's just the one and done.
Feels like an impossible round now. Bomb down, post plant. Yeah, you got nades, but no kits. You're on the clock.
biguzera's got the util. Let's see how he chooses to use it.
Move, buddy.
Nade goes in, finds good damage. Head trick softened up, but it's these flashes, this smoke that really have to do the heavy lifting and try and lock out a player back in the tunnels, and they play through quick. You don't want to let that tunnels player have the decision to play on through. biguzera gets out with one, and the rest of his team there, no one's pulling punches right now for Pain.
How?
That B retake ends in seconds. Everyone hits their shots, and Pain's lead is about to grow.
I can't even tell you what went wrong in that round. It all happened so quick. They had 4 up in that post part with crossfires established, and everyone just runs in. Everyone lands a headshot. biguzera double.
I made no secret of some of my worries for Pain coming into this series, and thus far, those worries have been quelled so successfully. Like, this is fast building to be Pain's kind of redemption game in the major. If they can keep this up, this is a team that have been struggling with the basics. They've been struggling to get openers. They've been struggling with the trades. They haven't been able to win in 4v5s as a result. And if you're not getting openers, you can't trade kills. You can't win 4v5s. You were never going to win matches. But that has not been the story in this game. NQZ been fantastic at guaranteeing trade kills whenever he gets the chance to do so. They've clawed back disadvantages. They've been finding more and more openers as the game's gone on. This is Pain very, very quickly starting to become a contender again.
They were a very unlikely run into the major playoffs, not just the playoffs, but the semi-finals, beating Furia in a quarter back at Austin. When you think about Furia's form now, it seems even more impressive. Yes, they were on the come-up at that point, but even that was an upset. And Pain just looked to continue at majors to impress a stage 3 team that right now are licking their lips at the chance to take down Bait. Long pop denied by David Deus. The wallbang gets 1, but still Pain sit with the advantage, looking to convert this pistol at least.
They spam the car. No, they've got a molly for it. NQZ, slight reposition, and it's more than enough. Kenzazor might have broken through the cat side, but he finds himself all alone. Up and over the top with the Deagle, can't find a thing. biguzera there to shut him down. And this gap continues to widen. Bait have not won a round in quite some time.
Yeah, 7-8 straight now after converted pistol. There's going to be one more freebie where that came from with Electric Scouts.
We said that Dust 2, because of the veto, because of how this was going to go, Bait always had kind of an innate advantage with Ancient kind of guaranteed in the veto. And it's a map that they've looked fantastic on, even taking down Falcon's best Ancient team in the world. But it could all really go awry if Pain have just kind of tapped in and leveled up, playing some of their best CS of the majors so far. This could be one of those games that looks to reignite the hopes of this team, remind them how they like to play, how they play off of one another, and what it is they do best.
Okay, 5v4 for Bait, and while it wasn't enough often in their CT side, let's see if they can capitalize on it in a pistol round. DGT is alone on this bomb site round right now, bottom of the board. There is info. Pain have seen them crossing in. They know catwalk control's been taken, but DGT has just used all his utility early in the round to stop this play. Now it's coming through. Bait creeping in. DGT needs to be very careful here. 4 players are about to be on his screen, and DGT waits On the ramp, 1 kill, tucks in, teammate tries to support, DGT tries not to overcommit, and David Deas delivers death to 3 players from the long side. DGT swings to finish, run and gun, as Pain convert from another 4v5 round. They have been in so many disadvantage in this game, and they have won them so many times. 10-5 here on Dust 2.
Pain have also shown to be a bit of a momentum team. It felt like that was largely what tried to carry them through these first few days. But in this map, and across the others, they could have done with more resilience, and they've certainly showed that here, right? 5-1 down would have been easy to kind of shrink up and just start going through the motions, but they refused to do that. Now they've been rewarded with a 9-round streak. This could end up being a super one-sided map.
Depop, desperate.
Bait coming through, biguzera here. Snow, full blind, still good for 1, and they line up. biguzera only gonna get out with 1 of his own. Certainly had a chance for more there. The first times thus far where they've really felt like they don't get maximum value out of a play. KSCERATO on a late mid lurk, going uncleared, could have the round in the palm of his hands. His teammate's gonna call when they take contact, and then KSCERATO can try and close in. You can see DGT never fully buys into it, but just went for the check. Right as KSCERATO's moving out. Backstab connects. You need this trade, you need it now.
Winnable.
Only 1 man left in the site itself. Davideus playing it forward, just about cut down. And so Essential able to deliver that clutch. A huge round from the guy. Will that be enough to bring Bait back into the picture as they break a 9-round streak from Pain?
Yeah, you would have bet on David Deas in that 1v1, man. He's been so solid in this map. Good overwhelm on the B side, and KSCERATO, perfect timing. Literally, as they cleared mid for the 3rd time, that's when he played a second late, and he adds in enough chaos for Essential to peek the window and come out with 4 kills in the round. So Bait play off their team very well there in that post plant. They don't just sit back in the bomb site where we've seen Pain retake them before. Fake it long here. Bait shooting through the smoke like they're not already through, and it almost baits David Deas into the swing. He'll still lose his life. It's a cool idea there for Bait to catch him by surprise. Fly coming in on long. If he gets too concerned about lower, he might miss the point of the round, which is his long control. Going back, Essential just buying time. He's just about living in this position. Molly tag. Just buy time. Your team is scaling long. It's a 3-on-1 in A. He's wasting 2 players round, and yeah, they just have to clear him out, so feeling pressure to go for it. It's a tag, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
Bait might have just broken back in.
I mean, Essential, his impact in this round was massive. And even now, the fact that he's still a nuisance in the backline, he's making it hard to try and save this AWP. And he might even be able to deny these guns getting out. He knows that AWP was over on Catwalk, holding for it. He's expecting biguzera to try and close in on him. The AWP crosses out. And a chance to save on 2 for Pain.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but Bait want to deny that. They know the value of this AWP right now, so Hedrick moves in, but I don't think they're going to find these guns in this position. Pain will escape with 2 weapons into that next round, but now their economy is broken. It's all they've got. Bait trying to perform a late game recovery here after 9 rounds in a row. Bait find 2.
Pick attempt for Hedrick, but he won't get given anything, at least not right away. Instead, it's aggression from this AWP out towards top mid, but with Essential there to play for the trade, that AWP is now irretrievable for Pain.
You'll take the AWPer and the AWP lost for your captain, who's 6-12 at this point. It's a good swap for Bait. It might just be enough to win the round. They're already in the site.
Yeah, and you know, if you're Pain, you don't really have any business in even giving this one a go. Just go and get that AWP back. They're not able to play to contain it, so It will help pad out your investment in the next, but game starting to close up here with bait finding success on this T-half. Bringing themselves back into the conversation.
Be a crazy late game recovery, to be honest, if bait can find it. Had every reason to doubt them after this massive streak with so much, or so many advantages for bait. Pain are not out of the woods yet. Bait with no coach behind them. So as this pause comes in, it's all up to the team. And even if you're maddened by the lack of coach, what can you do at this point? Tournament life on the line in this 1-2 game.
I mean, bait have given themselves a good opportunity from a match that was so quickly getting away from them. You can try and forget about that 9-round streak of your opponents if you close this one up. What a time as well for an essential bottom-rated performer for bait across this major to come alive. Senzu, someone who was instrumental in their success back in the other stages, who had a bit of a rough go at stage 3, also finding his form. And you feel like there's still more potential to tap into. If you can get head trick or MPL showing form again, you can try and reach new heights here. But with NQZ securing an early 5v4, will this be where Pain try and throw them off? Blocked over towards short. The game plan has to change here for bait in the mid-round. They were getting ready to go there with a grouping over towards the catwalk. Their roll's been slowed by that util. And as they go searching out towards mid, they go into the NQZ, AWP, head trick, a dead man. And they're still going to try and pressure him, but NQZ is not missing in this match. On for the ace right now is NQZ. And this would be a huge confidence booster for Pain. Their AWP that at his ceiling can hit so hard comes alive there. NQZ with the ace to try and stop this comeback in its tracks.
Yeah, what else will do it but that? 5 kills out of the AWP and just skewers bait. Some beautiful shots for NQZ. He's not been his usual self in this major, but coming back no longer, says NQZ. Bait stopped in their tracks and their money all to play for in this round. Pain with the opportunity to take their map pick right now. This gun round hits for 2. Bait in a desperate spot. Definitely had their chance with the early lead in this game, squandered by Pain. NQZ calms his nerves, pulls back from taking an early fight. DGT picking that B-bomb site. Gamble stack here for Pain. From the mini-map, it's looking good, and with NQZ still having short control, there's no reason to fear this A split from bait. Right now, Pain in the right place. Jump spot baiting for biguzera. He loves his position.
Bait flying blind. Now the jump spot's no longer there, so biguzera cleared straight up. Good opener for Alex and KSCERATO. They weren't ready for DGT, but a quick trade available with KSCERATO a little later out through the window.
He's feeling the pressure and the panic, but would have loved him to hold that shot there, you know? No one's checking him. Knives are out. If he thought for a second he could have perhaps played Joker and looked for a multi-kill, but whiffed spray. And so Bait don't go down silently in this series. Looking to take us all the way to the end of regulation.
Just far from an easy round to win, right? Even with a good timing found for the mid to be, they still played into the stack. It was a good clear on biguzera. You touched upon it, right? A position he loves to play. Bait more than ready for it. And a chance now to swing for the fences and go for the comeback after all. And are they going to leave it to a B play? NQZ here roaming with that AWP down towards lower. Threatening position for it, able to swing up the stairs, just try and pluck one from the round, but it looks like they want to hit this go button soon. They play through the smoke on MPL. Back turned as Snow looked to get away from the flashes, and NQZ's missed this timing in lower. Got a teammate with him, but with Alex late at the spawn side, could catch this tunnel's wraparound, and that would be devastating for Pain. Right now, they think they're in a good position. Damage been done to both players back here in the tunnel, and Alex completes on one of these kills. DGT now trapped down in the tunnel's position. biguzera heading for the hills. Pain are already writing this round off. It's a one-man survival mission on DGT.
Dead.
And the nades rain in. They'll find him. That late position back towards the spawn does Alex so well.
I think Pain realized that was coming in. That long control onto, I think it was Davideus. He dumps all his util, but he doesn't see a single player. Fake long take for Bait as they just bash that B bomb site, and even a sort of missed flash as Snow turns away from it. That's when they push through. He is on his own. By the time Pain realize what's going on, it is too late. Bait pull out a pocket strat late in this game. And while guns are saved, while a bike can still come through here for Pain, Bait are still here in this match. 5 out of the last 6 rounds, despite the 9-round streak from Pain Gaming. This one's going to hurt no matter who loses. I mean, pick denied.
Said it earlier on as well that this feels so much more important for Pain. Bait have a very safe map coming up next in this head-to-head, so Pain crediting them earlier on for playing some of their best CS yet in at the major. It's the T sides that have often crumbled, often let them down in these games. They don't want it to crop up now on their CT half, the stronger of the two. They break on the smoke as biguzera looks to get involved with this second AWP. And he's dead first. Smoke fades, head trick rewarded a 5v4.
Yeah, it's caught in the open on that fade. The timing catches him well. They now know there's a second AWP in play, so even if there was a chance that maybe you'd speed up and go catwalk into this NQZ play, now you know biguzera not only B rotator, but AWP are dead. B feels like such a good opportunity. Yes, DGT is here, but he's been having a rough go at things in this map.
Yeah, the 2 B-side players have been the quietest for Pain in this game, right? Snow, DGT, both not necessarily getting going.
So this is all a fake out right now for Bait. Well, they take Cat, they hold long, they are ending B no matter what in this round. 30 seconds, they wait the smoke, they have time to. Pain need to realize what's going on or it's going to be too late.
Oh, nades left in the spawn. That gives Davideus the chance to break this smoke, and he will do so on a great timing. Catches them both. Backs turned on the run out through mid. Round could still get away from Bait here in spite of that 5v4. You've got to get past DGT, and they will. Head trick, a must-win head-to-head. Time running low. Bomb drop just gets to head trick's hands, and plant found with half a second to spare. Bait still in this. NQZ thought he'd done enough with that kill. But in his dying breath, the bomb makes it in. Hedrick now has to close this in the clutch. Whoever wins this, teed up for the victory on Dust 2. And so this is the clutch for the map.
Orb v pistol.
NQZ moving in, wrong clear, and Hedrick composed back in the tunnels. That is a backbreaker of a round, and it just might have cost Pain the map they have to win.
Perfectly played for Hedrick, right? He goes for a new position. He knows he has timing to cross back tunnels. What that does is that clears out one of the two avenues. He knows NQZ has to come from middle, and NQZ is in the dark. He doesn't know where to go, where to look, what to clear. He could be anywhere. And Hedrick, ice cold, times his shot to perfection to put on 11 here for bait down the end of the game. My goodness. And bait have used all three of their time ups despite having no coach, absolutely making use of a chance to catch their breath in this map. They haven't broken Pain fully. There's always been little bits. There's been saves in these last 2 rounds. Pain have still got a buy. They've still got an AWP. But bait kept this going. They did it for him.
And our Pain just really don't have a lot to work with. The biggest feature is the NQZ or Davideus dead early. That is Pain's top performer knocked out of this round, and that's where you're left looking on and you're saying, NQZ, man, you've played a great game. It's been one of the sickest ones we've had from him at this major yet, but your job is not done. And if you do want to win this map, it's now or never for this AWP to find success.
Poor Davideus, he's been alone at long, basically the whole half, and he's never had a hit. He's never had really any support, and he goes there and he just gets picked by the AWP in this second to last round of reg. Really doesn't feel good, considering he has been the backbone of Pain in this comeback.
I really like this idea right now from bait, leaving Hedrick down here in the pit, and it's an idea that works twofold. Not just having the AWP there gives them some control, lets them maintain pressure over towards long, but if they get through B cleanly, if they deal with biguzera straight away, the map gets boxed in, and bait will definitely be hunting here. If they remove guns, they are in line to win Dust 2. biguzera tries to buy time, but it's expensive and he can't get enough of it.
It's impossible.
Run down. And now just this limp 3v5, and you're seeing bait already look aggressive. I really hope they commit a couple of players to the hunt here, because if you remove even one of these guns, Pain and not getting them back in the next round, every tool you take out of the arsenal will not appear in the final round of regulation.
They know that. They are running out of B to hunt these kills. Bait know the impact of the hunts.
These are map-winning kills if you get them. And there's the first. Snow dead. This only emboldens you to keep looking further. NQZ's AWP, that's the big ticket item. You really can't afford to lose it. He can't part ways with this AWP, or else Pain will have one rifle to work with in this next round. NQZ not going down quietly, but will get bought out of the round eventually. And that leaves DGT's gun as the only survivor.
Just a devastating finish here for bait. They were in the hole with 9 rounds straight from Pain, ready to write them off. They win a clutch, and they have come back into this game with 7 out of the last 8 rounds. A complete capitulation for Pain, who were playing their best game yet here at the Major. And now with life on the line, with their map pick in bait's pocket, with Ancient up next. It's been the go-to for bait. It's been a disaster for Pain this season. Barely even touching double digits in the games they play. And so this is bait's match now. Pain just fighting for their lives. DGT and Davideus with rifles.
And I love that bait just full committed to the hunt as soon as that bomb was planted. Some teams there would have anchored down for a moment, waited to see if there's a desperate attempt at the retake, but not bait. That's a show of confidence, knowing exactly what they had to do if they wanted to make this game easy for themselves. Out towards long, caught on an awkward timing here is biguzera, and Davideus getting hounded down is bought low. 4v4 and bait are playing an up-tempo round. That re-smoke out towards the long side won't do a thing. Bait already play ahead of it. And here's that short split, a real change of pace, but a missed opportunity. Let's Davideus get one more. A lot of mileage from this one gun out towards CT. And it's kept the round alive for bait. It's left him in with a chance. MPL now make or break play, and I think he's been spotted. They're up close. They're going to find him. Pain looking to drag this in extra time. There's been numerous chances to close this game here and now for bait, and it's been swings and misses all around. 2v4 post plant. The captain of Alex666 and his AWPer left in this. A round that felt like it was falling into their palm of their hands, but the backstab on the cards. Hedrick is dead.
Dude.
Pain pull us back into extra time.
Bait will be kicking themselves. 2 CT players with back turned. Bait bump into each other. They get stuck on each other. There are low players in CT. Bait can't even find those kills. The kills that will end this series, it feels like, would have certainly ended Dust 2. And bait with clinical misses. Catastrophic. Keep Pain in this into overtime. A second opportunity, and one you are glad to see Pain get, because while they've choked this game, they can redeem themselves here in extra time. Dear, oh dear. What a match on Dust 2. Pace, of course, coming through in this first round of OT. Caught out in the open. Davideus only good for 1, so it trades to the favor of bait. Alex low in this engagement. And QZ, will Barrel be spotted? Doesn't matter. Molly certainly does the trick, pushes him back into this corner, exposed to the catwalk, but they don't know that it's clear fully. Bait have been going for these splits. Double AWP for Pain inside of this site.
I mean, that's pretty strong. Long angles, long sight lines here. And 2 AWPs primed and ready to go. That's where Alex, who's low on health, donning the AWP, taking it off of Hedrick, will have to try and level the playing field if these AWPers get involved. And QZ at car handed that first peek from MPL. And now you've seen multiple players out towards the long side. It just galvanizes your belief here if you're Pain. Another Molly forcing out into the open, but there's that biguzera secondary AWP, and now they lose Alex down here in the pit. This advantage getting away from bait once more. They've really struggled at converting these. Just trading contact on these AWPs. NQZ burns alive, but biguzera there to respond, and DGT making his way over. A tough battle awaits Hedrick here as he moves in to this crossfire. And as soon as he takes contact on one, there's that re-swing potential. Both players miss, but time has run out for Hedrick. There's no winning this anymore, and biguzera knows it. Time expires for bait. And even though Hedrick gets all the kills, it's none of the glory. That firmly belongs to Pain.
Yeah, sick AWPing out of Pain here. Double AWP saves them yet again. NQZ has been in form in this map. biguzera, a couple of supplementary kills. And even though Hedrick gets the kills, gets the AWP, none of this makes a difference down the stretch. Pain get that first round of OT.
I think all teams just have like a kind of baked in limit as well for how many rounds you can give away that you should have won. You had a chance to close this game in that first half even. You had multiple 5v4s that went untraded until late in the round. Bait have had way more opportunities to close this than Pain have ever had. And so if they start picking up steam in overtime, that really does look to level out this one and restore some order with Pain on the verge of winning Dust 2.
And if that happens, all I'm thinking about is that catwalk split with 2 players with nades out, backs turned.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's like, but that's one of many egregious rounds that they ended up giving away.
It just happened to be round 24. Here in overtime, Pain sit with an advantage, a rare one, 5v4, untraded. Orb still in this B site. Bait try to box their way through middle. It's a nice running trade, but it still leaves Bait a man down on this split.
Closing in over towards the B site, you know, biguzera's AWP's here. Now they're getting boxed in as well with rotates arriving out towards CT. This is where their own corridor smokes actually add a lot of pressure, and biguzera is allowed to play through as a result.
Yeah, I like that defensive smoke there. I think Snow threw it because it comes in the doorway, and so bait find it very difficult to split B after NPL's death. They have to go through window. They don't want to do that. There's 2 players in the B bomb site. It's just a tunnel for Pain to hold. And so push through the smoke for biguzera, well tempered. And the stress is coming in here. That was off the opening kill. 14-12, bait. Opportunities disappearing in front of their very eyes as Pain look to recontrol this match. This is weird though, top mid push. They don't realize they're walking through the smoke into biguzera with a missed shot, but there's still a man behind enemy lines. DGT turns around, does a double dink, puts them both low. DGT with a lot of damage, eventually found by KSCERATO.
Oh, and you know that Snow's the B player. You know where this guy is. You can just hope to dodge him here in this round. They're all low on health with the exception of KSCERATO. And so Snow tries to get ahead of this.
Oh,
uses nameplate Counter-Strike against them in the hope that they just dodge B. And he hears the footsteps out towards short. That bomb's moving in as well. KSCERATO a little bit later. They send out the low players to go on a scouting mission. And now that bomb's going to try and leave. There should be a world, though, where he's ready for a player at B already. Snow has only seen and heard this one man running away, so he's cautious on this rotate over. Util in, Snow doesn't play yet. Keeps the fear in Pain, keeps him nervous and twitchy.
Low plants, nade.
Nade's big, but goes out soon. The moment he hears that tap, that's his best time to play. Knows he's got a 1v1 available and hoping he could sneak under. KSCERATO catches him with the swing. It's 1 round for bait on this T-half. Will that be enough to keep them in dust too?
They do play that 3v1 very smart. Got to give it to bait, right? Having 2 players split up there, 1 in B, 1 in short, and the bomb not first, and it just reacts when they find the info. Is Snow doubling down on the B bomb site and gambling, or is he going to risk that rotation past middle? And so bait figure it out. They use their util really well in that post plant. They don't let him sneak in to stop the plant either. So can't complain about that for bait. That's 1 round though. Pain win the half. We remember this T side. Flick has to hit, but Head Trick peeks with his teammates AWP. Double AWP fights middle. That's one way to guarantee NQZ out of the round, and they do it flawless.
If you bait, though, you can never get too comfortable. 5v4s didn't mean anything to this team in that first CT half. And so even though that's a really strong way to start and you've removed a key player from the arsenal of Pain, this makes it a lot more comfortable now. biguzera and NQZ both dealt with. It's the 2 heaviest hitters in this game right now, knocked out of it for Pain. And so finally, an air of comfortability on this CT side.
You feel like you've done enough with the top 2 performers dead for Pain. Bait just sit back in their bomb sites. AWP trained. Waiting for nades. Essential for biguzera in a difficult fight for the latter, but he nails the headshot. It's a sick kill. Will it mean anything? KSCERATO can't afford to die for nothing here in B, but he's overwhelmed by utility. Smoke reveals his position, playing behind that Molotov. They're getting closer and closer. There's no help here. There's no one to save him. biguzera follows up. This is a 3v5 now to the favor of Pain in the post plant. Bait have a decision to make. Can they afford to save? Can they afford to lose these guns? They've got to go.
Playing through with the flash. Alex selects not to go, knows there's a player close, but there's a lot of guys ready to cover, ready to swing on this contact. Flash goes high. Alex opens 2v2 now and a shot of redemption. Alex with 1 more, and it's the captain left in this clutch. Bait wrestle it back right when you thought they were giving it away. A 3v5 from Pain gets to a 3v2 post plant. And the captain able to stand tall for bait as he recovers that round that was rapidly getting away from them.
A couple of sick retakes of this B bomb site in this map, right? When teams have no reason to give it up, when they have to try it, it can be very explosive. Absolutely thrown away. Opportunity for Pain when they pulled back, a huge disadvantage. Never safe in this game, though. NQC attempts the long pick. Scared of everything, even the top mid push. It's a position that Pain have no info on, so it's going to be a slow round here to regain control of middle. Cool boost on long, but don't really see these late long takes that much in this match. Navadeus just guards it. It's Pain. Mid to B smokes go through. Sit back and wait. Trying to get all this util out. Eventually bait have to pull back, so KSCERATO joins inside of the site. Final smoke out for bait. I guess Pain are going to fall back into this mid to be. There's only 2 players on catwalk right now.
He's made it past. Now they know. And so there's the catch from MPL. Snow won't survive that crossing. KSCERATO using biguzera's favorite spot against him for these B plays, and NQZ shut down out towards middle. DGT's got to clutch up, and he might get a couple of kills deep, but no time left. Bomb away from him, and a death after time would be absolutely disastrous. Alex giving chase, can't quite find him. It will mean that Pain have another solid opportunity here.
Dude,
but we're hoping for double OT. If Pain want to pick this up, they burn their final timeout. They're only one in OT. They get it out now.
You need to win this one, Bait. You've had so many chances to win this game. You've had so many opportunities. You've had winnable rounds at match point. But this has got to be closed now by Bait. They can't let Pain go into another overtime. This is the weakest the buy's going to get. To Galil, it's lack of util, but it's still rifles and an orb. So Bait set up here once more to finish. Both teams have come back in this game at different points.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been solid from both squads, right? We said earlier, Pain felt like they were, an instant timeout back from Bait. They're both burning them in this final round.
MPL with a lot to say.
I mean, used to be the captain of this team, handed it off to Alex, so at least you've got 2 brains to try and problem solve in this spot. You've got double orbs right now available for Bait as well, and even the option to drop rifles back in the spawn just to keep your options open. And QZ gets his orb for the side of Pain. And it all comes down to this, the golden round to try and buy yourself some time. Or Bait pick up this win and go to a home map next, one that Pain have struggled on. We said coming into this series that Dust 2 was a requirement for Pain. This is a series that they have to win in 3, going off the numbers. Flash out over towards long. Alex sacrificed early as it's a pace change from Pain.
He re-swings full blind there, perhaps feeling the pressure of the call, but with the missed long smoke, it does Pain favors. Leaves an open hole for Alex to put his head in. KSCERATO flanking up on catwalk, but he's got to be careful with his lower player. Head trick getting stuck in on the long orb. Pain with a 5v4. Can they finish? Everybody here
DGT with one hell of a catch. KSCERATO dead. That is the top performer removed from the side of bait. Someone who's been instrumental at turning these rounds on their head. NQZ, solid catch. And now it's just Essential giving chase to these players out at long. He won't get there in time. There's no stopping this rotate. Pain, keep it dynamic. DGT got that kill in lower. And so he knows the B site wide open. Room taken, and he moves out in towards middle to try and shut this one down before it can even begin.
Just don't die, DGT. He's in a committed position on 12 health. If Essential clears this angle, he's opening up the chance to win the round. DGT patient. Enough for his team to come in. Will they trade his contact? They flash the peak, and that is beautiful. Pain force the finish into double overtime here against bait. They just refuse to go down from every disadvantage in this game. Every reason for bait to win it out. Pain are still here in their map pick of Dust 2. Round after round, OT after OT, disadvantage after disadvantage. And Pain are survivors right now. What else can you say? No more double orb here for bait. It is costly, and if you lose those opening rounds, you really pay for it at the end of OT. So bait stick with one. Gonna help Alex at long for once. It's not been a long, heavy game. So smoke comes down, control taken, bait. Put a player in the corner and leave it to that. You mentioned biguzera, Harry, being one of these closers for Pain, and not used to seeing him on openings. Well, he has taken the most attempts, but he's 2-8 right now in opening duels.
I mean, you know, that's what I was saying earlier, right? The biguzera bandage, the idea that if they're not getting openers in the fashion that they normally do, one of the kind of quick fixes for Pain, what with the talent of their captain, is he just undertakes that responsibility. But he's really, really struggled at this major to find a lot of success in these opening fights. And for someone who's had some fantastic clutch moments in the Pain jersey, it feels a little wasted. Amadeus first out over on long. Flash comes in. biguzera caught by it, but Alex didn't go for the peak. This leaves him trapped down here in the pit. MPL, solid double, and a 5v2. They've given away some gnarly man advantages. Surely this ain't about to be one of them. NQZ, kill to pull it back. biguzera gets to see a late round for a change. I don't know, this is a pretty potent duo. Good catch for biguzera as Alex is trapped down here in pit.
Don't lose this.
Everyone's nervous. KSCERATO committing to this wraparound shadow. Spotted! biguzera picks it up. 2v5 on the cusp of coming through for Pain. And QZ closing in. Spots a player on short. Time's of the essence. They've got to clear MPL. And NQZ with a blinder. Can't follow up. They run the molly on the short side, but that is so far from comfortable for bait.
What a high risk.
No advantage is enough, it feels like.
What a high risk, running through the molly in the 1v1 with 6 seconds on the clock. I think he'd already won the round, but he puts it in jeopardy. And you just see relief on the face of bait. No celebration, as they're just thankful they win that round. You know, the first two fights or whatever, but it's KSCERATO coming in on the flank. He's got to feel like he got burned. There were 15 seconds and he's being held on long doors. My oh my, Pain squeaking out, almost winning a 2v5 in OT. Head trick. Oh, biguzera deletes him. He's back, baby. 3-8. No good deed goes unpunished. Break on the smoke. Finds a pick onto the AWP of B. 4v4 for bait, and Pain just walk into this site. The quicker they do it, the better their odds, because no contact's been made. No info for MPL that 3 players are in A right now. That molly ain't blocking anything.
If anything, that molly's a big problem. All it does is tell Pain he has no idea, and it lets him know they have this great timing. It's not some crazy move by bait to give them enough room, only to take it away. DGT, double kill on this flank, and he's been monstrous on these extremity positions, man. DGT, whether it's opening back doors, providing those last second rotates by nullifying B players as they get aggressive, or cutting down rotations when his team commit. He's always been threatening.
But he was 4-10 at one point in this game, right? He's had a huge recovery as DGT to get back to this point. So insane on these T sides for short and lower. And I love what Pain are doing. When they kill the AWPer, when they find head trick, they always just walk out cat. And that's something that Bait needs to be very aware of. When they find head trick picked at long, when they get him at the B site, find him on cat like that, they just contact into A because they know that Bait aren't going to have eyes on this position. Bait have been burned at long. So many shrugged shoulders in this game for Bait right now. As they get delivered brutal rounds. Heavy, long setup. And the cool one mid was, I didn't see anyone. Didn't stay there forever. But it is a solo B player here for Bait. So KSCERATO will need to be very cautious in this position. Considering Pain is set up to go for this hit. As long as it's taken back, Bait reset, but they have relatively little map control in this round. The option for B is still a tantalizing threat. And one mid to B smoke thrusts KSCERATO into a very awkward position. Well, Pain put it down. Just flash through the doors. Senzu trying to hold on. He's got no nade to break. He goes over. Pain don't know it, but their best opportunity to hit this B site is right now.
Swing from Essential. DGT dead. Davideus mopped up as well. KSCERATO. Great stuff to wrestle this one back into a 5-on-3. Looking to shut down this B play. Still has more to do. Two players wait back in the tunnels, but look at how that kill from NQZ changes things. It's only one on a crossing player out towards mid. It gives them time to slow this down and rethink their options. This was a 5-on-3 for Bait. We know they've struggled at closing these. Head trick. Gonna deal with that first man on the rotate over, and now biguzera's made noise as well. MPL closing in from behind. It's him and NQZ looking for another 2vx. That's a big miss, but there's head trick making up for it. And so Bait go on to win out this first half in the second overtime.
Yeah, no advantage matters to me in this game, right? No advantage in a round, no advantage scoreline. There's been comebacks on comebacks, there's been clutches, there's been retakes of the most unlikely site. And so a nice 5v3 converted by Bait, forcing Pain back in. If Snow climbs that properly and does it slowly, I know there's 20 seconds, but if he does, I think he can win that fight pretty favorably. It's AKVM4 and only the head showing. So Snow's in a hurry. The clock puts pressure on. And so Pain lose the round. Bait, one up going into their T side. Been a T-sided game so far. Double AWP again. Because Pain are playing for success. They can't afford 2-round losses anyway. It's a good decision here, and biguzera's been making it work. These mid-fights have been scary.
Bait taking it low and slow. Said this multiple times, but hands down, you know, they've been the team with the most opportunities to close out this series, or map rather, and every single time it's gotten away from them. Mistakes compound as well. They only add to your frustration as the game keeps going on. And so taking the pace out of it, trying to remove some of the frustration, some of the complexity, you let Pain make whatever moves they want to make before you do yours. And they're just going to play a 5-man, grouped up round, keeping it simple, stripped back here in the first of their T side.
Pain's gamble is wrong right now, 40 seconds. No time to change.
In the past, these gambles from biguzera have been good. They've been well-founded. They've been well-placed. But here in this one, Bait comes shuffling towards the under-defended A site. Good opener out of NQZ, but with just one to his name, and Davideus dead. A 4v3 post-plant bestowed upon Bait. Bit of an overextension there for MPL, keeps the round alive. They're still peaking, and Alex will make up for it. Missed shot out here from biguzera. And here we are. Bait arrive now with 2 chances to close on Payne's must-win map.
Yeah.
That'll be opportunity 3 and 4 in this game if they need both of them. This is their 3rd time of asking to take this map away. Every single time, Payne have been able to hold on just long enough to drag us through into extra time.
Feel for NQZ there, right? Bait live and die on the overcommitment. Jumping over the default box is the last thing NQZ expected. He got a second shot off that could have made that round interesting, but no. Bait. Not just their chance, but 2 of them. Absolutely need to seize this opportunity. It plunges Payne into their worst map of Ancient. A map that Bait took off of Falcons at day 1 of this stage. Clinical headshot for Essential. This is a Bait who have been forced to play number 2, 3, and 4 in the world in stage 3. And they even took a victory. Payne should have been a walk in the park, but they have put them through their paces. Bait not out of breath. Can they finish another 5v4, another advantage when so many have eluded them? Outlong, final ditch hit.
biguzera and Davideus in position. They even have a 3rd player nearby in DGT. So you're going into the stack, you're going in to most of Payne. But with biguzera, the captain cut down straight away. Davideus dead after 1. DGT fast becoming their only hope, and he's swept aside. NQZ, it's not happening. And Bait at the 3rd time of asking, finally lock in the win on Dust 2. This could spell disaster for Payne. It's admirable that they keep themselves in this for as long as they did, having to claw back this game many times over. But now their major rests on Ancient. Bait's home map, a win already over Falcons, the best Ancient team in the world, breaking that 13-win streak. And for Payne, a strugglesome map. That is what their fate in Budapest now depends on.
Yeah. Monster moments here to finish it off, but Bait need to lock in their guaranteed map or they are in trouble.
the fed at the top of the throne of the meat. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Sonic. Probably Sonic, yeah.
Ale.
Sonic?
Sonic. Oh, maybe Sonic because he won 4 major. But maybe now... Sid? Sid?
Oh,
Sid?
Blade or Sonic? I'll put it to Sonic.
Sonic.
Still Sonic, yeah.
Sonic.
Sonic. Sonic. Halep?
Blade.
Sonic. Sonic.
Sonic.
Extaz.
Hey.
Oh, it's not, yeah,
Okay.
Sonic.
Sonic.
Sid.
Hali.
I really don't know. Mara.
I'll go
with my current coach Danny, and I'll go with Blade. I think they both have the moments where they were at their best and where they make team work very well together.
Zonic.
Zonic.
I think the only way you can judge someone else's work from outside is by the trophies they have won. So naturally for me it has to be between Zonic and Blade, one of the two. And because of the trophies I would say Zonic. But you never know, just like players, if you know how they play, but you won't get to know when they play with them.
Well, we got baited there for a minute. I thought the young Ukrainian squad was about to choke the game, Harry, but they survive, they stay in it, they take the win on Pain's pick. It took them 3 map points on Dust 2, but they do it.
Yeah, and you know, the big kind of ghoul that's hung over Bait the entire time is this idea that they crumble in these high pressure moments. We said it didn't feel like that was the case for them at this major, and at least they demonstrate it here, right? They get a number of opportunities to close on Dust 2. We said coming in that this was Pain's must-win map, that if they were going to win this, it would be in a 3-map series going all the way to the decider of Inferno. And now their major lifeline is Ancient. That's the map that they have to turn it around on. But this is a big problem for numerous reasons. Hugo will now list some of these reasons.
It's a horrible map for Pain. It's the best map for Bait, and it's also a map that Bait not only broke Falcons' win streak on, but they did it in style. Some of the rounds that they won over Falcons, who had KSCERATO popping off in that game, were super impressive. They have stronger individuals on this map. Alex has been calling a great game. And also, I want to bring to the conversation the return of form for Alex in that map. He was similar to DGT in having a really, really poor game. By the end on those T sides, some of the multi-kills he got them over the line. So he came back as an individual. Now he's calling the shots here in this second map. And they start on the T side as well. I think Pain are in for a very rough Ancient if Bait's previous games on this map are anything to go by. And they typically are.
Yeah, it is a hard path forward for Pain. This is a map that, while we're bigging up Bait's kind of success on this one, Pain, it couldn't be more of the opposite, right? They've had some really, really rough losses, most recently falling to Tai Lu on it back at Blast Rivals. Haven't seen them take to this map at the major, no surprise. They've been in BO1s thus far. They've always had comfortable maps. They've only played Dust 2 and Nuke, their go-tos, and Nuke wasn't a factor in this series, what with it being Bait's insta-ban. This could be a really, really rough affair. You're going to have to play, your best game in a long time on Ancient if you are to rise up and beat Bait.
It's also just a map that Pain didn't even play, right? Like they barely played it, coming into this year, and it didn't do them well. Austin, they are 3 and 8 on it this season, and so yeah, to set it all up, it's looking a little bit devastating for Pain, perhaps, if it's going to fall this way, because there were so many opportunities squandered by Bait, yet Pain still couldn't put on a single map point to give them the chance to close that map and set us up for a likely 3-map series. Look, there's always a chance. It's Counter-Strike. You can win from any score in any position on any map, but we're just making it clear how one-sided this series should be from this point, and so it's all the more epic if Pain are able to do it from this position, but have no illusions to how one-sided this series now is. At the same time, Pain, they came in to stage 3 having not played any other matches in the major. It was always going to be hard to beat a team that was coming from the first stage, who have been grinding and playing all these matches, even if there is some perhaps exhaustion, something that Paravision talked about. But it was always going to be harder against a team like Bait, a team that have left many good squads behind them in previous stages and managed to take a win over the Falcons, have been forced to play Mouse and Vitality. They've had themselves slapped around. So if you're Bait, you are seizing this opportunity to take on a team outside of the top 4 in the world like they've had to face in this stage. So this is a great opportunity for Bait, and it's nice to see them recover from a near choke when they're a squad that we have seen choke big games in the past, not make it to majors as a result. They're already beating their Austin record by being in stage 3. And at this point, Harry, if they win this series and go into the final day of play, this could definitely be a Bait, depending on draw, to make it to the playoffs. And what a run that would be for this team.
Yeah, all the way from stage 1, looking to go to the playoffs. We've seen teams get close, and maybe Bait could be contestants to do it. I want to echo your worries about Pain. It's just never really been a map for them. I only saw them start to play it midway through 2025, as you said. But even looking at some of the individuals, in the years before, DGT, Davideus, sure, they did play it on their former teams back in 2024. YEKINDAR and NertZ, a map that they used to bring into their respective pools, but for this unit, for this Pain squad, it's one they've got 6 months of reps on. And as you said, what was it, 8-3 in that time? Sorry, 3 and 8, wrong way round.
You wish.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I just don't know if you're going to have the reps here to beat a bait where this is a home map. This is one that they took down the Falcons on to open up in Stage 3, which in and of itself is a super impressive win with how high we rate the Falcons on Ancient. Certainly the best Ancient team in the world. And breaking a 13-win streak as they did it.
Are bait the best Ancient team in the world? They've done it twice, Harry.
It's certainly up for the conversation.
Well,
no,
you know.
Let's see. If they dominate this, you could have that conversation with someone. I won't be there to join you, but you could.
I'm not going to jump at that.
So here we are. The odds heavily stacked against Pain now at the arrival of this second map. They will have to play the best Ancient they've ever played if they want to win this.
It's going to be a bloodbath. Retake on the long side. 4 players deep. Good molly, though. That's going to give Pain a lot of room getting close.
Alex opens, flash round the corner, and all the kills in an instant. NQZ trying to hold on.
Smoke kit.
Does a good job with the first 2 closing in. But there's the swing out from Essential, and so even though you got worried maybe for a second with NQZ battling back, that's bait running away with the pistol and now off to the races.
Part of what's so hard about that B bomb site and holding it in post plants is you don't have many positions, right? You see teams go back to K, go back to ramp, but that's how you lose to smoke kit. That's how you lose to util play. Pain, or rather bait, don't let that happen. They get a very favorable trade despite the flashbangs on long with anti-flash player, but even those last 2 guys inside of the site swinging off each other. Really well played for bait. Pistol locked in, force buy for Pain. Oof, good grenades behind it as well, but they won't commit. Meantime, red control gets taken by Kentazor. That Mach-10 goes a roaming. What data will it find here in CT side?
I mean, while, you know, we're painting this grim picture for Pain in terms of just how one-sided this one should be. For bait, it's also their chance to kind of shake away that idea that this is a team that could end up in good positions and still give it all away, right? There's kind of no better path, no better case to be made about surviving to the final day of play than the one we're making right now. And so this would be the time to just come through with a pretty clean map win and really solidify yourself as more than deserving of that chance to make it into the playoffs. I don't want them to look rickety or nervous here. I want a commanding bait shutting down Pain on an uncomfortable map for this squad. That's if we want bait to really pose a threat to those teams at 2-2. Even the save here, getting chased, getting denied, and only 1 gun taken out of the round. It's an MP9 for Davideus. The fact that you forego the pistol, let bait get off to a good start, only makes matters worse for this Pain squad.
The thing that's really good for bait, if we talk about those 2-2 games, presuming they get ahead there, Harry, is they've had to play some of the top squads already, right, in BO1, so they got it over and done with. Vitality, if they were to lose today, or whoever loses out of Mouse and Falcons, bait will not have to play them in a BO3. So that's the 3 front runners remaining in this stage, not in the conversation for a 2-2 game for bait. We're looking at Mongols, G2, you know, a squad like perhaps a Na'Vi, who, yeah, did beat bait in that previous stage, but maybe better than running into one of these top 4 teams in the world. So bait have gotten pretty fortunate with the draw in some sense by avoiding those teams when it matters
you faced
most.
the big competition early on, and that's why you're in this position, but now it means if you can survive to the last day, you won't be facing them again.
In BO3s, when the better team and the more proven team should always be coming out on top in those kind of games. So, as you know, I'm not going to get ahead of myself here, but bait believe in playoffs. That much is clear, and I think they have all the reason to. 3-0 right now, once they pick this bomb back up. 2 players on 1 health.
I mean, that makes this a tiny bit weird, but even if Davideus deals with both of them, he himself is low. And he's boxed in out here by the bait offensive. They've got a hell of a line set up, control all across the site. And they're just waiting to see if he plays his hand, waiting to see if Davideus gives up the round. He won't, so eventually they will have to make their mind up here. They're being pretty hesitant, trying to keep it safe. With Hedrick in the red room, you feel like this should be a safe round, although if he dies, then I do get slightly nervous. He'll clear this angle. Davideus gonna pick up that kill. Another backstab coming in. Essential, the only guy with HP, he got dinked in that fight. That nearly became a really, really scary round. But bait get out with 3 players still standing. They work through those conversions. They don't lose an embarrassing 4v1. Everyone's winning. And now Pain get to bring out the guns.
Can be hard to wield the CT orb on this map, especially when you're not in the A site. And what would you know it? Bait are calling a full A rush. Confident round coming out from Bait into this rifle. The rotates are quick. 2 players end up in CT, but then 2 players end up in the grave. Decent trades for Pain, but Bait still favored now. And what will be a post-spawn. The molly is good. Pushes Pain back from jumping on that retake. Got to wait for the flank from biguzera. Even he smoked off. That begins to fade. Util running low here for Bait. It's going to come down to the fight, and Hedrick at the forefront of it.
Full blind off the angle, gives NQZ an opening, gives him a kill that tips the scales. MPL out in the open and now trapped side by side. This is very claustrophobic. Step made for Essential. Nade on the smoke, but the AWP closing in, and biguzera there to help out. Pain will get on the board as soon as these guns come out.
Hedrick just waiting on that angle for a late shot off of the flash, knowing they were scaling up, but if he isn't going to take anyone with him, he was in the best position to win the round. His other 2 teammates committed into the site. Good realization for Pain. Maybe it's the util, right? You can definitely do some good prep on Bait coming into this map, but realizing very quickly, despite not starting A, that Bait were doing that A rush. So they rotate fast, they're able to trade evenly. And getting a 3v3 before bomb goes down on A is really nice on this map. You typically see 4v5s or 4v4s at best. Pain on the board, and biguzera getting aggressive. Be careful as they sit on the other side of the smoke. DGT the same. They look to fight together.
Oh, spam battle for this control. Essential tried to run down biguzera. Maybe anticipating a reload after that spam is exchanged, trying to catch him off balance, but biguzera holds on.
Oh, he's very aggressive right now.
Well, he's feeling emboldened. He's got a teammate nearby, right? So if they do try that smoke push again, you're hoping that it actually works to your favor. What was impressive in that game, Bait v the Falcons on day 1 of stage 3, was how their T side was able to go toe-to-toe with what Zonic called the best CT side in the world on this map, a split half. So expecting big stuff here from Bait, but it's not panning out early. biguzera in with 2, and the rest of the team playing behind him. We look at Kenzazor now to try and bring Bait back into the conversation. A tricky 1v2 rolled out in front of him, and the whole time he's making plays around this smoke. He's worried Pain are doing the same. Plays it passive, bomb dropped over at long. Kenzazor fast running out of time here, and with no chance left to win this, it will just peter out.
I like what Pain are doing right now. I think it's a good idea to be risking gambles in this kind of game and trying to put stacks in the right place. They rotate everyone there just off of the cave control. It's really ugly for NQZ. Multiple missed shots with the orb, but biguzera being very aggressive in cave, keeping pressure on, trusting his aim. Most experienced player on this squad. Through 7 years of Pain. Sounds worse than it is. So Pain making gambles, just a showcasing of what they have to do to beat a bait on this T side. Ooh. Oh my goodness, that's a crazy kill. Luckily enough, Snow's able to sweep it aside. Snow struggled on Dust 2. Was bottom of the server by the end of that map. And so needs to be on his best if Pain is to survive in this game. Oh my goodness, what are these shots today? It's not gonna matter. Pain, get rid of the eco. So, big buy round here for bait.
Goes without saying, because we said a lot for Pain, but the big problem for them on Ancient has been their T-halves, been that T-side, and so as many rounds as you can get here in this first half, that's what you're hoping for. biguzera making plays, gets involved on a ramp push. It's a test of resilience for bait in this series. biguzera seeming up to the task, and it feels like that's spilling over to the rest of his team. Snow on that push with him. These two often working together in tandem. That double kill from MPL might be quickly forgotten about here, as it leaves bait in an awkward 2v3. Going into the double setup, going into biguzera, who is just in undoubtable form. A 4K secured from Pain's captain. And lead taken for Pain on the CT half.
Hey, someone's got to show him how it's done, and no surprise, it's biguzera. Been playing majors when this squad had 4 different teammates. Fast up towards the heaven, into the cave with the pistols, and biguzera, not another multi-kill Modown. 3 frags on his own, 12 and 4. He is keeping Pain at this major right now. Another back-to-back 4-kill round out of Captain biguzera. It's been a grind for this guy across his career. Never given up. Been in Pain since 2019. Saw him at Stockholm, playing with players like PKL and NertZ. Seen teammates come and go. Still made 5 majors and the top 4 at Austin. Refusing to let this opportunity pass him by, even in an unlikely game against bait on Ancient. Will that pump the squad up? Does bait feel the need to go away from biguzera? They speed it up in middle.
Yeah, just stay away from the captain of Pain if you can, really at all costs. But even now, he anticipates this change. biguzera starts over towards A.
I love this, you know, put yourself in position to succeed. That was biguzera for the longest time. That's when he put up a crazy rating back at the Copenhagen Major. Just allowing himself to play all the star spots. He went through a change, right? He went from playing Con on Mirage to B-Site on Mirage, okay? He was trying to let these international stars do their thing. But sometimes biguzera shows us what he's made of. And I want to see him in every impact position in this second map. If Pain to have a shot. It's already started so strong in this game.
I think he's just also, you know, the one guy throughout really every iteration of Pain, you never question the mileage you would get out of him. You know, like, where others might feel like they can let you down. biguzera, very consistent. Dead after one in this round, though, and they've gotten past the big threat. Oh, it's a great flash. DGT plays it forward. They're going to lose the A site. Davideus brushed aside by Essential on that wraparound, and Hedrick still on this lurk out here in middle. Tries to play it forward. Gives away that kill to DGT, flipping the advantage back to Pain. Now he's low on health. If you can deal with him here, flash dodge this time. No freebie from the flashbang. Essential finds one extra kill, a bit more purchase on the round to try and tee up Alex for a big one of his own. Been a game of captains. And so Alex 666 dead straight away on the swing.
Dude, Pain putting up such resistance. I can't say that beta aren't getting ahead of themselves in some of these positions. Hedrick hunting to go round the world. B player still flanking in. It felt like he had to get a kill there, getting that aggressive. Donut is such a strong post-bomb position for where that bomb is. And Hedrick trying to chase a flank. Felled in middle, given Pain yet another advantage. Would have been a lot better just to play with his teammate in Donut and do a bait and switch. But right now, Pain are refusing to go down quietly.
And you know, this can sometimes be a worry onto itself if you're bait. It's now a map that you feel so comfortable on, and one where you will have gone over the numbers, you will see what Pain bring to the table. As soon as you win Dust 2, I think a part of you starts to envision yourself in those games tomorrow. And we've heard from numerous teams on the come up how that can really break the focus, right? You kind of get one step ahead of yourselves. And so then if it starts to get out of your hands, you feel like you're giving away a massive opportunity. The pressure increases. You put a lot on yourself. That was something the Mongols even learned after that final in Austin. Hedrick, dead after one, claps over towards this B site. They'll go right into Snow, who can stand his ground, refusing to melt away. Snow finally run through. It's Kenzazor just to go and challenge him head on. You've got to win one of these post plants, and Bait might be about to do it unless DGT can rise to the occasion. Again, it's Alex left in the clutch for Bait. Couldn't do it last time. This time he's had a chance to get comfortable, set up back in the cave. Pressure is very much on DGT, but that Molotov forces the swing. 1v2 out of DGT, and Pain keep racking up these rounds, 7 in a row.
Sickening round win from Pain, and Snow puts down a double, even though he's caught on the reload. Bait jump at opportunity, but then they disappear in the clutch. Pain just keep picking rounds up. This is 7 straight. Triple kill for Kenzazor, all in vain, and this is without the AWP of NQZ doing a thing. They jump over his AWP shot in this round to get that B entry. My God.
We tried to lay on so thick at the top of this map how unexpected it would be if Pain can win it. All the numbers, everything points to this being Bait's shot to just clean 2-0 the series and go through to play tomorrow. There is not a stat you could give me in the world that would change my opinion on that. This is going against the numbers. This is going against what you know about these teams. This is Pain showcasing resilience. Now, we said earlier, it's the CT side. That's where they do their best work on this map. It's where they do their best work on a lot of maps. The T sides have been strugglesome for Pain. But really here on Ancient, you needed as many as you can get. Well, thus far, they have gotten every single round possible outside of the pistol and the conversions. If this keeps up, Pain remain in the conversation.
Yeah, mentality being such a big focus in.
Just don't let Bait in these final 2 rounds. That's, you know, the challenge ahead of them now. You've had a fantastic half, but it can close up so quickly and feel claustrophobic again if these get away from you. Flash play for Davideus. 3 kills on a platter, but shy of them. A lot of damage done. Wrap in for Kenzazor through the back line, looking for that backstab to end this. They'll play through the smoke. Snow beats Kenzazor on this timing, but for how long? Second player back there in the red room, and Kenzazor bails them out. It's just NQZ now. Missed shot on that AWP, and Bait will get a 4th, finally breaking this 7-round streak.
Dude, I think if Davideus hits just 2 more bullets in that spray down, this map almost feels over, doesn't it? Because that's Pain putting Bait in the face of a 9-3 half, a 9-round streak. Now Bait have bought themselves time in this game to get going just towards the end of the T side. 5 will be fine if they can find it from this score. What it could have been and what it still can be for Pain. An impressive CT campaign. Can they put one more on top? Boost up. Edric not had this AWP. Bait have had no success. That is their first gun round win in this map. Edric fires off the flash. DGT crosses in. And QZ's AWP in Donut getting involved. Tries to play ahead of the smoke, but he'll pay the price. Big control goes the way of Bait. Pain want to make a move elsewhere, down the ramp perhaps into this AWP. They know it's in play, and so crouch peek in is optimistic for DGT. 5v3. Hard round to lose here for Bait.
Taking it slow, lets the pressure creep in, lets your extremity players go on a bit of a walk around and see what they can find. Alex feels content with the space he's taken out here on A. Davideus might just be a dead man walking, and it's far from the prettiest kill, but the fact that Alex gets it, that's really all that matters. It leaves Snow and biguzera in a very unlikely 2v5. The big threat for Pain, in spite of a 7-round streak, in spite of a great CT half, once the guns made an appearance, was if they let Bait in these final 2 rounds, and that will end up happening. 5 rounds secured on the T side. Bait still in with a shot to end this in 2.
Pain were on the track to do the impossible and steal Ancient away, but Bait break through right by the end of the half. 5 rounds on their T side here in this elimination matchup as Pain fight for survival at the major. Bait took their map pick, Dust 2. Now Bait look to finish this series into. Pistol round holds weight here for Pain. A lot of util coming in and something fast towards his B site.
Oh, head trick and essential. Such quick work made over the hit. NQZ and biguzera trying to battle back into a 2v5 for Pain. They came so close to doing this back on Dust 2. And if they can find it here, that gives Pain something to hold on to. Caught with util.
No.
NQZ just survives. Cover is there from his captain. biguzera and NQZ turn it around.
Oh, the whiffs, the despicable whiffs. Essential, just not one bullet connects on that low player. And 2v5 stolen right out of the hands of defeat. Triple kill. Hedrick was forced to swing because his teammate blocked him in. That felt like enough on the B-bomb side. They even knew the rotate was coming, but unbelievable shots keep Pain in this. How on earth are they still here?
Look, T-sides have been the problem. T-sides have been hard, but that pistol really does give you a huge nudge in the right direction if you're Pain. To give you an idea as well of where we're at, Bait, with their win streak on this map, clocking in at 7. It's the second largest map win streak left of the teams still in the conversation here at the Major, only behind that of Mao's on Train. And so this would be, you know, not just ending a streak, resetting that counter, but just such an unlikely win. This is now a measure of Pain and just how long they can go above and beyond expectation on this map.
Just ready to write them off every step of the way. Cico goes nowhere. Flushed away in middle. As Pain push forward to 9 rounds on their T side before the guns come through here for Bait. And this is the pressure now for Bait. This is them well and truly feeling it. It feels like the game rests on this rifle round. Or we're looking at Inferno. Bait have to be rock solid on this CT side now. And Pain just have pace that they can throw at Bait with this kind of advantage. You need to watch out for a spawn play here.
Oh, swing out from Hedrick, only going to catch himself one, but gets a lot of info from that swing. biguzera still lurking around out on the outskirts.
Hello.
And a chase to find Essential back in cave. Leaves options open, but Pain play it forward, play it in to this A stack. This could come back to haunt them. They didn't complete the kill on Snow, but they have him boxed in. It's going to fall to biguzera, but you've not been able to count this guy out in these clutches, right? Him and NQZ opened up this half with the 2v5 in the pistol to get Pain off to a good start.
He missed the timing.
Pressure's really on for Bait.
And Pierre just cleared this.
And he's only just coming back in now. He's missed the timing twice over. This kill is free for biguzera. Captain on captain violence to close. And if biguzera can find this, Bait are broken moving forward. Lofty ambitions, wanting to return to the playoffs, feeling like that's where they belong after Austin left in an impossible spot, having to turn it around on their weakest map versus Bait's best. But biguzera has been undeniable. He'll come through with the clutch, providing for Pain once more. They never give up, they never surrender, not while biguzera is alive.
It's just like a fairy tale right now here for Pain. The fact that they are still here, the way they are winning rounds, the game that biguzera is giving us, the back-to-back 4Ks on that CT side, broke Bait's game plan. Now he's throwing in impossible clutches like that. And Pain, no reason to win that round. But they are here to take this series the distance to 3 maps. Inferno is our decider. This is a different conversation if we get there.
Oh, I think if we go to Inferno, Pain are in pole position to win this whole thing. They'll be riding a high. Bait, I don't know. We were saying it felt like something was different with this team. The idea that they don't choke in these high-pressure moments, but this is a high-pressure moment. This is your life on the line, and you couldn't actually have a better setup for the win here and now. It doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, I thought just relieving the tension of winning Dust 2 after choking so many map points would be enough for Bay. They know they have this map in their pocket. They have that 7-win streak. They beat Falcons on it. Pain have nothing to point them in the direction of victory in this game. And yet they're giving us their best game yet. Refusing to waste this opportunity. Now, Bay on this eco have got the info. They've pushed down B after Pain throw utility, and now the gamble stack comes in. Good smoke block, but you still want Pain to commit into this stack. The fear of lurks is ever present. Bay look over their shoulder. They need to look onwards and inwards to this A main. That's where Pain sit with 5 players. And even with a stack, our pistols gonna provide enough for Bait to win this round. They might. Reblock as well, 40 seconds.
Smoke in the way. Pain might just have to play through this, can't afford to wait for it for Fade. And I tell you what would help, what would be a huge nudge back into the game is a tension-breaking round like this one going in your favor. Pain gonna leave it to the last second rotate. biguzera leads the charge. 20 seconds left as they set their sights over towards B. Bait try and get ahead of it, but it's a 3-on-2 for this B site control. MP9 at range, good timing on that nade, gonna soften them up, and it does do big damage into the dig. biguzera leads the charge. Plot now found, and it's this nightmare duo. biguzera, NQZ, now just NQZ. Can he clutch up like the captain can? Dead straight away, Essential comes through, and that is a much-needed tension-breaking round for Bait.
My palms are sweaty, I'm not even playing right now. These late rotates and Pain almost break both B players' heads off on that entry. Bait survive one more round and do it with less, winning their first in this CT side. Looking for the comeback on their map pick. They go round the world to save that orb back in A main. So Bait have a huge uplift on their economy right now. And Pains might be put down. So it's not over. There's more twists in this tale. Dust 2 was comeback for Bait, comeback for Pain, back and forth. Is this going to be a similar story? Pain can't afford to have the same ending. Putting some fear in this B bomb site, and with this double cave setup, you've got to be careful. But they're not walking up ramp, but the molly buys a few seconds here for Bait as MPL spots. Meanwhile, Pain go elsewhere. It's a deep smoke.
So you have the ability to try and ice out this one player in Donut. Kenzazor answers the call, but there's more where that came from. Doesn't have time to get util down, doesn't even have time to pull it. DGT with the equalizer. Pain still in with a chance, and they're waiting for re-aggression. They're waiting for a move out of Bait. Alex making this play now down through the ramp. If they get given this kill, they're going B. Jiggle, he sees the bomb. That's big info. You know this is just a fake out towards the A site. And so the AWP head trick bears down upon him. Weird that Bait still feels so committed right now over towards A. Alex claws one back, and the last player he saw here had the bomb on his back in Davideus. Makes his way up the ramp side, doesn't realize that Alex has crossed out long, and so that kill comes for free. You're seeing some of this lack of knowledge for Pain, lack of reps on Ancient. in the tail end of these rounds. Right now, it's feeling like biguzera has to go huge if they do want to close this. Him and DGT, the two that are showing up right now for Pain, as bait regain a little bit of control.
Okay, getting calmer here, maybe bait, as they break the money of Pain. They can put themselves within 2 on this CT side. You said Pain's T halves were the problem in this map. Will that rear its head again at the worst possible time? And can biguzera save the game for Pain? DGT out middle. They have 1 flash to put him in position. Nades, and oh, the second is brutal. Puts him on 11. Arguably should hand it over. It's biguzera armorless. Has to give it a go. Wouldn't want any other man on this weapon as he looks for the mid pick. It's jump spot. Oh, boost is a really nice play. Making the most of this 1 rifle. biguzera gets info. It's one-way info. NQZ, or rather MPL, doesn't know. So he won't commit. Chasing in Donut. They're going to try and pick up that gun. KSCERATO will not let them. High-low. KSCERATO says goodbye. And this one is fine for bait as they secure 8 on the CT side. Sweaty game right now as Pain call a pause.
Yeah, chance for Rix to get involved, try and break this streak, stop bait from coming back. He knows the task ahead of them is not easy, right? They might feel like they're close to a surprise win here on Ancient, but they've had T-side woes of their own. Bait, strong CT halves on a map that they are very, very comfortable on, so it is a tall task. biguzera trying to rally the troops, trying to inspire. He's led by example. Now we see if the team can fall into place around him, because so quickly, that high you were riding, winning the pistol in a 2v5, the clutches from biguzera, it all gets forgotten about. If bait go on to tie up this game, if they break your money here, that's the fate that awaits them. And then your major is very much called into question.
Nice flash on the molly, but whoa, he's not blind.
Essential tucked in the corner, dodge that flash, swings out after it pops, and here's a reaction. KSCERATO getting aggressive in the mid-round. A flurry of kills, milliseconds apart, and so before you even realize it, it's all eyes on Snow in a 1v3.
The call is nice for Pain. The setup is good. Bait are just so comfortable in their positions on their best map. And that flash just goes a little bit too far, or not far enough. Just dodged by the cave player, and multiple come through to clean up this position. Snow is saving. He just doesn't know it yet for certain. No kills to find on this side of the map. Hendrix Orb with a timing peak, and he nails the shot, keeping bait alive with a team ace round, breaking Pain's money, setting them up as Rix calls back-to-back timeouts.
That's the part of the game we're at now, right? If you don't course correct, if you don't stop this, bait will just run over you, and that was the worry the entire time. It's why these early clutches from biguzera hit so hard. It gave them a fighting chance. Losing that round to the low econ buy of bait, that's the defining moment, or at least it very much could be. biguzera is giving this everything he's got. That last round even feeling a little awkward for him. It looked like the timing was actually slightly off on the flash. I just went and watched it back, and the whole idea there is it's meant to kind of pop bottom right as he goes for the swing, but it pops, and then he's swinging out a second and a half later because he himself threw in that molly. Tiny, tiny details that make just a world of difference. Wanted to try and force that reaction out from Cave. But, you know, milliseconds make a world of difference in a game like Counter-Strike. Snow aggressive out through the red room. caught early by MPL. It's a big trade back from biguzera as once more he's trying to give Pain any type of an advantage, any type of a chance. But can this be fixed by the one-man army of biguzera? It's him and DGT left in this partial buy round. Bigu dead out towards Red Room. And Headtrick here to finish the job. It's now a tie game.
Yeah, Central grabbed that AK as well, but it had 2 bullets or 3 bullets, and he still found that burst headshot to biguzera, who found an M4. There's just nothing going right for Pain right now as bait put 5 rounds straight down the gullet of Pain. Converted pistol, 10-5 up. Pain were in position to take this game to a third, and now it's bait breaking back into the half, looking to eliminate Pain and go to the final day of stage 3.
But the problem is, I think for Pain, you needed shock and awe. That's what you needed, and you nearly had it, right? If you didn't fall down to those pistols, you would have had bait so nervous, so jittery that this was actually going to get away from them. But now they found their air of comfortability on their home map.
Oh.
It's a good pickup. Again, biguzera, the man to do it, but Spam connects, brings him down low. He won't be able to play first from this position. Softened up on the wall bang. No good deed going unpunished here.
Bait 4v5, and the map is very dark right now. They take A main, double red, but inside of cave, Alex doesn't know they're right here. He walks in, still gets a ding, but it doesn't feel like enough when he has no teammates to back up in the bomb site. Do Bait want to go for this? They have so much money, they may as well thrust themselves in. The bomb makes it. Good molly on the cave could cause some problems. Bait just need kills, and they need them right now, but smokes come down to block their vision. Bait just trying to fight through them. It's Davideus, punctures that smoke, and the flank fast revealed to Snow forces the save of the AWP. Pain do find one more gun round down the stretch. Pain break the streak. How do you save this?
Oh, they're going to try and remove it. They're all fanning out and hunting Headtrick as he looks to hold on to this AWP. Now, it's not a hunt that has massive ramifications. Bait have built up so much money with clean rounds that even removing it from play, while it's a nice touch, a cherry on top, it doesn't impact the buy moving forward. Still, Pain with a flawless round of their own. That's the most important bit here. You're not going to get reset now. You get to remain competitive down the stretch.
It comes off the back of perhaps a bit of an overcommit. Essential just couldn't help himself. Really wanted that kill in middle with a player looking the wrong way, but Pain had the cover of their teammate. And a gamble made by Bait. If Alex just smokes off cave, he can buy time for them to reclear mid, but he gives them the pick.
The move from Alex is such a head scratcher because Kenzazor was also aggressive through A main. He knew they weren't A, and so that doesn't really leave a lot of the map left. You can still try and make up with it here. A fortunate kill, and you knock out biguzera. This is the fire starter. This is the guy that you've never been willing to write off. If he's alive in a 1v2 or 1v3, never matters the odds. He's good to at least make it interesting.
He was trying to go heaven, and no one was offering any support there. Pain were outside of elbow. They got blocked off. Bait were playing for a mid-take. Something they don't do a lot on their CT side, and now they get to settle back into the bomb site. 3 on B, MPL just getting info on long. Waiting for the announcement. Bait, double cave setup. Cave has been such a focal point of this map for both teams. biguzera locked it down CT side. It's been Bait's double setups that have been the way in. And so Pain can avoid that by walking up the ramp. It's into MPL instead. Execute ready. MPL going to be pushed back by this molly.
I mean, look, biguzera's given you everything to keep you in this game up until this point. This is where he needs his team to stand and deliver. This is where he needs the rest of Pain to do the heavy lifting.
It's good.
They battle through into a 3-on-3. They get past 2 of the players here, and they know about Essential over towards Cave. He had a kill earlier. They need to slow this down. They've got a flank coming in, and Essential has just flipped this to their advantage, a 3v2. And you can't get ahead of yourselves here. These man advantage rounds have never felt particularly safe. Kenzazor eventually links up with his team. It's wasted some time. NQZ's Orb looking downrange. Quick kill from DGT, but it will all fall onto the shoulders of Pain's Orb. He lands the tag, not the killing blow. They've got him boxed into a corner, and Essential chases him down. Competitive round from Pain, but competitive won't cut it. 11-all. bait keep this game tied up.
Dude, the roller coaster game for bait that they have experienced with Dust 2. The unlikely comeback from Pain, still the map points over and over again. bait finally closed it. They got blown out of this second map and they've come all the way back, so you're not seeing any celebration. It is just big size for bait. They know the game is still going. They know they have more to do here on this CT side. Pain did all of that with 4v5 down from biguzera's death. What can they do now that he stands with his squad? Essential making a crazy play, looks to take him down again, is unable to do so. This one flips back, 5v4 for Pain. Response in middle, disallowed until Kenzazor comes in and helps, and biguzera has more to do.
Dude, the thing that feels wild though is, you know, bait, they have really solid crossfires. These rounds where they've been holding back, it looks great, but they keep trying to go for the jugular. They know if they win this, Pain just bleed out. They don't have room left to run in the game. They would have no money, it's all over. But you're swinging at biguzera, who is in his element right now. You're giving him straight up gunfights, and once more at nearly 30 kills deep in regulation, biguzera has given Pain away in.
And Pain have just been executing. That's where they've gotten off to their best round. So bait leaving this site open is a huge risk right now. MPL rotates in. The flanks have begun. Head Trick is creeping forward. Bait know it's happening. They just have to buy time. If this Heaven player can drop multiple, this could be all over. Alex finds one. The bomb is still here. Pain have cave control. He decides to reset and let Head Trick go round the world.
I mean, this flank from Head Trick's going to arrive so late. It relies on a lot going right for bait, and they lose MPL straight away. He did a good enough job of buying time for Alex, and now you see him firing off over at the spawn. You might discount this ramp flank. Smoke down, though. Head Trick won't have a free kill, not right away. There it is over the top of the smoke. 2v2 as that kill claws it back into a doable spot for bait, and this really is everything.
Oh
Pain lose Davideus.
Second chance.
NQZ once more thrust into the clutch. And if you miss, your major lifeline gets snipped. Defuse being held. NQZ runs him down, and that clutch keeps the dream very much alive. Pain hold on, they refuse to go down. And at bare minimum, they bought themselves a bit more time, but they're not thinking about it like that. They want to break this streak that bait are on. 7 in a row on Ancient, including a win over the Falcons, the best Ancient team in CS right now. And they're just a round away from doing it. This is the second longest map streak of any team still standing in at the major. And it might be about to get broken in what felt like a gimme, in what felt like a free win for bait, a free move into 2-2 on the back of success on Dust.
2 1v2s for NQZ, and he only needed one of them. Map point locked in. A miss costs you everything, and it is Head Trick to fall in that clutch. Pain with a chance. Their first map point of this series. Can they capitalize on it? Took bait so long to close. Pain are just jumping at the opportunity. Spam damage across the map. Done some damage. Bait respond with the same. Dinks traded both ways. biguzera worse for wear. Don't want to put it down for chance on biguzera. He's had such a great series. Now he's put him on 14 health. He's going to boost the AWP over the smoke. Anything to find a pick here for Pain. To punctuate with a 5-on-4. Because bait make any round seem winnable. Trade comes through. biguzera on the AWP. Are they going to go back? This has been a Pain that's just been B-hitting all T-side long. They look to take the A-side. They look to give Head Trick another chance. And biguzera's just announcing it, rushing past Heaven with the AWP. Now they know what's up. Head Trick can redeem himself.
Oh, it's only a tag on that first shot, though, and he's going to give up the ground. Head Trick caught on the swing, and DGT might have a TK in the mix. Now left as the only survivor. bait closing in, and they will drag us in to extra time.
Oh dear, this game's delivering on all fronts, isn't it? A team kill. And to expect no one in cave at that point, shocking for biguzera. It's been an aggressive double setup every round of this CT side for bait. He just moseys on over. DGT, so many multi-kills and lost rounds as well. As bait play on into overtime yet again, just like Dust 2. Everybody spamming. Faking the reload. Alex by his side. Hoping Pain make the mistake of pushing this smoke, but it gets replenished as well. They can use that if they want. Play aggressive. Try and fight towards the elbow where Pain are coming through. It's too tempting for Essential. He's done it before. He'll do it again with a flash from middle. Takes that first.
Oh, and you might be thinking that that gives up this cave position. That's what Alex is hoping for as he plays through a second player out towards cave. It's been a common fixture here for bait. Mid taken back, but an awkward timing here.
Dear.
Opens up over in main.
He's going to walk
It's one where you won't really know who this favors till it's already too late. MPL and DGT walk right by one another, but into Alex up here in the heavens. One trade back for NQZ, but this is where MPL on that push, it ends up favoring him. DGT might have made it past undetected, but with no bomb and only 35 seconds left, he's got to go loud. He's got to get a move on. Pain might just lose the first in this overtime. On the back of that missed timing and a huge double from Alex over in heaven. There should be no winning this for DGT. Caught with util out in the open, and they'll swing him together.
You have to respect the fearless nature of the moves that bait make on this CT side. It comes off the back of so much play on Ancient, so much success, but they are making such audacious moves. The fights on elbow continuously from heaven, pushing through the cave smoke, risking their lives, reloading in the open. They are getting away with an awful lot. And I almost wonder if Pain should just be avoiding this cave position entirely, because they have almost never broken through it in this game. It has been baits. All defense long. And Pain continue to throw themselves in. And awkward timing really lets them down in this one, but Alex's position primed for that rotate. And Pain, can they dig deep in a map they have had nothing but failure on this season? 3-8 since Austin. Lost it there as well.
Yeah, map they only adopted back at that last major. And it's not been kind to them. This had to be their best game yet. That's what was demanded, and it's still demanded now, even with biguzera nearly 30 kills, DGT up on 23. No. Those are the only two firing off. NQZ showing some real promise, though, as this drags on. He won that pivotal 1v2 that put them onto map point in the first place. Now he's double opened in this round for a 5-on-3. Pain have a shot at claiming one on the T side, these troublesome T sides that have so often got the better of them here at the major.
They're just waiting for a cave spawn, and they finally get it.
Oh,
no, wait a second.
No!
Alex puts him on his back. 2 kills down the ramp. They even saw him coming. The AWP is dead. Trapped in the cave, biguzera fighting for his life. He's going to get out of there, but inside of the site sits kenzazor, second top of his team, hiding behind the box. Would you ever expect this? He just can't afford to swing. He has to let them cross in.
Yeah, you can't go too early, and you're just hoping they don't clear you. You're hoping that Pain have already decided. Oh, there's the swing! Snow had eyes on, but couldn't get the shot off, and that sacrifices him and DGT. biguzera might be good for one. We've been saying when this guy's left, no matter the odds, you're always interested. But this time he's got another enemy, and that enemy is the clock. biguzera can't go slow for even a second. That molly takes pace out of the round. Pace that biguzera desperately needs. They're playing a delay. He has no choice but to tag some damage in that Molotov. Bomb lost out in the open. biguzera hoping for a mistake, hoping for kills, but no chance given. And finally, they shut him down in one of these clutches.
What an unbelievable reposition for KSCERATO to get back in A and to tuck in that hard. He even swings, which could be a death sentence. They are holding him, but it is perfection. The ramp pushing the 3-on-5 as well. This is feeling made for bait. That was a double entry from NQZ's AWP. Been waiting all game for the spawn. Now he doesn't even have a sniper.
That's why overtime feels particularly brutal, right? You lose 2 in a row after buying some orbs, and you say goodbye to the full buy in the third.
David Deus, 8 and 20 here, has gone missing in this game, and you can feel it.
It is just kind of a 3-man army right now for Pain. biguzera leads the charge, looking for openers, looking for entries, but that leaves him exposed, vulnerable, out in the open. David Deus low on health, finally having a round. 2 kills from the bottom performer of Pain. Swing out for Snow. Don't get ahead of yourselves here, 3v2, but so quickly that can change. They lose David Deus. It might fall to NQZ having a clutch up again. Snow waits inside of the site, but chased down by the Deagle. And so once more, looking on, it's NQZ. Another clutch demanded, another clutch required. And this time, they will fake him out. Hedrick learns his lesson from the last time. NQZ does not have multiple 1v2s in him. Flawless on the half for bait. And 3 opportunities to end Pain's major run.
It is deja vu for Hedrick in that 1v1. He will not make the same mistake twice. Smoke on the bomb adds so much confusion for NQZ. And Hedrick saves the day, putting on a flawless CT side here for bait. Surely that is enough.
The relief that bait must feel right now is insane. The battle's not quite done, but they have so many chances to close this out.
And they use their 1 timeout on this T side. Coachless are bait, still calling all their pauses at the right time, still making use of their opportunity to not throw this away. And bait with 3 chances to eliminate Pain from the major, to go to a final day of play. It's a bait that said at the top of the day, they want playoffs. And they are looking bound for it right now.
And for Pain, you know, this is going to feel like heartbreak. That's always the nature of these elimination games that drag on into overtime, deep into play. Heartbreak is unavoidable. Pain had lofty ambitions coming into this major. They wanted to repeat their dream run from Austin. They wanted to believe that that wasn't the highest of heights and that they could grow and hit even harder here in Budapest. But when they lose Dust 2, they arrive on Ancient with a chance, but a slim one. And biguzera has played his absolute heart out in this game. You couldn't ask for more from your captain. He had nearly 30 kills at the end of regulation. He's only had 1 since we've gotten into the overtimes. And so with him slowing down, with a couple of key players falling completely quiet for Pain, David Deus and Snow never getting going on this map. It hinges on a 3-round streak to search for 1 more OT.
And it might be off of a retake as well here for Pain. They've got no one inside of this A side. 5v4, and the penny is definitely dropping. biguzera moves in. David Deus, desolate in this second map. Hedrick hits his shot. biguzera is out. The bomb goes down. Pain tasked with a retake for survival.
And this is it, man. biguzera's hands off the keyboard. He's looking on, hoping his team can find a way back into this round, that they can keep him in this major for just 1 more chance, but it's getting away from them, and it's getting away from them quick. Hedrick, stylish closer, and bait get it done in 2. They live to fight till that final day of play. Pain's reality comes crashing down around them, They had the chance at a massive upset here on Ancient. biguzera, nearly 30 kills. The captain of this Pain team left nothing unsaid, but the journey ends in stage 3. From top 4 back in Austin, Pain will not get a chance to repeat this run.
Such a devastating loss for Pain, such a nice try, especially on this second map. They pulled it back on Dust 2 multiple times from the brink of defeat. They won rounds against Map Point. They kept that game going into multiple overtimes, and they do the same here on Ancient, but they can't help but feel like it was a wasted opportunity losing 0-2 today.
And you see Snow at the end there just kind of stunned with it. I think he knows, right? When you look down the line, you see biguzera with numbers that he has, DGT looking good, NQZ delivering in clutches. I think for Davideus and Snow, they know that they were missing pieces here on this second map. They know that with a handful more kills, with a bit more impact, they could have pulled this upset off. And I think that's why this hurts. You come here with expectations sat high at the end of Austin, and you don't live up to them. You fall out in stage 3, 1 and 3, barely even a blip on the radar.
And Bay just absolutely feel like a contender for playoffs right now. It's going to be so draw dependent, but a point I made earlier was they played number 2, number 3, and number 4 in the world coming into stage 3. This is a team that's grinded through those first 2 stages. It took everything out of Bay. They still have more to show, beating Falcons in a BO1 on this map, breaking the 13 win streak of the world's best Ancient team, and now they can't face any of those squads in BO3. So while there are still heavy hitters, top dogs left in that final day of play, Bay avoid some of the biggest problems in the form of number 2, number 3, and number 4 in the world. This is an opportunity for Bait to go through into a major playoff for such a big underdog, a team that has grinded through multiple stages.
Yeah.
Nothing is impossible at this
Starting
time.
all the way back at the very beginning of the major, going from stage 1 into stage 2, and now a BO3 away from the playoffs for Bait. And the other thing that is reassuring here is, my God, were there times you could have choked this series, right? This could have been a wildly different one. We could be sitting here saying the old problems emerged again for Bait, but that is not the case. Twice over both maps, they pull through. Let's hear from him.
Congratulations, Hedrick, and what an intense match. Please tell me, which feeling did you have after it was over?
I was happy that we managed to win that close series, because last 2 matches we weren't ourselves, I would say, against Mouse and Vitality. So it was important to feel that note of our team again.
On Dust 2, you had a few very good rounds, but I felt like towards the end it was kind of like slipping away. And you had also, you went to map point, it was 12-11, and you had a really good split on A, like you did the short A, a long split. And it looked like it was going to your favor, but then you were just missing shots, and it felt like the pressure was getting to you, or you were not, like how you're saying, real yourself. So you just think you needed a bit more time to really like get the confidence.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like, as I said, last 2 games wasn't giving that much confidence for us and for me individually, but I'm happy that I was able to show at least glimpses of what we're capable of, and me as well.
Yeah, you showed that 100%. And then when you went to Ancient, it was also a really close match, to be honest. And you guys lost a few close rounds, but you also took back a few, especially you had a few good retakes on CD side. But then again, it went to overtime and it looked very close. Why do you think you struggled to, just get a confidence win, especially on Ancient, a map that is pretty strong for you guys?
I think that against good team, it can always go like both ways. Even if you have a great percentage on that map, you can lose pistol, you can lose, like, for example, some buy rounds, and you need to find way back. And as I said, it is important, like, to finish games like this. And on Ancient, actually, they were surprising us a bit, I think. And biguzera had really good games, so sometimes it was just like hard to do some executes on B, for example, or like to make our rounds towards cave, etc. So yeah, I feel like when you play like against team that kind of playing like you. I mean level-wise, it can always like be close, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. I also felt like you guys were frustrated at some points. I remember there was a moment where it was a 1v2 situation against biguzera, and he killed, I think, MPL on main, I'm not sure, but it looked like he was not aware of him. Was it a miscommunication? Because you guys were really tilted after that.
Yeah, it was miscommunication. Someone said that he stepped CT, then maybe no, maybe no. So, I feel like maybe NPL like didn't trust that he can be A main, for example, and he was CT. That he wasn't CT. So yeah, it was just miscommunication in clutch situation. Okay,
but then it's even more impressive that you came back from that and didn't let it get to you. Tomorrow you're in the 2-2 bracket now. Tomorrow you either are eliminated or qualify for the playoffs. Navi is already in one of the matchups tomorrow, and some of other teams will join today. How do you see your chances considering the other teams that will join, and who you're gonna face against maybe?
Chances, I feel like 50-50, because even though it's 2-2, I feel like pressure can catch some better teams, for example, Navi or G2, if they lose today. Yeah. So I feel like it definitely can be like everyone can win, basically. So, but I hope that we'll manage to make our first major playoff.
Okay, just one more question. How proud are you of your team and your performance? Last major, I think you exited in stage 2. Now you made it into stage 3, also like a deep run. You're maybe really close to make it to the playoffs, and you guys have been grinding so much.
Yeah, I'm proud that they're showing resilience, that we're showing resilience, and of course, like sometimes it's hard like to have same schedule like each day and to find same strengths to play. But yeah, I feel like when you're playing inside game, you always want to win, even though sometimes you're exhausted. You wanna show you like who knows what happens. Maybe you can win a major, So.
Hey, I wish you best of luck. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Back to Hugo and Harry.
Great interview talking to Headtrick. It's great to hear him talk about the resilience of his team, because I think that's something that's been on display all throughout this run. It's something other squads have talked about, playing so many games, so many stages. James on his exit earlier from Paravision mentioning it as well, still having this energy to fight on. And bait, a team that we've typically attributed to choking some of the bigger moments in their career or the opportunities, they showed insane resilience here, winning on losing on multiple map points, still able to close the game. 10-5 down on Ancient, able to close the game. Horrific clutches levied against them, still able to shut it down. So bait go to the final day of play, Harry.
Yeah, and we've touched on this to no end, but with the teams they've already faced all of the top dogs, so they actually might have a solid chance, and that was echoed in the interview. They feel like it's a 50-50. That's a coin toss to get in to the top 8 of the major, a huge opportunity for this bait squad. We'll be looking on anxiously tomorrow to see if they can do it, but there's still more BO3s to get through, so don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with more action.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage, the pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major is what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
But maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing.
Too small.
That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
Welcome back to the Budapest Major. We've got Passion UA versus Imperial. One of these teams going to be surviving to the final day of Stage 3, and the other one a heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, and obviously we had Passion yesterday delivering a heartbreaking loss over to Team Liquid. 2-0 win there. That one particularly heartbreaking and painful for the Team Liquid side of things, but great to see Passion playing well. Imperial also, I mean, Imperial was a team I wasn't even sure was going to make it through stage 1. Right? Like, I was actually just, I was wondering, I was like, can these guys even actually qualify to stage 2? And they've just gotten better and better all the way through. So that's been really cool to see with Vinny at the helm, with Zach behind them as well, 2 very experienced guys, Skulls and Cello in there as well as the experienced guys. But yeah, I've been impressed with the way Imperial's gotten better and been able to continue qualifying through. I mean, obviously playoffs feels like it's going to be an impossible reach for them, but so far I'm impressed. Yeah, relative to where I thought they'd be.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. I think obviously making it to taking all of the days required for Imperial to get through. They beat NRG, who had a coach, and so you're sort of wondering, coming out of stage 1, you know, what can they really do? And the performance in stage 2 is really impressive. They start off stage 2 with a win over Mongols in overtime, but I think they've now had a bit of a reality check when they played against some of the better teams. Right? They lost 13-5 to Furia, then 13-1 to Falcon.
Yeah, both teams have kind of had a reality check. Both teams, like, individually really struggled against these better teams, and both you know, teams have had those conversations in the interviews. They've been talking about that. JT said a number of things. They're like, I don't think we're necessarily like bad on the T side. We've been just been playing really good teams in the stage 3 and struggling to get it going the same way. So yeah, it's obviously a big challenge and a big jump for some of these squads, and you're kind of seeing where the limit is, the ceiling that they have at the moment.
Now, the exciting thing about Passion UA is that sometimes we get great performances out of hallzerk, and I think when you see him step up...
I like the way you phrase that. Sometimes it's really cool. Sometimes you get a good performance out of hallzerk.
It's true, and when he is playing well, I think this team hit another level, Jason. It takes them one step up, but... Like I said, it's only sometimes.
Well, that's where you have the conversation of like how much you want to buy into, you know, JT's quote about just kind of struggling due to playing some of the stronger teams. They opened up against G2 and Falcons, right? And if you look at the stats for this team, Grim and hallzerk are kind of the 2 players that you point at as like the volume fraggers, the guy who have to put the most production out there, and they've been the weakest performers for them in stage 3. So the question becomes, are they having a bad form individually that's causing them to struggle on the T sides, or is it because they're playing G2 and Falcons where they're used to playing teams far below that level and not having that same production? So whichever way you want to point to it, it's still going to amount to being the same problem inside the server.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, playing their game here on the B-stream setup, which means no pressure of the audience, not be sitting in front down there on the stage. So getting to play up here in more comfortable.
Just the pressure of elimination.
Yep, that is a
just the pressure of going home. So yeah, no big deal, guys. You don't need to think about it whatsoever. You know, one thing really quick before we switch over to Imperial, because we saw the most played map for Passion was Mirage. That is a map, here's the segue, that Imperial enjoys playing and have a nice win rate on as well. So if that's going to be the most played map, I'm curious to see what Passion actually decides to do in the veto. But here we have Imperial. As I mentioned, kind of impressive the way they've been able to rise up. Zach's been the coach for quite some time. I think he's done a good job with the various lineups they've had over the years, piecing things together. We all know how hard it is to put together an effective Brazilian lineup down in the region with the contracts the way they're structured out there. Yeah. But really, you have a pretty decent mix of experience and talent. Skulls, Vinny, Cello, experience. Try, no way, talent.
Yeah. Well, I think for this team as well, there are a bunch of talents over the years that look like they were going to get their shot at the top. I think Skulls has had a good couple of those. Obviously, moving out into Team Liquid, that didn't work out. Got to play for Furia, that didn't work out. Had a stint with FaZe just the major cycle earlier this year, just before in Dallas. So, you know, it hasn't exactly worked out for all of these players, but it's a miraculous run so far. And we'll get down on the sidelines and hear some interviews ahead of this one.
JT and Try, thank you so much for joining me. Let's just start with how are you feeling today?
I'm good.
Yeah,
feeling good.
What about you?
I'm good. I slept well, so feeling good.
Okay. How did you sleep? You had like a really tough match yesterday. Did you recover from it yet?
Yeah, I think it was a rare showing from us. We didn't play good. Just bad day, I think.
Okay, but you have been fighting since stage 1. So I just want to know how are the energy level? Are you exhausted yet?
Nah, we're not.
Not?
No.
Okay. What about you? You have started from stage 2 and you had a few very respectable matches. You didn't have the best start in this stage, but yesterday you were 2-0 against Liquid. That was really amazing, and you also performed very well. So how would you review your own performance and your process so far?
Yeah, it feels like we've been here forever. Even though we only came from stage 2, they came from stage 1, so I'm sure it feels the same for them. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now. We had a good game yesterday. The first 2 games from the stage was pretty bad, but we played really strong teams. And yeah, we're feeling confident for today.
Okay, and how do you feel about facing Imperial now? Are they a good team for you?
I think everyone here is decent. Everyone in the stage obviously deserves to be here. But I think it's kind of fine that we're playing against each other. We usually played against each other like in RMRs and stuff like that, and now we're playing like in the 1-2 game at the major, so I think it's pretty cool.
Okay, and what do you think what JT said?
Yeah, I think I agree. There's no bad teams in stage 3. I think there are only strong teams, and yeah, we'll see who wins. Probably the strongest.
Yeah. May the strongest win. Good luck to best of luck to both of you guys, and hope we will see a really close, interesting match. Thank you.
Yeah, both teams, I think a lot of people would say this is an overperformance from both Passion and Imperial getting to this stage of the competition. Definitely a lot of opportunities to fall along the way, but they find themselves here battling for a spot for the final day of stage 3.
Yeah, and I mean, one of them is going to make it through. For me, I'm going to lean towards the Passion side of things, just the impressive victory over Team Liquid to be able to kind of go into that best of 3 and actually come out on top of that. This will be the first best of 3 that Imperial plays. Other games, they went 1-1 in the first stage, so they didn't have to hit the best of 3 yesterday. Had that second loss against Falcons 1-13. Their loss against Fury was 5-13. So they're coming off the back of 2 absolute drummings. Meanwhile, Passion get to come into this with a big victory over somewhat regional rival in a sense for them, and obviously Grim being able to take out his former teammates also. So I think probably coming into this, Passion probably has more of a reason to be a bit more upbeat, a little bit more positive about the potential of this series that they're going to be playing.
Yeah, Passion going to be feeling some confidence off of that BO3 win yesterday.
Do they ban Mirage? Do they ban Mirage? Ooh.
Mirage is banned right at the end.
Okay.
So we have Overpass coming in as the 3rd map, and we have Inferno Dust 2 as the first 2 of play.
Yeah, nice standard old school maps on Inferno and Dust 2, so that'll be cool to see. If we can get to Overpass, that'd be fun as well. Starting on the CT side here in the opening map is going to be Imperial, which is a nice little benefit. Inferno isn't as T-sided as it once felt, as it was kind of trending towards over the past couple of years. More an even map now, but big thing is going to be economy management on the map. That'll be the interesting thing to keep track of.
Over in Inferno, I remember a lot of great Grim moments throughout this competition. On the CT side towards Banana, I think he's had a number of good performances here so far. I do feel like Passion, you have the advantage coming into this game, and starting off on Inferno, surely that's a great start for them. But this man, on your screen, we used to call it Vinferno.
Yeah, that's true. If he has a little roll back the years moment and come back to his home map and deliver a special performance, it'd be a great time for it. Somebody's got a duck in front of them. That's kind of cool.
Cello.
What is up, Cello? I like Try having the strap of tape across his chest. It looks like he was like wrapped up.
Yeah, he's like broken out of.
Right, it was a very long strip of tape. It felt like it was part of the entire clothing attire. Here we go, live into Inferno. Passion on the T side, Imperial on the CT side defending. This game for elimination here at the Budapest Major by StarLadder. Losing team goes home, winning team plays again tomorrow. We're going to have Passion head over towards the B bomb site. Grim is going to get that first step over in Banana, and Kvem, the top performer so far, major rookie, top performer for Passion. He's going to be sent on a solo mission, like a literal solo mission.
Yeah, he's walking all the way towards top middle. 2 players here for Imperial over towards A, but they're passive, so they're not gathering the information. As to where Kvem currently is.
He's got a pickle on his P250.
He does, a little pickle Rick going on over that. Well, he's going to be making his way over towards the archway.
Dude, I can't believe he's got this much real estate for free.
Like no one is even thinking about it.
If you're Passion, like, chill. Like, you don't have to do anything. Like, you've taken some attention at the B bomb site, but Kvem is calling his position. And I thought they might even just have him wrap around the B bomb site, but he's going to call him back. So I don't know if the flank is going to be as effective. Look at the positions, very strong from the defense inside the site and pit.
There's hallzerk straight away to the first kill of the pistol round here. No way going down. Next to fly into the site, and a great frag here on try. We have Skulls, Vinny, and Cello making their way back in for that rotation as they try and get through library. It's Kvem with the kill on Vinny. Then the turn back towards the archway. And Skulls finally getting rid of Kvem, but he does so much of the heavy lifting here, taking that space to start off the round, and then 2 really important kills here.
Yeah, that'll be, I want to see if Imperial is going to have better eyes on that in the gun rounds. I mean, obviously, they're going to be better than having nobody home for the entirety of the round. So take a big risk with the fact that Rap side is going to be open, and Kvem just strolls in. Double kill for him. Skull's gonna not be able to win this round, trying to take a couple kills right at the end of the day, and he does have 1 good shot onto hallzerk. And that's the pistol round. So Passion start Inferno off in this best of 3 with a victory. And they get to have the advantage moving forward. They just have to get past this second round likely investment from the Brazilian side. Talked a lot about this Imperial team in the experience versus kind of the talent, the young guys. Skulls kind of talked a lot about that, saying, you know, a lot of what you mentioned. You know, I got a lot of experience, he said in an interview, playing with some of those teams. Liquid for a while, obviously in the Acadian edition of Team Liquid, going over to Furia, playing for FaZe for a couple weeks right before the Austin Major. So he's kind of like, it's been fun being able to take that experience and actually pass it on to some of the younger guys in the team and actually work with them to help them improve. So taking a new role of responsibility. And I think to your point earlier, a lot of that is due to not having success in those top teams. So now he has to take the step back and rebuild.
Mike 7 ready to go for no way, and he's missed the shot. Cello peeks on up from the boiler stairs and gets one back in the CZ, and that grenade, whoop, just got a little bit too far behind as Kvem moves forward, realizing he needs to get out of dodge there on 20 HP, and he comes out with Cello's life. So Passion away, man advantage picked up.
That's actually a really cool step forward for Kvem. I think actually a really nice situation provided by Cello. If he had a little bit more ammunition in that CZ, that nade is going to force him into his waiting arms. So almost a very nice sequence for this stack of Imperial over in Halls, now in a 3 versus 4. Kvem brought very low though, so quick to be doubled up, and he's got to remember he's got the bomb as well. He's all alone over in alt mid. JT's got to keep a tight leash on the bomb carrier.
Make sure you bring him back over, join up with the squad. 2 players waiting in behind the half wall, and Skull's just a little bit in an off angle off the side of those sandbags. So it should be Skull's taking that first contact, and they draw into Vinny, but good clearance, and Grim realizing that possible setup. Skulls will get 1 extra kill out of it, but the B-bomb site has been taken, and Try is so far away from this. So that's good work from Passionway to find themselves in the bomb site. They definitely take a lot of casualties along the road. But it'll be a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, the casualties are a bummer, but obviously in a second round bye, you're just happy to get through it with a victory, so it's all good. Nice gun pickup, though, from Try, if he wants to go for some exit kills right at the tail end. Going to come back. Actually, this could get way more expensive. Kvem is going to have to really sprint. 20 HP, that new bomb radius is going to be brutal. So great opportunity for Try to try for some exit kills. We all saw that coming.
Yeah,
everyone saw that one coming. You all knew it was coming. I'm sorry.
You had a couple of fallen ones yesterday.
I know, those are hard.
Thank God Big aren't back at Major.
The one reason none of us want Big to be at the Majors is just the constant wordplay unintentional.
Well, we'll get into the more important rounds now. We'll see Cello just obviously keeping this one as expensive as possible. Extra kill was found in the last few seconds there as well from Try. And we have got the 2-0 lead for Passion UA. Another weak round coming up for Imperial. So it should be 3 in a row for Passion UA. Then we'll get into the gun rounds finally on Inferno. A lot of people at this major, with Passion UA getting a couple of results under the belt, started to get pretty excited about JT. I've heard a little bit of chatter. In theory crafting, maybe does JT deserve a better team? Does he deserve a shot on the step up, Jason?
You know, that's been like a conversation, I think, mostly among the Americas region for some time now. Hold the phone. This is Galil.
Oh, Try.
Here we go.
Oh, no. Try doing so much work. It's now suddenly fallen to Kvem and Nyx. And this is a round that Imperial should not be even getting close to winning, but all of a sudden they've got the player advantage, and that bomb is all the way back on the T stairs. Now Kvem is hunting down kills, and Kvem turns out to be a real killer as he takes 2 and recovers this round.
I'm not going to lie, when you started that question about JT, I thought you were going to bring it over towards Kvem.
Yeah.
Because he's been actually, I mean, look, nothing I've seen from him is like lights out off the charts or anything like that, but just watching him play as like a major rookie, not being afraid of fights, looking pretty sharp in various moments, obviously going to have a tough time as he adapts to the better teams in this level of play, but man, I think Passion's got to be very, very pleased with how he's performed so far at this major. 1.18 rating here in Stage 3, top performer for Passion. No reason to be disappointed in what he's brought you here. Recovering this round as well with his double kill. And Passion's being very cautious about moving into this B-bomb site. Despite all the kills in this area, they know the potential for another stack is still there.
No way. Getting closer and closer into the site. Kvem just waiting at the pool. He's the player that's done all this heavy lifting, and he looks to close out as well. No way throws that smoke down onto the bomb. He's got no kit on his back. Kvem's in the smoke, just slashing, trying to find him. And No Way is not on that defuse. Goes out into the open, and Kvem gets the kill. So Kvem with a really strong start on the T side of Inferno here. That's all the weaker rounds out of the way for Imperial. We'll see them get into a bye now.
Let's see if we can get a pop-off game out of Kvem.
Well,
you know, like
starting to shape up like one.
Yeah, it's a really good start, and obviously this is a lovely round to give him some confidence. He recovers the round, he gets that final kill, really quick headshot. I know it's just against pistols and this one saved Galil, but this is a team he could pop off against, and I guess if I'm JT and you've kind of watched him gain confidence through the 2 stages you've played already, that's been the conversation on him, is how good he's been improving. I think you almost come up to him before this game and you're like, my brother, if you see the opportunity, if you feel it coming, like, go for a pop-off game. See if you got the hot hand.
Kvem, he's definitely charging forward with the confidence at the moment. Look at the speed that he's got going. He is taken down by Cello. Try and Vinny also in tandem, simultaneously taking kills here for Imperial. We leave Nyx all alone all of a sudden in this round. The speed up for Patchy, trying a fast first gun round towards that A-bomb site, and it all meets a sticky fade at the hands of Imperial.
I wonder if it's a game plan idea for them to attack towards the Rap side. We saw it in the pistol round with Kvem just being confident, or at least like taking the risk of doing it entirely alone. No utility, no teammates. Now you see this first gun round attack towards Rap side. So I wonder if they're watching some demos and sensed a little bit of weakness on that part of the map that they could try and exploit. At least early on, Imperial, good for them, are able to shut it down in the first gun round. You don't want that to be established as a consistent pain point. That's a tough part of the map if constantly Passion is taking it over and attacking you from that side of the bomb site. So nicely done to shut it down and make sure that Passion don't feel the confidence to go back into it multiple times. And Try has his op, and ooh, that timing is almost way far against him.
Nade over towards hallzerk. A little bit of damage off the top, and you can see all that damage that was done throughout the first 3 rounds. Yes, Passion away winning the first 3, but they lost a lot of players, putting them in a position with just these pistols and Galils, and it hasn't worked out for them in the early goings towards top middle. It's tried to come out on top of the fight with Grim, and he's sticking around. In fact, he's going back in for a double dip with this AWP.
All right, Try, here we go. Oh, near miss on the jiggle out of Boiler. But still, I mean, it doesn't really matter if he misses because there's no ground gained, and the utility for Passion is going to be the problem. And I think considering they have 1 smoke, 1 flash, it's likely this round just ends up in a 4-on-5 execute at the B bomb site.
Oh, that's a shot landed to Kvem, and he wants nothing to do with it as he runs all the way back down to middle. No longer does he have the health to challenge over towards the A bomb side. So Passion UA gathering up in Banana with the 4 remaining players to try and commit Vinny.
Yeah, and I think because of that defensive smoke at half wall, it's kind of messed with the timing. Kvem with that presence did a good job of keeping the defense there, but not able to pounce on it with any kind of speed as Passion.
Another smoke coming in here for Imperial. 28 seconds as Passion UA stand behind the smoke for the time being. But they've just got to go eventually. And they're going to be coming at Try, who's at the back of the site now. Vinny no longer alone, has the strong AWP presence, and now Cello's even rotated towards CT. So it's very hard to see a world in which Passion UA are even going to get into the site comfortably here with just how many players still lie in front of them. It's the limited time indeed that is going to cost them, but they get to the site just in time and they put the bomb down. And Kvem, even low HP, is not stopping. Kill after kill as Kvem clears out the site. It's No Way and Skulls trying to get into this 2v3. Skulls does a great job of getting that first, and now Kvem, low in HP, still at the back of the bomb site, and JT with the op in dark.
Yeah, I think Kvem gets the reposition because he's afraid of a grenade, which is a good call. Op needs to land this shot. If Kvem gets put in a tough situation, I don't think he can do much more.
JT holding on. It's going to be No Way. Straight to that kill as JT from the back of the site chimes in, but he's alone now. And he goes up for the shot. Okay, in-game leader on the op, gets in the fire on low HP and still wins the kill, still wins the clutch. That's a massive step up there from JT.
Yeah, you start to get a little scared. You see that Molotov come in. He knows he's got 1 chance at it, 1 opportunity, and boy, does he nail it. Inside the flames just before he goes down. But man, give your flowers over to Kvem. I know we've said a lot about him so far in this game, but this round is incredible. He comes into this with, what, 20 HP, taking duels against rifles, the spray down to eliminate Try, does everything they need to secure the bomb site. Look at him hyping up the IGL as well. 4-1 for Passion. Another buy comes in for Imperial. It's JT leading the way, 1 burns, and oh, they've got a strong take of Banana. Imperial gonna have to save right out of the gate, round done.
They're just riding that momentum now. That's a huge round to pick up for Passionway in the previous, and even better to find success so convincingly in the follow-up. It really allows this T side to start getting control of the economy game. Imperial at least looking very likely to be able to save this AWP for try. Passionway are starting to set a couple of players down Banana though. They could be motivated to try and get rid of the weapons.
Not quite yet. I think they're just securing the exit route. Grim doesn't want anyone to have get in position over at logs to really be able to punish anyone. We'll see where they decide to retreat. Grim's gone there, but everyone else is retreating towards CT spawn. So yeah, no money, no need to hunt quite yet. And obviously when you knock out the B defense that fast, it's like, you know, they're just gonna be hunkered down somewhere. So 5-1. A nice easy round to just get in quick and add one onto the board. No stress. All 5 players survive, so money grows for the attacking side of Passion. As Imperial struggling to keep these guys under control. Skulls with an MP9, same with Vinny and Cello, Op out on try. And they've got a decent amount of cash in the bank as well, so even losing this round, next will be another investment with rifles.
Try holding the angles. That swing comes in. Here's the rifle for JT, and Vinny is gone. Try to make quick work of the response, and he goes back out again, realizing this is the best opportunity Imperial will have at competing in this round. And Try now getting inside of the CT smoke. He doesn't want to fall back. He wants to keep going forward. And he's still a nuisance, still a threat here for Passionway. As they feel funneled into the B bomb site, they have to go here, and Try with a no-scope gets away with another one. His teammates now to step up, and we've got Grim, low HP, finished off by Skulls. That is a huge round from Try.
A little bit over-eager, I think, from Passion in that round. Beautiful shooting from Try, but he's given every single peek that he would have liked. Those tight sliver gaps that he's just able to slide into and take a quick shot back away. I think Passion really wanted to pounce on that B-bomb site, so everyone's kind of turning this corner, not looking for a fight, looking to set up the utility and put it in place. So Try's able to kind of pick a few people off as they're just lackadaisically wandering into the open. Great no-scope on the hallzerk as well, nice and easy. And it's the op of Try that has all the impact in the world. Gonna go for a little bit more, peek towards alt mid, and first kill is his.
Yeah, Try has been delivering some great maps for Imperial in this competition so far. We're gonna try and continue that on the day that means the most. It's Vinny. Sweep it away, hallzerk, and a 3v5 instantly at the start of the round here for Passionway.
3 rounds in a row with very aggressive banana takes out of Passion, so Imperial has just kind of caught on to that. Doing a really good job with utility, doing a really good job, obviously, with these opening kills and these first kills to slow things down and make sure that Passion don't have that easy launching pad from Car. Kvem's going to have to pick it up. Lovely shot, baits out the op shot, and drills Try in the dome.
Just hitting pause for the time being here. Passionway, it's going to be a block smoke down towards CT. Cello playing up on top of the boost. Let's see if Grim can creep across the safety. He will. Get over towards the pool. Undetected by Cello. Oh, they haven't cleared him though. There's too many angles to worry about. Cello gets away with one. Kvem makes quick work of him in response, and the bomb now arrives. Can JT and Kvem once again win out a post plant here for Passionway on the B bomb site?
Yeah, no utility. They haven't been able to scavenge any either, so no smokes to block off the choke points. Not yet realizing where this retake is going to come from. 2 players flanking up Banana. Vinny playing a bait setup as well, so no way we'll push in first. Vinny's going to join up with them now. Molotov towards new boxes, and JT's going to have to move.
Kvem steps into the open, taken down by No Way. We've now got JT finished off after 1 kill. It's a great retake here from Imperial, keeping 2 players up and really starting to get themselves into the CT side now.
Yeah, lovely job. Grim even clears the boost, or he looks towards it, but doesn't clear it entirely. Didn't believe anyone was home. Nice round from Imperial overall, and TC is going to call a timeout to talk things over with Passion, because these last couple rounds, it does feel like the openings, the aggressive stances towards Banana have kind of sold them down the river after that initial kind of uppercut that they win in round 6. Go back to that same sort of philosophy, and Imperial's been ready the last 2. So Zach doing a good job of making sure his team is adapting and changing based off what they're seeing. And Imperial's starting to claw this one back, but most of it is off the effort from Try's AWP.
Yes. He gets them going. Let's see if they can continue it as a unit across the board.
This is Zach's third year leading this Imperial roster. I believe he stepped in right when that Fallen Last Dance version of Imperial ended.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, he's been there
Feels
for
like
a
just
minute.
yesterday he was in 9Z.
Yeah. I think he's done a pretty admirable job as well. Obviously not going to be one of the big coaching names that we discussed, but I think he's been able to keep Imperial relatively competitive throughout these 3 years that he's been there. Battling in the hierarchy of Brazilian teams.
Has a lot of talent to work with now as well.
Yeah, I mean, some cool roster additions. I think Skulls is a good find. You know, I was someone who was pretty high on Skulls early on when he finally got his chance coming out of Pain and joining some of the top teams, joining Liquid. It never really kind of came to fruition. I think the game sense and like the game understanding didn't develop nearly as fast as I thought it would. And he's still got tons of skill, Skulls. And still plenty of time in his career to figure things out. And you never know. I mean, some players, that kind of gets activated when you have to be the experienced player on a team. You start having to think through your decision-making a little bit more, and you can increase your game that way.
The pressure's up on Vinny. He'll play in behind the sandbags. Does very well to get 2. And then eventually traded out by Kvem. Weapon available and tossed over to JT to try and finish out this round. Skulls gets cleared off. That's a great shot from Kvem's Deagle. An awkward fight, an awkward angle, but Kvem still finding impact. He just can't make it across safely. His try denies that easy bomb access into the site, putting JT and hallzerk in a 2v3, and that bomb is now down, so it will be a post plant. As hallzerk tries to get a strong position to Dark, but it doesn't really matter because Try in no way have cleared out the side again, and Imperial with another successful retake. But Passionate consistently getting into the B-bomb site, putting that bomb down. Imperial showing a level of comfort, allowing themselves to go for retakes.
Yeah, and but there's still they're still having that similar kind of issue that we talked about. Is the main engine? Like Kvem is playing a great game so far. That's a lovely Deagle clear onto Skulls up on the top of first oranges. I bet he's pissed off. But you're still looking at hallzerk and Grim and saying, we need you guys to get going. We need, like, this is an elimination game. We can't be having these slow starts. 2 and 7 for Grim, 3 and 8 for hallzerk. Can very quickly change, can obviously change very much when they switch over to the CT side, especially for hallzerk getting his AWP out in the field. But you're missing a lot of strength in this roster, not providing you the kills quite yet. Molotov forces Tries op away, same with the flash, and Grim's gonna scale up mid. A little bit of room and a little bit of a reprieve on the defense there as a 3B start due to the attention that Banana has gotten early on from Passion. Good kill from JT. That should keep Cello on this part of the map. Yikes.
Well, luckily no one's near them, Jason, I suppose. That's the one positive. Passion, you are going towards the A site. And that's not necessarily a positive for Imperial at the moment, but if they come towards Archway, Skulls is still close enough to have some impact. He's going to delay Grim moving up. Slow him down a little bit. 45 seconds. The rotation hasn't really arrived here. Skulls has played forward, caught by JT.
Well, caught by JT because...
Oh my god, Cello jumping out of the smoke. Gets away with a kill on Grim. Try through the smoke. Kvem walked into that fight, and Try actually has a shot at winning this.
Yeah, it got scrappy, didn't it? Kvem didn't need to make that play, but here we are. 2 versus 1, and Try going to be stalled out by the smoke. I don't think he's going to go for this unless he gets a freebie, but he's not even going to look for one.
Once that smoke comes out, but it just feels so difficult for the AWPer to get back into a competitive fight.
So Skulls makes his play to run out of library through the library smoke, thinking that everything is going to be blocked off, but the smoke over towards Arches, that it gets broken by Cello, which gives, you know, players a clear line of sight at Skulls. There's the opening kill from JT. Cello pouncing on through. But the defense crumbles. I mean, you can see, though, in that round, you can see how much the early punishment towards Banana from Passion is actually influencing the rotation. One player goes down through the smoke, Try shifts. A little bit more utility comes out, and a second player at the A-bomb site shifts over. So that leaves one player, and then Cello and Skulls have to try and recover from Rap side, but it's far too late at that point, far too out of position. And that's what forces Skulls to make the desperate play. That's what forces Cello to make the desperate play as well. So some blown rotations there from the Imperial side. give Passion their 6th round on the offensive Inferno.
Kvem put up into the bedroom. He's got no way just around the corner. 2 players stacked up in the hallways in the apartments. He'll continue to spray, and that's not a clean look there for Kvem. So no way walks away with the advantage here for Imperial.
Yeah, one of those fights where you feel like you should be doing way more damage through the edge of that wall and just get straight up punished. Awkward engagement. hallzerk is going to follow up over towards Halls. Or excuse me, Nix is going to follow up over towards Halls. Sorry, it's the glasses that threw me off.
Yeah, it's a small icon, Jason. Forgive it. But yeah, Nix on over towards that A side. JT moves through the smoke at B. Try making sure the trade comes in. Skulls, remember, still behind the coffins, and he had a chance. He just can't make it work, and so at least he gets away. Now Nix starts to move forward in towards that A site.
And actually, the bomb has fallen all the way back as well on hallzerk, so Grim is going to sell the presence over towards the B bomb site, hiding inside the smoke for its fate. It's broken open. The nade lands on him for the fact, but look, they've controlled the A bomb site now, and Nix even has a smoke. hallzerk's taken the long route, which means, I mean, it's the safe route as well. It's the smart decision, but they've already gotten back kind of in time. It's when does this smoke get deployed?
Oh, but he's a little bit too exposed there, Try. So Nix swings on out. He just creeps into the angle, and that kill comes in. So Imperial, they've had a lot of success retaking the B bomb site. Now they've got to do it on A.
Oh, I feel like someone needs to get in towards pit. hallzerk needs to work up the courage. One player is going to flank around through halls to follow up. And both players find a way to get in towards double pit. And I like this setup for the post plant. One flashbang is out, but I think this is mostly going to be AKs in hands for Passion.
hallzerk waiting down. It's Cello to fall down as he creeps up ever closer. It's Nix to peek out onto the balcony. Important kill, but it falls just to hallzerk to win this one out. The time is ticking. Skulls tries to get the angle, but there's not enough time to win the round. hallzerk stays hidden. And he also takes the kill just to guarantee it all.
Even sprays a graffiti as Skulls scales up on him. Just a little bit of ego there, a little bit of style points.
There was never a doubt there for hallzerk. He was winning that one. That's a great round from Nick, sensing the time, he's sensing the gap. JT obviously taking the risk to come through on that. Boom. Grim, unfortunately, getting caught by the grenade perfectly. But Nix finds the space, finds the position, but also 2 very important kills. That one on Try, rotating in from library.
Yes.
You can see how frustrated he was because he couldn't even see his opponent.
All right, well, this is a little bit uncomfortable. No one's watching for this peek from Cello. Grim's a free kill. hallzerk is also a free kill.
If he had a better gun, Jason.
No, he can. Oh, no, can't control the spray. You were right.
Yeah, if he had a better gun.
That's why you don't use the CZ kit.
5.7, you get all of them there.
This ain't 2015 anymore.
Yeah, his headset's off. He's like, I've had enough of that. Why is that in my loadout?
I know, he's going to quit at halftime and just change it right now.
Yeah, well, JT farming frags, it's a double. And we've got Try left at 1v4 up towards top middle. Kvem's going to be gone, and Try will give it a good go here, but the bomb is being planted on the B site, and he's getting flanked out by Nix. Try aware that there is very likely still a lurker somewhere, but Nix will come around at top mid, surprise him.
Frustrating end of the half for Imperial.
Very frustrating. A lot of work to be done going into that second half for Imperial. Passion UA lead the way. Welcome back to the StarLadder Budapest Major 2025. You're currently watching the B stream. We've got PassUA and Imperial fighting for survival. And over on the A stream, we got Mel's Falcons fighting for progression into the playoff stage. So looking forward to seeing how this one finishes out, though. As Imperial,
colloquially known as Stage 4.
Yeah, Stage 4, I guess.
Yeah, you could have transitioned right into that.
I didn't want to. Calling the playoff Stage 4 just feels weird. Well, let's come back to battle with our betting partner and let's get into the action. PassUA 8-4 up. We favor them to win this game today, Jason. We feel like PassUA have got a job done, and it's a great first half at least.
Yeah, I love
the rounds they've been able to get.
Great call. Oh, look at this aggression. Okay. Oh, the opportunities were there. 2 and alt mid. They've spotted him out. You might want to give this fight up now. They know your position. Nick's couple tough rounds to end the half, getting up by try a number of times. Now just getting deleted by 2 shots from a Glock. That's a desk slamming moment.
It definitely is, but Nick seems pretty chill, so maybe he's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty chill, dude. Yeah, he's hanging out. Look at him.
He's like, just getting that stank face through the...
Yeah, he really is. It might even just be a screenshot. He hasn't moved.
No, he's there.
Oh, my Lord. He's like, okay, it happened to JT as well. It's all good.
Well, unfortunately for PassUA, 3v5 to kick things off. Imperial just waiting, just letting the conveyor belt of PassUA players come to them.
I mean, Passion's entire pistol round has been looking for these fights, right? It's just they're just getting completely neutralized. Imperial's like, all right, we saw the aggression in Balk, saw you guys peek in mid with a couple of players. We're just gonna chill for a minute and let all this aggression kind of wear out. And when it does, and when the pressure abates, smoke towards the left, start moving up middle. Kvem dropped 1 by 1. Passion falling prey to the Glocks.
30 seconds. And they finally have the A-bomb site under a lot of pressure. We put hallzerk alone in the site. Good shot on the P2000. Can he get another one? No, as Cello makes quick work of him on the follow-up kill. Now looking at Imperial winning the pistol here in the second half. Scoreline 8-5. We'll see if they can go on a bit of a run here themselves. They win the first 3 rounds of the half here. That gap is completely shrunk.
Well, what does Passion want to do with this kind of a lead? You know, do you use the rounds that you have ahead from the first half and just kind of save in this second one, go for the early buy? Or do you want to force up and try and turn the tables really early on? They are going to force up. All of everyone's invested. Deagle on Kvem, MP9 on hallzerk, and 5-7s otherwise for Grim, JT, and Nix. Still going to be a tough round. Nade stacked down middle. Nobody swings wide, but Cello does eat the brunt of the damage, and actually a late one onto Vinny down to 2 HP, 21 health for Cello. The nades work wonderfully. And now Imperial's just softened up for the weaker weapons. 2 players can die so quickly. A lot of pressure now on No Way Skulls and try to deliver the goods.
JT peeking on out, no way to fall down, and the Deagle goes for the peek. Grim's actually got a follow-up kill here for PassUA. The pistol's doing a lot of work because it's not only the 2 kills, it's the damage they've done here to Cello and Vinny. 2 HP on Vinny, 21 on Cello. A real opportunity that this second round's going to work out for PassUA.
Oh, Grim sees that smoke down at half wall, and he's just like, please, I want it. He's going to back off. Defensive smoke deployed just to give the sound cue, just to make Imperial be a little bit more confident turning this corner. Oh, Grim's got another one. And now it's the low
high HP player.
Yep, now it's the low health players.
Oh, this is rough for Imperial.
And hallzerk, as long as he doesn't stand still, as long as he runs and guns with his MP9, now remember, this is also unconfirmed damage.
Right.
So Passion doesn't actually know that Vinny and Cello are this low at the moment, but clearly a huge advantage in any gunfight.
Well, he goes to the start of the smoke, and this should give him even more of an advantage. Imperial using their own as extra cover into the site. Good reaction as soon as Vinny starts selling his position away. hallzerk gets one, and it falls down to the clutch. Nix against Cello. And that low HP makes his 5-7 even more deadly. Cello needs the instant headshot.
Yeah, but now he's got the advantage of disappearing with this smoke cover, and Nick's taking a long time to get here. In a lot of positions he could be playing.
Yeah, well, Nix has a smoke. He can deploy that onto the bomb and pull Cello out of the angle. And that smoke is going to drop. Nix clearing towards ruins. He's picked up that MP9, and he goes immediately into the peak on Dark. Cello lets out a little smile. Unfortunate round lost there for Imperial, and that's Passion UA coming right back into things in the second round.
That's the smile that kind of says, I knew we were set up for this kind of a loss once those nades came in, once they brought me down low. He kind of sensed that round loss coming in, I think. But lovely shooting over towards Banana. It felt like it could have even been cleaner out of Passion. Unfortunately, Kvem dies 100% of damage from the Molotov. This is a lovely reaction due to the smokes. Actually, even one of the smokes thrown by Imperial, the vision was lost onto hallzerk, and a huge win. Yeah, Zach doesn't like that. It's going to make him feel ill. That smoke did not go anywhere close to where it was intended.
Very good long smoke for the T side to work with if they wanted to. But the pressure is going to be on JT. Oh my God, a lot of pressure with grenades. That's JT blasted out of the round inside of Banana. You can see hallzerk having to rotate immediately to try and help out on B.
Yeah, kind of sloppy Counter-Strike from both teams in these last two rounds, just in the sense that, you know your team, the opposition is going to be on low economy. So last round for Imperial, why are you stepping into these choke points early on when you know nade stacks are the likeliest? That's the highest percentage thing that you can take damage from that early in the round. And now, same thing for Passion is, you know those nade stacks can come in from the T side as well, and standing at a frequently naded position, JT just hands over an M4 to Vinny. And Grim is brought down to half HP, and nobody's shifted over to help him. They're putting a lot of faith in Grim at the moment.
That's hallzerk. Kvem, couple of kills here for the CT side, and a 3v3 as they start to move into the bomb site. We've got Grim just biding his time, but can't get away with his life. It's no way just to charge him down with that Tech 9 leaping over the top of the boxes. And that site is taken for Imperial.
Yeah, these rounds have been too easy. This one too easy for Imperial to find access into the bomb site based off those early nades. Kvem going to come in for the flank. He's got to clear a tough corner. Deep into it is Vinny, and he lands the shot. 2-on-2.
No way. Able to take Nyx down, and that was the only chance to really get anything going. Kvem realizes this round's done. He's hanging around looking for picks, but he's got to get out of there. He's got a lot of health left himself, and that bomb's about to blast off. So if he wants that AK, he better run. And Kvem now calls it, sprints all the way down towards bottom middle, and make it away alive. There's no way actually falls to the bomb.
Trading rounds back and forth in the early stages of this half, though, so Imperial's at least preventing Passion from just taking complete control and barreling into a map victory. A great rebuttal after losing the second round of this half. Here's the initial grenades. Bounces right off the shoulder of JT. Second one lands at his feet. And Grim wasn't able to get anything done. Playing passive due to the early nade damage and lack of utility and lack of teammates. Okay.
Yeah, pressure comes at you fast when you're facing elimination.
Yeah.
You have a 4-13 game. I mean, I talk about Grim and some of the Grim maps he's had on Inferno. Yeah, 4-13. He's going to be feeling it individually today.
I think that's part of the F-bomb that we just see launch out from so aggressively. Nyx as well having a tough time getting going in this. hallzerk needs to back off. Kvem is there for the support, going to back everyone away, but now up towards mid we go. Good step forward from Try. And the only defender is hallzerk. He's coming down boiler right now. No way. He's got that. JT adds a deagle kill. Okay, this is getting weird.
Well, MP7 into the peak and Vinny.
Damn, dude, JT's on point right now.
Yeah, JT is looking very sharp. And Grim, we need to see something out of him in a round like this. M4, he's got the premium rifle available here for the CT side for this retake. Skulls in no way. Skulls in the pit, no way on the box inside of the site. JT putting all the utility in place, and Grim is going to get caught running into the bomb site. So now it falls to JT on low HP, and like you said, he's been sick, he's been sharp, but just isn't going to be happening for him here. So 9-7 for Imperial, staying in Inferno here. There's been points where it looks like Passion UA might be able to get quite a run going, and Imperial always finding the answers, always staying in it.
Yeah, after winning that second round, round 14, felt like Passion was just in the driver's seat, but that one little hiccup has really ruined kind of the whole plans off of that. So Imperial get up to 7. The deficit is now just 2, and a huge advantage as Imperial's the first team to win 2 rounds in a row in this half. So it's just pistols with no armor, no utility for the Passion side of things. And as long as you don't drop the ball here and make any further mistakes that would lose you the round, Imperial's going to go into the first gun round feeling pretty confident. Utility up Banana for the take. Molotov to the choke point, so the stack will have to be given up. They're going to stand in the flames a little bit of time, taking some damage. Actually, that Molotov didn't go nearly as deep as Imperial would have liked. But still willing to challenge, knowing the superiority of armor, the superiority of the weaponry.
Four plays for passing away at the B bomb site. Really hoping Imperial come in towards them. Might get what they're looking for, at least with Vinny. He can send himself forward with that MAC-10. As soon as he attacks a lot of presence here, you can call for them to run back. You've still got that two-man setup at top middle ready to pounce, and the bomb's already going back. So with Vinny going down immediately. Oh god, though, they've lost kills on both sides, and eventually JT falling. He was the only A player. So
yeah, but you have to know they're gonna come for this. This might just be a full sprint all the way down Banana and up middle. It's
Try's holding for it.
Yeah, Try has got the first kill, but he needs to stay alive and doing a good job.
Yeah, Try coming away with one, not putting himself in harm's way for the further kills, and actually just drawing attention towards himself. He's out of bullets, and that AK goes to the Glock. No difference. He gets a result, and an AK picked up here for hallzerk. Can't win this round anymore, and he's going to run away and save the AK.
Yeah, that's an excellent weapon to get out of this round with, though, if you're Passion. hallzerk's going to be loving that, having an AK-47 to drop over to a teammate. Give it to Kvem with the hot hand. 19 kills so far for the major rookie on Passion. 21 kills for Try. It's really heated up into this game after some nice rounds with the AWP in the first half. Triple kill here as he covered the B flank down Banana. So 9-8 going into the first full-blown gun round for both teams in this half.
Well, really still could go either way at this point on Inferno. We'll see if Kvem does get the AK. It looks like hallzerk might just hang on to it himself.
Seen a lot of frustration out of both teams as well throughout this game. A lot of death slamming, a lot of just taking deaths that has really pissed a couple of the players off a number of times.
Yeah, and Zach wanted to get on the mic and address how he wants his teammates to play the rest of this game, because they're getting into gear now where Imperial could take this Inferno, and that could be a massive opportunity for them in this best of three.
I think this round can be a devastating loss for both teams. I think a team that loses this one is going to be in a really tough place mentally. So pretty critical for both squads. They're able to come out on top here, because this is really going to signal who has the advantage going into the later stages, who has the best shot at closing this out first. Money is a little bit rough on the Imperial side. No Way's got plenty. Vinny's hurting for it. So depending on how this round plays out, I mean, Passion have no cash built up. So if they lose, next round is definitely no kind of a buy that's going to have any kind of danger to it.
There's a slow approach to kick off this round for Imperial. You've got very passive setups here for Passion UA towards the A-bomb site. So Imperial will have the space there. They've got under a minute on the clock. JT attempting a spam down through that smoke and Banana. Try's got the util ready to go to help Vinny. Oh, gets caught. As soon as he starts throwing nades, JT very aware of where he can put his crosshair to spam down and catch Vinny in the open. So man advantage picked up here for Passion UA.
Yeah, but a lot of the map to work with wrapping around this bomb site. This is really, really dangerous. Two players doubled up in pit. It's all on Kvem, who's going to have the long distance fights. It's going to be smoked off initially, so these wrap side players are going to be able to stream into the bomb site. Awkward scenario, and Grim's caught completely unawares.
Yeah, that is a massive pick for Cello to grab here. So Kvem from the pit. He's lost his support network, though. Kvem is going to go massive, and he gets a second kill. It's the time. If he was able to hold on just a little bit longer, Imperial wouldn't have had enough time to feel comfortable in the site, but with that bomb going down, PassionUA having to come back in for a retake.
I mean, yeah, but this is all on Grim. Like, as that supportive element rotating over, when there's no information on Rap side, you have to be so aware how much they can scale. He's so eager to get into the fight that he sold his teammates at that bomb site. Now, a really tough 2-on-2 retake. Missed shot from Try, though.
Oh, and the head comes up. Try's gone. No way in the bomb site, and JT clears him out.
Okay,
maybe PassionUA get away with one here.
Yeah, maybe not so tough. They made that look really, really easy.
That should have been a lot more competitive there for Imperial. They're going to be incredibly frustrated with themselves that they let that one go.
I think, speaking of frustration, I think that's the mistake Grim has made. I think this has been a tough map for him, and he feels like he hasn't been able to get into it, hasn't been making correct decisions, hasn't been able to find clean fights, and he's trying to force the scenario, especially with the pressure of the moment as he shifts over when his teammates are under attack. But he just had nade in hand and was just so oblivious to the idea that somebody could have been walking up Rap side.
Oh, that is a heartbreaking round to concede there for Imperial. Let's put their money on the line. And coming into this one with 2 AK-47s, 1 goalie, a couple of Tech 9s. hallzerk going for the peek down middle, has received a lot of damage from Try.
But the op could just back away and play safe from here on out. 2 Tech 9s, 1-for-1 trade down Banana. Grim gets his, but no way in response. So JT and Kvem left at top Banana. Kvem will leave JT, it appears. And actually, they both sink back towards the bomb site. Nyx might have a chance here as this smoke fades. Skulls lurking in the halls. And Passion doing this gamble. We saw this in one of their earlier games in this stage. Last stage, maybe? Where they would just leave the bomb site wide open. Typically, they had a smoke down, which isn't available at the moment, and at least in this round, it's the wrong call. So JT shifts over, adds a 4th player in defense of the A bomb site on a timing. When that timing isn't hit by Imperial, they spread the defense back out.
Nyx waiting in the bedroom. Catch him as they rotate back up through middle. He's got the info. They don't know.
He doesn't know about
halls. They've just been spotted, but he doesn't know about the halls. Now he knows. He's got skulls, and he's actually gone and got all 3. Fantastic work from Nyx, and he just keeps going. Tries alone though, 1v4, does damage on a Kvem through that smoke, but he didn't pick up the bomb. He's only got 15 seconds as well. This is all crumbled away from Imperial. They were competitive on Inferno. They were in this fight. But that last round in the retake, and now Nyx stepping up like that in the apartments, it's really ripping out all the opportunity from them.
At least he died before the time. He had a chance to plant the bomb and actually get some bonus money for his team, but he missed that opportunity. At least he goes down and still gets his bonus money as well. That's a great triple kill from Nyx, and for one of the guys on the Passion side of things that feels like has had a tough game, took some really rough deaths at various points throughout this. We didn't even really have a chance in the fights. This is a lovely sequence. Catches the rotation back to the A bomb site, well aware to check the stairs as he climbed out towards Boiler. Really nice triple kill that saves the day and maybe saves the map for Passion, because Imperial now out of money, and it should be free avenue into a 12th round with 4 chances to close out the opening map. Ooh.
Oh, really clean stuff there for Kvem.
Yeah, hello.
Grim's going to back him up, and round's done. 12-8. It's going to be map point for PassionUA. Competitive throughout the first half, had its moments here in the second, but PassionUA with a great chance now to round things out.
Yeah, we deathmatch it now.
This is the map pick of PassionUA. Dust 2 up next for Imperial. Try has another great map here for the squad. It looks like it's going to be in a losing effort though. hallzerk sending his AWP over towards Banana. Imperial come to the fight with AKs and Galils. hallzerk posts up just on that corner watching the half wall.
Yeah, when do they get the indication the A bomb site is the target though, because nobody's rotating back. It's going to be all on Kvem. Oh, the transfer down.
Look at the confidence of Kvem the whole way through this map. Just a little bit too much there. He keeps going and loses his life. Nyx only getting the 1 kill, not the multi-kill this time, and the A bomb site has fallen. It's still doable here for PassionUA, but could have been a lot more comfortable. Try just waiting on the T-stairs. hallzerk's not going to check it, and Try's going to grab that AWP. Still falls to JT. It's Grim and JT coming back in for a retake, this time to try and close out the map. The double nade towards Cello, cutting him low, and now JT moves up
towards
the truck. And yeah, a little bit of time travel as we return to the action as JT clears out the site. Cello's got the kill. And now Grim with a 1v2. Quick turn into the pit. And Skulls needs to keep his head down, but Grim has done it. It'll be Passion Yue taking Inferno. A retake picked up once again from JT and Grim. The cavalry arriving from the B bomb site. And one map up now in this series to try and survive into the final day.
Yeah, another great retake, as you mentioned. And I mean, those retakes towards the CT side are what won the day for Passion eventually. A couple of 2v2s, one down the stretch. And gotta say as well, Nyx and Grim having some of those tough games here on Inferno, both of them having critical rounds down the stretch. Grim wins this 1v2 that he's put into, and Nyx with the triple kill just a round before that. So yeah, a great performance at the end of the individuals recovering, and just a great map from Passion to take a 1-0 lead of the series.
Get in my way, you cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain, you don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made, I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is infinitive, top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed, I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Boran can't say J. He doesn't have it in his mouth. He can't pronounce it.
So he cannot say like jelly?
Exactly. He will say Yeli.
Okay, I have to test this quick.
JW is in jungle. I mean, it's because J in Swedish is J. So that's why. Jungle.
Wait, what?
JW is jiggling jungle.
Okay, that's hilarious. Can you say it like this just so I can hear it?
JW is jiggling jungle.
When Snow gets angry, I don't know in English the word, but his mouth is different, like this, and like a child, you know, and yeah.
He has a sulky baby face, right?
yeah, exactly.
When Engineer was young, I think at the age of 11 or 12, he's how to say that, the judo? Yeah, he was going, he went to judo, yeah.
Give me one interesting fact about any of your teammates.
I don't know. We have so many facts, you know. So many facts that I don't even know what to say. Rene likes to play Face It. He plays more than anyone else. Nico.
Wait, who?
Rene. Tezes. He plays insane. He likes to play Face It. We're just chilling guys, you know. Damian likes to play with the randoms on Face It. He really loves them. He loves them so much.
Yeah, but you eating, it's like you said before. I mean, I won't say the same. Yeah, you're not genius about it.
Okay, Flames thinks his knife and fork cutting is a skill, but let's just say that.
We went to the restaurant yesterday and just eat with his hands, and it doesn't matter with.
What do you like?
I need to say the truth, Sha. But yeah, not so many skills in this thing. Honestly, yes.
I think there was a picture that circulated on social media of I think Apex has a certain talent with a banana.
Hey, did I make this picture? Yes, I did.
I think you. So there's yeah, he has a special talent with a banana.
Welcome back to the StarLadder Budapest Major. We got Passion UA, Imperial battling it out for survival, and Imperial were competitive to a point on that first map, but it all fell apart in the second. Too many frustrating retakes going against them, and it does feel like Passion UA have the upper hand.
Yeah, I think JT and Kvem both had great games. Like JT found some lovely impact, and he's been one of the top performers for this team throughout stage 3, so that just continues. We still haven't seen Grim and hallzerk get going in this stage quite yet. That was Passion's map pick Inferno that they end up winning, so everything's kind of going according to plan. Now we move on to Dust 2, which is where Imperial wanted to take this fight, where they think they could find the biggest advantage, and it lends itself to Try, who had a great game with the AWP, able to have a lot of influence on this map. So if you just look at the way isolated in that first map, how the Oppers kind of performed and who had the hot hand and who seemed like they were feeling it a little bit more, there's kind of like the op advantage. You'd lean it towards Imperial, which on Dust 2 can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, well, let's see if Imperial are able to bounce back into the series. Looking forward to seeing Dust 2 pan out with Try with the way he's playing, as you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly.
Even a losing effort on Inferno, was still fragging out, still delivering a great performance.
Yes. Yeah, and I think on this map, you are going to need guys like Grim, guys like hallzerk, I mean, not just the AWP, but also having that rifle presence, and a map that can get exploited if you have a player in one part of the map really kind of struggling to have any sort of impact. So we want to see those guys step up. I think we're going to see a lot of challenges out mid, especially from I almost said complexity, from the Passion side of things. I think Kvem, one thing about him, again, I know I feel like I've been saying his name a lot, but like I'm just taken by being a rookie and how fearless he's been in terms of taking fights, and that's where I look at him and I say, over on Dust 2, I feel like this is going to be a world where this guy's just challenging out mid. I think he's going to be willing to go take some dry fights, and if you can't control that, if you can't control where he's going for a duel, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So Imperial have to find a way to shut him down and maybe make him a little bit more nervous and start making him play a little bit more like a rookie.
Yeah, he's really just doing everything he wants right now, and I think maybe you can see the rookie tendency because it's going so well that maybe he makes a little bit too of an aggressive play sometimes. I think it's towards the end of that last round where it comes down to a retake. He's running down middle a little bit too far.
Yeah, but you know, this is one thing when I was coaching Liquid and I was having a conversation with Grim, who had joined the team maybe a couple weeks, maybe a month before I kind of stepped in as the coach. You know, I talked to Grim and I was just like, I'd rather you be too aggressive and me have to scale you back than you be too passive and me have to motivate you to go forward, right? I'd rather you go now and make the mistakes at 110% speed and we can scale you back and find, you know, a happy middle ground and a comfortable middle ground within how we want to play the game and then play the various situations. But it's really hard to motivate someone to just say, like, if someone comes in and is scared and is afraid to take fights and afraid to do things, that's a lot harder to fix than someone who's obviously really excited to get stuck in and go make a play. So I don't mind it so much, even though it is obviously, you know, sometimes a little bit much, a little over-eager, and obviously it's going to lose you some rounds from time to time. But that's the better problem in my mind to have to deal with than trying to say, my brother, you actually have to try and make a play. You have to create something on the map. You have to find a timing to take a fight. It's harder to motivate someone that way.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the Inferno kills, how things shaping out. You know, 10 CT kills, 15 T-round kills for Kvem. So obviously a lot of impact in both halves.
Oh yeah, lovely, and yeah, he's bailed them out of a bunch of tough situations in that first half on the T side as well. Yeah, and so really cool. I think, you know, one of the nice things as well, if you're Imperial on this map, now that I'm just kind of rattling things off the top of my head, we touched on Inferno towards the end of the stretch. All those retakes from the Passion side of things are kind of what ended up winning the game towards the stretch, was winning 2-on-2 retakes. Grim wins a 1v2. Dust 2's a relatively hard map to retake, depending on the situation, depending on the scenario. You really can't work your, like, especially the B bomb site, obviously, you can't really work yourself into too many retakes. So that might be an area that kind of neutralizes one of the strengths that Passion had, at least on the first map in this series. You know, what's also kind of underrated about the Passion side of things is they sort of have that elusive kind of 7-map pool. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're awesome on all 7 maps. In fact, I don't even really think I would point to this team and say you have a home map, especially against the top teams. But the idea that you're willing to play 7 maps in your pool across the last 3 months can sometimes make it a little bit tricky in the veto process.
Well, TC, back with the boys, back with his core team that he had in Complexity. Had a time where he wasn't coaching them, went off to Passion UA, and I'm sure it was a unique challenge for him coaching a Ukrainian squad, but was able to see the opportunity to get the Complexity forward.
This was the plan all along, Adam. And went over there.
What a plan it would have been.
Yeah, huh? It's like, I'll take them out from the inside, bring my boys over, recreate the magic.
Hey, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it's, I mean, so far, so good.
Stage 3 of the major here in Budapest. and have a shot at getting down to the final day.
And the first time they were able to progress at a major as well.
Right.
No other major they were able to qualify onto the next stage, always eliminated in the first stage they showed up in. JT's first qualification moving on forward. So yeah, between him and TC, who've been working together for a long, long time, that's got to be an excellent feeling.
Well, things getting loud over there on the main stage.
Sounds like a Mal's clutch.
Sounds like
Actually, that sounds like a Torji clutch in particular.
Yeah, perhaps. But PassGUA and Imperial getting things going here in the second map of play. It's JT up on short, hiding in behind the smoke, going out for the peek, and they're going to fall away and send their attack out long here for Imperial.
Well, they've got a lot of ground. Grim is going to come back, spots it out. Oh, lovely shot. Okay. Grim opened things up with a one-bullet headshot. A nice way to start after Inferno. Drops and deploys the defensive smoke and is going to get aggressive with it.
Grim waits, side of the smoke. They're going to be coming up towards him. Head shown, and Grim falling away. It's no way to drop JT. Vinny to follow through. And this 4v3 as that bomb is getting planted here for Imperial. You can see Nyx actually gaining ground, getting in behind, and just straight away taking away 2 headshots. Flips back over towards Goose, but it's Kvem on the cleanup. And there we go. Fantastic work yet again from Nyx and Kvem to get this one started for PassGUA.
Got a smile on his face. All right, got a couple players stepping up there that we didn't get on Inferno. Grim with the initial kill. Great defensive smoke that Nyx eventually uses towards the end to cover his progression into the bomb site. And another great retake, you got to say, from the Passion side of things. Bomb gets planted, and Nyx never lets him get comfortable. And I mean, how are you supposed to spot this kind of a play out? Smoke covers everything. That's Grim smoke, and just as it fades, Kvem is there with the dualies. Well, oh, I love hallzerk so much.
He's been doing that all tournament long as well. Definitely moving over past PassGUA, him and Kvem, I guess.
There's one of those over-aggressive plays from Kvem.
Yes, well, he at least doesn't die. He loses a lot of his health, though.
Had to have been a conversation between maps is, let's be strong in these second rounds. If we win the pistol, let's not let them kind of convert and turn it back on our heads. Good opening kill for Passion with the boost up on short. Imperial still very slow to move around the map in a 4v5. They've got 3 smokes and 2 flashbangs to utilize, so they've got some utility to kind of go for a probe, go for a prod, see if you can make the defense move, see if you can get them to shift. A little misdirection mixed in there. And really, this is just a lot of time being given over to Try with the scout to see if he can get a pick. Smoke pops. Kvem actually gave him the peek he wanted, just fired a little bit too early. Kvem's got to be careful with that 32 HP at the back of the B-bomb site. Other 3 players for Imperial over towards the double doors and Xbox. Haven't made their decision just yet. Letting the scout do things, seeing if they're going to get any kind of a push from the long player. That'll be Grim, and he will make those pushes throughout this half.
As Nyx picking out from the window all the way down into middle, and he's going to get overrun. No way he's even killed his teammate. So it's Imperial into the B-bomb site, but a player down. And we know how PassGUA have been in terms of retakes. They've been very confident and very successful, and they just come flying through, wasting no time. But Try gets away with it. JT really needs to take that kill. hallzerk could do it, though. hallzerk eventually will. And PassGUA just throw bodies at the problem.
Yeah, they have a decision to make now, though, too. 4 kills, and you get the bomb planted. I would not be shocked at all, and I don't think Passion should be shocked at all if Imperial's going to buy back up into this next round, and then all of a sudden you have another difficult round to handle. Nice kills from Try with the scout, finds Kvem, cleans up that kill from early on in the round at the back of the platform, leaves Nyx in a really, really tough position over at window. It's the team kill that ends up being the difference in this round. Unfortunate for No Way, unfortunate for Imperial, but Passion take complete advantage of that situation. Scout can't get it done. Nice misdirection from hallzerk, showing a bunch of different peeks and a bunch of different looks before committing. And just a cheeky, wry smile on the face of Vinny as he takes a sip of something.
Monster, perhaps.
I would assume it's Monster, yes.
Nice and clean to kick things off here in the round for PassGUA. They've only lost Kvem and the rest of the teammates cleaning up. You've got Skulls on 20 HP, and JT will make sure it's 0.
Try picks up the hero AK-47 in this round. He's going to have Vinny drop him an AWP in the next. He'll pass over something smaller in return, maybe a Glil, maybe just an upgraded pistol for utility, but They're still going to have the money for the AWP, so no big deal. Nice clean round. Kvem and hallzerk aggressive in middle and short. In a 3-0 start for the Passion defense here on Dust 2.
AWP is gone, and so Try immediately getting dropped here by hallzerk. Oh, it's going to be a very frustrating beginning to this game here for Imperial, and it could get worse for them because JT is just pushed all the way up top mid, come away with Cello, and handed them out a 5v3.
That's way too early. These last 2 rounds, especially even with that hero AK-47, you're losing too many players too quickly, and this is the first gun round where Imperial, they don't even get to execute any of their ideas, any of their game plan whatsoever. hallzerk puts a stop to that in combination with JT, who still maintains some information in middle. JT just keeping track of the scaling. Passion are going to give up long. Let them out in a double stack as Grim is at the corner and Kvem up behind him behind the barrels.
There's a peek out. Vinny has removed Grim. He's going to try and go for a shot as well, but that grenade comes flying over the top of his head. And so every opportunity Imperial get, Passion UA have the response.
Yeah, really nice nade. Good stack as well. AWP controlled. Kvem, he's going to go back for the fight during the reload. And with 30 seconds on the clock, I think Skulls and No Way are just going to have to decide to save this. You've got no step forward. He does have a smoke for the cross, but there's no reason to think that you'll be able to make it into that A bomb site. So weapons are going to be saved and brought into the next round. No bonus money for No Way and Skulls. No Way can actually drop an AK-47 to a teammate, so they can force out a buy in the next round if they want to. But after a round like this, where you lose 2 players so early, it might be a timeout call from Zach for the Imperial side of things. Oh my God.
Oh, there's
my God.
Yeah, everyone loving that for Passion, and just more BS added on top here for Imperial. The last second grenade after the time as well. Oh, that is so rough.
Oh my God. Even Passion, even enjoying that kill is kind of like, why you got to do him so dirty? Why you got to do him like that? Oh,
yeah,
Zach
they can't catch a break right now at all.
Every coach has been in that seat. The, oh God, what's happening?
Yeah. Everything is falling apart here for Imperial. A nightmarish start here on Dust 2. Already a map down in the series as well. Here comes JT. Try getting caught, not ready for the fight. Grim's aggression. Oh, just the one. Can Kvem find success? Yes, the answer is a resounding yes. In fact, as Kvem goes all the way up towards top middle and catches Skulls as well. This is deathmatch.
Well, I love it. He's just unleashed. I mentioned that JT probably had a conversation with him where it's like, man, if you're feeling it, go take over the game. I think the shock that Imperial is having right now is thinking that they're going to be going up against like textbook fundamental Counter-Strike and trying to play with that kind of a mindset. Well, Kvem is kind of the chaotic evil on this map. He's just pushing forward at all times and just making sure you're never comfortable playing outside the textbook, and Imperial can't handle it. I like the philosophy though in terms of Passion, this constant aggression in I think every round pretty much someone's looked for a fight, an early peek at the mid double doors. Somebody's gone for a challenge. Usually Kvem, we saw hallzerk's peak. Now we see Grim pushing up long in conjunction with the mid aggression. Really disruptive to what Imperial want to do. And obviously mentally decimating them in the sense that, at this point, Imperial can't even think about how they want to play the game. They just have to think about how they stop losing players in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, a head scratcher for sure. For Zach, got to figure out how to get Imperial into the game. They've even had a round where they had Try's AWP out. He went for the boost down into the mid doors, and as he's trying to open up the round, hallzerk just peeks out from the double doors and takes him out with the AWP. So, going to be a frustrating beginning to the game. We were just talking about how Try is going to be so important in terms of getting a good performance here on Dust 2 for Imperial. And so far, Passion UA have kept him silent And Kvem is just running rampant all over them.
Yeah, and the op difference is leaning towards hallzerk at the moment with that opening kill earlier as he peeked through the double doors. On to try himself, boosted up in the corner. Might have another look at it here. Oh, he's got it.
There we go. Kvem's gone too, so that's sort of the, well, that's the danger man out of the way here for Passion.
Yeah, that's the heavy hitter, at least in the early stages of the round. So how does Passion want to try and recover this man deficit? Grim's going to play a strong position behind the door, which allows hallzerk to shift back with the AWP. The problem is they don't really have anyone who can keep eyes on middle. Defense is going to be very spread thin throughout this round. And I think because of that, they're saying, let's just give up long. Allow Grim and hallzerk to be a little bit more mobile across the map. Good information gathering as well from JT. Got to be careful about how far he goes.
It's going to be JT climbing up. Look at him around the back here.
If Grim can live, the timing of this is insane.
JT, oh, there's the first shown, and the second as well. JT on the cleanup has drawn it right back to a 3v3. And Imperial now are left with 3 remaining players at long, trying to get into the site.
All right, here's the cross. Molotov up towards the plant spot to flush anyone out of position. Nobody's home. Grim's falling back behind the boxes at the catwalk corner. Still quiet as Imperial as they scale slowly, and now with the flashbang can activate into the bomb site to get a plant. But another retake, and Passion has been stronger in these situations, and the bomb doesn't even go down yet.
Let's try. Shot down on towards Nyx. Now JT, yeah, unraveled the round back in favor of Passion UA for a moment, but the round still looks good here for Imperial. JT's going to try and clutch it up, but Try will deny. And finally, Try feel like can get into a round here. It's a triple kill for him. He opens things up and he closes it.
Yeah, really, really good job from Imperial. Tough situation, because again, when you lose half the attack in that fashion, that round can go to hell very, very quickly. So maintaining their composure on the push out towards long after this double kill. Cello and Vinny probably feel a little bit silly. Grim stops the plant, but commits to the fight, can only get the one, and it's all the op from that point. So good job from Try closing out the round and getting Imperial on the board for the first time here on Dust 2.
Flash down into lower. Kvem will tuck himself into the corner. And he gets cleared out by Cello. Imperial start with the advantage again. Kvem once more, the first victim of the round. hallzerk looking for that search. Trying to pull it back. Response is down. Next to follow up. Kvem, hand to his face, frustrated. He has lost his life in 2 rounds back to back and made this job a lot more difficult for Passion UA.
Yeah, Nick's no more utility to close off that choke point whatsoever. So he's playing passively inside the site behind the double stack. There's the flashbang in, Try dodges it. JT in middle, Grim now going for this long flank, and he might be able to catch the bomb. No way he's going to step out of the tunnels just now. Good flashbang. His attention will be on the double doors, and Grim now has a good advantage. Spotted. Takes one, transfers over for a second.
Try. Just waiting for that peak, waiting for an opportunity. He's now in the 1v3, but JT will deny any opportunity to really get going there. So Try has a big round in the previous. Imperial finally break through with their first round victory. They start this round with advantages. It's looking good for Imperial, and still Passion UA finding a way back into it.
They need either a timeout and an amazing speech from Zach, or an amazing adjustment from Zach, or you need a very individual heroic effort in the round, because the early aggression from Passion has made Imperial playing so scared. Look how slow they're moving around the map because they're so worried about everything at the moment. There's no feel for this game. No one's really making a play that's changing anything. Defense is getting everything they want. And if that doesn't change, this is going to be a blowout of a first half. Oh, this crazy guy's playing the smoke fade. All right, Grim steps out. Pressure towards catwalk, but Grim can't leave long completely undefended because Cello's going to start making his move. Good kill. Quick kill. they got nowhere to go. I mean, they wanted to make the run up towards short, but there's no avenue or access to it. So 4 players just kind of huddled up with really no sense of what's the best option. Low HP on 2 players. Oh, nice shot.
Oh, yeah, great shot from hallzerk. Swings on up JT. Another double kill from JT. He really is having one of those days, isn't he, where JT steps up and delivers.
That's one hell of a flick, though, from hallzerk.
Yeah.
That was well into the run boost. Quite an adjustment.
Yeah, just can't get anything going here for Imperial. You can see how frustrated Zach is. He's just dumbfounded at this point. Mike comes down. Doesn't look like it's going to be the rallying speech you said they require here, Jason.
No, I mean, I think it's at this, I mean, that's the thing. Zach is already sensing that this team, the communication probably isn't flowing as well as he's used to during some of these runs that Imperial have had to qualify through stage 1, qualify through stage 2. They felt like everything was kind of falling into place. And now you're seeing that kind of regression back towards, you know, a team that isn't really putting it together, isn't really being proactive on the map, isn't having comms and coming up with ideas and coming up with solutions. And I think at this point, when you're 7-1 down and you're really starting to feel battered, not like you're battling for rounds but losing them, but now you're just getting destroyed, I think that sense that this map and this series are lost is kind of starting to spread throughout the team, and it's really hard to get that back. That's why I said you need that kind of individual play. You need something that's going to get the team off their feet, and especially for a Brazilian squad, you need a play that's going to get some energy back and some life back into this T side. Kvem pushing again, and nobody's aware.
Kvem, let's see. Oh, he actually turned at the perfect time. He's about to get caught. Senses that timing. Kvem gets to one headshot, then Skulls has to trade it and does so. So we have 4 players out long here for Imperial.
I think Passion know it's coming, though. Grim fell back pretty early due to all the pressure count and the flashbangs that were coming up over the wall. So yeah, we're going to start seeing this in rebuttal, the push in towards upper, the information that'll be gathered, and then you're going to see that extended play out towards long, you'd imagine, from Imperial. And with all 5 players out long, one has just come back. That's Cello to make sure there's no flank coming in. But yeah, Passion's put this one together with everything else on the map clear and wide open.
Thanks out from the lower tunnel.
He's fine with the information, though. He doesn't want to commit to that fight. He knows JT's in the strong flank.
Yeah, he's fine with that because JT, yeah, as you say, is all the way in T-spawn, sprinting in behind, and that means you can start putting your forces on the A bomb site here for Passion Away because you know it's coming here.
And Nyx's peek gave him the information that short was not an issue. No one's scaling up catwalk.
Yeah, well, look at the flank timing as well for JT. He's arrived. The pit players distracted, throwing utility at the moment. Oh, JT, he's just gone for it straight away, catching the perfect timing here. Can his teammates do enough holding on? Nope, they're not doing a whole lot right now, so it falls more pressure on JT's shoulders, and he just can't do anything about it. So it was all shaping up nicely there for Passion UA, but they just don't get the kills when it comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, for how solid they've been on this map throughout this half so far, it's crazy to see a round where you have all the information, you have the stack over towards the right bomb site, you know exactly what's coming and what's happening, and that's the round you're not able to control. Interesting decision for the timeout. I mean, I gotta feel like Zach was, I don't know what he'd be unhappy about in the round win, but that's all 3 of your timeouts going into round 10. And back-to-back timeouts. So something's going on within that team that he's not enjoying.
Well, we can find out a little bit later on, but
I say it's a weird timeout, but I guess, you know, when you're in an elimination game,
you just use them when you feel like you need them.
Like, clearly this team isn't playing at its peak level or with any kind of significant cohesion or synergy. So I think that's more the thing. Is Zach's like, I'll burn all of them just to get this just to get my boys started, if that's what it takes. But now he's at the mercy of Passion's timeouts.
Grim moving into the longhouse. No way he's going to be holding for him. Now he shouldn't see Grim move anytime soon. Should just be planting himself there until contact is made elsewhere. And in fact, he is going to back away. So Imperial starting to occupy middle. We'll see if that timeout from Zach nets any reward here for Imperial. We'll see if they can get anything going for the last few rounds of this first half. some control towards Cat. That deep CT smoke is going to keep them pinned for a little bit longer, and it is giving time for Passion UA to start to put more and more players up short, and they actually want to go and fight this on the fade. Oh, there's 3 players coming at this.
Round comes down to this.
Make or break moment for Passion UA. Smoke fades maybe just a second too early there for them to feel comfortable, so it's a 1-for-1 trade going down on short. 35 seconds on the clock for Imperial. Nyx burns, he couldn't run away, stuck in the cubby. No way, starting to slip his way up long as well. Looking good here for Imperial. Every fight going in favor of the Brazilians. And we're gonna see hallzerk just realizing the round's done.
His op never got a move, and Passion's gonna be out of money. Man, you know, credit to Zach. I know he burned all 3 timeouts, and that's going to be a disadvantage later on as this game extends, but he's got Passion a chance to come back into this game. For as horrifying as the first 8 rounds looked for them, you've now taken the money away. You've now won 2 in a row for the first time, and you can bring this scoreboard way, way closer considering how dominant Passion was. And maybe a little bit of a tech issue. Maybe that's the frustration we saw at a hallzerk when on this cam when all the players died. So we're going to get a pause in the game. Something needs to be fixed, but it looks like Passion's a little forlorn in how this all played out. Interesting turn of events that this can actually become a competitive half and then potentially turn into a competitive map. Skull's going through his breathing exercises, keeping himself calm and focused.
It might work out pretty well for Imperial, but, you know, given the fact that I'm sure it was a lot of pressure and frustration starting to mount throughout this. This tech pause might give them a moment to just individually breathe and cool off a little bit.
Yeah, well, especially with the knowledge that, you know, you've just taken away the economy, winning rounds in a row. I think it's you're contemplating how this half could end up and how things are going to look like when you switch sides. Gives Vinny some time to think things up now that his coach can't really have the input that he would like. So Vinny's mind racing with ideas on how to finish this half. The last 2 rounds that are going to be played, hallzerk's headphones are back on, but no indication of what the tech problem could be. I don't see referees at anyone's PCs or admins at anyone's PCs. Okay. TC shuffling through his notes. Coming up with some ideas for his timeout that he takes. I feel like hallzerk is just like bubbling under the surface right now. When he comes up on the cam.
He's like the hand off the mouse. He's back on this, you know, he flips back and his teammates have lost the round. He's just like,
yeah, that's what I was curious about. But I mean, just during this tech pause, when I see him, I'm just like, man, he's angry about something. It's there. It's ready to come out.
Maybe you see a Hulk hallzerk performance.
See, he looks angry.
It's like as soon as he's allowed to talk again, he's going to start flipping
I know.
out.
He's just gonna lose it.
I mean, the emotion's certainly going to be running high in a game like this. Even when you're 1 map up, 7-3 up on the second map.
I mean, look, you know, anyone who's, as we mentioned, JT just said at this major, this was the first time he was able to progress from one stage to the next. And yeah, you know as well, like any kind of situation, even when you're kind of on the verge, or even when you're up a map in this series, it can change so fast. He's been in those scenarios before where it's just like, oh, things should be going much better than they are, and you know, having a good run through a stage, and then all of a sudden it turns around entirely, and you get eliminated when you thought you were going to progress. So you can't be comfortable whatsoever. This will be the 6th major that JT has played. Took him 6 chances, 6 attempts to progress and move on.
And fighting for a chance to do it again. Not quite sure what the issue is at the moment. Nyx using an old school mouse with a bungee, Jason.
Got to admire it. A bungee on the mouse pad.
Nyx, what are you doing there, buddy?
It's like a third of his mouse pad taken up. Giving a little side eye over to the camera. He's like, I hear you talking about.
Let me check his sensitivity, see what he plays on.
That's wild, man. Never seen anything like it. on the mouse pad, the top left quadrant of the mouse pad occupied by the bungee.
1,000 DPI with a 1.4 sensitivity. I suppose that's pretty fast. With 1,000 DPI.
You know, I'll be honest with you, I've never really figured that one out. I just know what I use.
Maybe it just makes it move faster.
Yeah, I know that. I just don't know. When you say the numbers, I can't have a relative sense of how fast that is.
I use 400.
Okay, and what's your sensitivity?
1.8.
1.8?
So it's a lot lower than Nyx's.
A lot lower than Nyx's.
Yeah.
Oh, he's that new age Counter-Strike player. You play with a lot of boomers.
Yeah, true. I also copied a lot of boomer settings when I was making my config back in the
Whose
day.
did you copy?
Everyone's. Every player under the sun. What player had a great map? I would choose theirs, you know?
Yep.
Change all your sensitivities, and now I just finally stuck with it. Native res, Jason.
Perfect.
The way to go.
Nah, the God res is 1680, 1050, but I'm going to tell you what, that 1280 by 960, it's always going to have a sweet spot.
You playing, what is it, 1610?
Yeah.
All right, you got that custom res going on. Well, we're ready to get back into the action here. Round 11, Imperial finally gotten rid of the money for Passion UA.
1280 by 1024, I think is what I meant to say.
Okay. A lot of numbers flying around.
A lot of numbers. Only number you need to know is 7-3. Passion is up by 4 rounds. Unfortunately, going to be fighting this one with just pistols as Imperial, before that tech pause, managed to bring themselves back into this half. Dominant for Passion to start, but finally 2 rounds in a row to break the economy. And Imperial's going to close the gap by at least 1 to end this half, because nobody's home on this side of the map.
Well, look how quickly Cello's getting flanked. I mean, he's pretty much the only player that could have a problem here, and he's going to hear all the steps. He's now locking himself in. He's probably salivating at the thought of all the eco kills he could get here as well. They're coming at him from the left and right side. He's not exactly so clean in that first, and he's trying to back up to short, and he will actually not get away. So just the 1 kill for Cello there.
They'd love to recover that AK-47. The moment just fighting this at range, and they're kind of not sure. Ooh, that's some fine USP work from Grim. A second AK-47 picked up. Yeah, Imperial at this point is just like, take the guns, man. We don't want them. We don't care. You guys can have them. We'll take the round win. So it's going to be 7-4 going into the final round. The saved AK-47s are nice. The economy doesn't really matter, but obviously AK superiority is a real thing. JT trying to do some damage right at the close. Hope the bomb can give him an assist, but not going to happen. We go into the final round with Imperial cutting this lead down to just 3 for the moment.
Well, no way coming out to the long doors. He's going to go for the spray down. Grim able to stop him, and no way the first victim here as Passion UA look to take themselves an 8-4 lead. Will be a great result from the first half of Dust 2 going into that second half. 1 map already up in the series. Imperial will have so much work to do just to try and stay in this. They're going to start gathering at the B bomb site now for the T side. Looking for a finish over here. We've got Nyx on his way. Kvem's in the lower tunnels.
Timing on his peak is going to be everything. And this, oh, he's going to keep going. He's going to keep going.
Oh, he is. Look at this. Multiple targets. And Kvem's so quick with it. hallzerk out the window. Round's done before it really gets going there for Imperial. They want it to finish B. Kvem disrupts them again. And that has just been his playstyle this whole map.
Oh, it's also been the slow pace that Imperial has used to move around the map, right? Like here, they're giving a lot of time over to Passion to find the solutions, find the gap, come up with a flank. And Skulls is boxed in. He's got like, I don't know, like just a little square to operate within on this map. You can't go forward into the B bomb site. hallzerk's looking at that from back platform, just popping his head up once in a while. He's going to wait for Nyx's contact and then secure the kill. So a really nice setup at this B bomb site. Molotov coming in. hallzerk still not pouncing up, waiting for Nyx to shoot. And they handle business. That's the end of the half. Passion with another strong opening delivery, 8-4 lead as we switch sides.
Welcome back to the StarLadder Budapest Major. Currently looking like Passion UA going to be the team to survive another day here. And for Imperial, they are against the ropes on Dust 2. One map down in the series after conceding Inferno. The first half looked flat, and reminder, they don't have any timeouts left coming into this.
Yeah, and I can't even blame Zach with how that half was going. Like, I think he had to burn him. Yeah, it puts them in a tough spot now, but it might have even been worse if he doesn't spend those timeouts to give them something. His back-to-back timeouts gave him those 2 rounds in a row, let them string up to 4 in the half. And that's at least something to work with, considering it didn't look like it was going to go well at all. A setup for short. Flashbang is out, but ooh, Passion's not even in position to get blinded by that whatsoever. Timing's off, and now they've got the advantage.
No way. As you try to take that first kill, Noah gets the damage off. Try finishes the job, and then Cello peeking out long, capitalizing on the opportunity on Grim. So we see Passion UA fall to 3 players.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Passion felt the need to really attack short that aggressively that soon. They kind of saw the stack there, right? They heard the flash, they saw the player fighting, they knew that the setup was for short. Could have given some time to let the map kind of play out, the round play out a little bit more and find a different option elsewhere, or just come back into it a little bit later. Smoke is down. Kvem with the P250. Needs to find the openings, but the real strength of this is the Goose player with dualies.
That moves up, flashes into the sky. No way he's going to fall, and then try with a double headshot right back. JT falls off short, and Imperial win the pistol. They needed it. Another triple kill here from Try.
Yeah, and this half can go a little bit crazy. This game can get really weird still. Now, if Try starts warming up into things, they've won the pistol round. He's going to get the AWP out first. Then all of a sudden, like, what happens if we see a performance from Try like we did on Inferno? Good shot with the USP. Same with Cello. Great reaction. Kvem can only get the 1 because Try is just on point in this round. 8-5. Lead's going to disappear real quick. No significant investment from the Passion side of things. We'll see a 3rd round bye.
Cello collapses upon 2 in the lower tunnels. Try and Skulls will finish off the final couple of kills here. And Imperial, smooth start, pistol round and quick conversion. Could be a long old half here for Zach to sit there and watch his teammates lined upon Passion UA, calling timeouts to get back on the mic. And right now, you got to be happy with the start of this second half. Here comes the buy very quickly on here for Passion UA. We've got AK-47s in all 5 players. Lack of utility, limited options, and so they go heavy towards B.
Heavy towards the B bomb site we go. 4 players in the halls. Gonna sidetrack that B bomb site, take control of Lover out towards Xbox. Kvem gonna lead the way. Here's these challenges out mid I was discussing before the map began. I think Kvem is gonna love these fights. Crisscross smokes.
hallzerk walking up. It's Kvem to find the follow-up kill, and we ended up Passion UA grabbing the first couple of kills here, and JT to extend upon it. So Imperial, a massive hole in their defense, and once you concede the B bomb site and you have numbers down, it's just impossible really to get back into it. So this is going to be a 9th round for Passion UA.
I'm surprised to see Noah even in this position. I think, okay, he's just looking for the M4. Didn't realize he'd walk past it. So going to grab it along the wall and back away slowly. Lovely opening kill for hallzerk. Tough one to control. Very tight angle between the double doors that he had to commit to a spray to connect with, but he does nail the kill. And then Kvem coming through the smoke, able to double up on Skulls in that mid defense. So pretty easy crack into the B bomb site. And Skulls missed a great opportunity to drop at least one, and who knows what he could have built up after the fact. So despite losing the pistol in the second round, Passion extend the lead up to 9-6, extended by 3. Or in the lead by 3, I should say. Getting ever closer to that 2-2 matchup that would come tomorrow for elimination or playoffs. So close, yet still such a long way to go. Loud conversation in between the rounds as strategies are called. Okay, fast towards long. Want to get Grim to at least take a peek, at least take a quick shot around the smoke. Sees nobody. One is already crossed. He doesn't realize it, but still lands the kill. Great adjustment, but he's got no HP to survive this situation.
That's Grim moving out into the position. Cello to drop Grim, and we got a 4v4.
That's information, though. They saw 2 long defenders. They know he killed one. I think they wanted to pick up the pace towards the B bomb site, but decide to call it off and not take the risk with the smokes down.
Multiple smokes down, too. One of the Lork smoke going out, then the CT smoke comes in to block them, and you have so much time, so you've got plenty of options to figure something else out here for Passion UI. So they do. They run back through spawn, and Imperial is just going to have to sit back and wait for that information to be gathered because there's no one early long. Everybody's playing towards the site. You got Goose and with Skulls. Cello's actually on the bomb site.
Might want to whip out a double door smoke just to prevent information gathering from so that Imperial doesn't realize if you're scaling up Catwalk or not. At the moment, Vinny is going to push, and they want to control and take over mid, and they will. Still unknown, though. There's still the risk that Passion is just waiting inside the B bomb site for this smoke to fade, so they can't entirely cheat over towards long. But they've got a pretty good jump and a pretty good sense of what's coming. And here it comes, very quick from Passion.
There's Vinny, straight away onto hallzerk, and they move up into the site. The bomb ready to go is Nick's. Oh, it does clear out Cello. Skulls also. And we got JT on the car. One quick kill off the back. And that's Vinny Khan leaving Try in the 1v2. And he can win this because he's been so incredible in this competition so far. And JT is not going to allow him to even take one step out of that smoke. And look at Passion UI's celebration. Smiles back on their faces as they know that's an important round to move forward with.
Yeah, smile on the Rook's faces is adorable. Kvem is just so happy right now because he knows that's just broken the economy. They've got a very good position in this second map of the series now to close things out. 10-6, they've hit double digits, a 4-round lead, 3 away from securing themselves a 2-2 match tomorrow.
I absolutely love it. He adopted the Americanism.
I know,
back
he's
in the day.
a Norwegian that turned into a white trash American that's now turned into Eastern European. It's amazing.
Flash is going out straight away. Molotov's going to clear out Try. I mean, there's nothing worth even keeping there for Try, so it just gets absolutely blasted through the car window. We're now looking at 11-6, really likely over the next few minutes here, or rather next minute, or even less, because we've got Vinny moving through the tunnels. Nyx is passive, and Passion UA have taken long control.
All right, Cello, back at the bomb site. That's the only M4, the only chance they have of stealing this round away. Oh, I can't believe Grim didn't spot the head. There's a big gap in that smoke. He's going to cross over quietly. There's the flashbang through the peak, and Grim handles the M4. Kvem handles the play through the smoke, and Grim continues to clear out the bomb site. One final player. And JT grabs that. 11 rounds on the board now for Passion marching towards victory.
Well, this is it. Imperial, their last real fight they've got here in Budapest. It's been a miraculous run from them. Many doubted them in stage 1 of the competition. Imperial have been put in the 0-3 spot pretty much every stage of this event, but have proven the doubters wrong.
Ooh, great follow-up, Nate, onto Vinny. And a lot of attention taken towards the B bomb side. The defense is shifting, and Kvem is going to surprise them coming off short.
Yeah, he's already moving up. Taking some decent space here. He's been detected before he can get any further. And in fact, No Way just stands and takes that fight. No Way's got the advantage of the cover in the bomb site.
That's one of those over-eager plays I think you were talking about earlier where you can see him overextend. Really wanted that fight, wanted the Molotov to force him into the open. Now hallzerk's got a tough situation coming.
hallzerk just going forward and Try getting taken down. And you know, 3v3 off the back of these engagements. 1 minute left.
Smoke.
Yeah, and we could see hallzerk actually use this gap to try and take a further fight at range with the AWP. He's not too far off that flick on up. He'll start using utility of his own and going back again, and this time hallzerk will not miss his opportunity. It's 3 kills for hallzerk in this round, looking to put Passion UA on series point.
And this is great too. I love this. I love the play from Passion. I mean, you don't have to commit to anything with 45 seconds on the clock. Just give hallzerk time, give him cover to make things work. Now shifting back into the A bomb site. Good luck, Cello. Let's see what you can do. 1 versus 3 with just a pistol. Flashbang is out. Nobody's home on the railing in the P250. You can't get the job done. Why would it? Vinny left in a 1v3.
Vinny gets cleared out, and it is series point now for Passion UA.
Yeah, I mean, this is an elimination game, and it's supposed to feel intense, but I mean, Passion is just kind of waltzing into a map victory, a series victory as well, and I think everyone in the server can feel it. All 10 players know what's happening at the moment, which is why you see all the Passion players just looking hyped up like they're ready to throw a party, and you see the Imperial players looking like they know they got a long flight ahead of them to end the year.
Well, Nyx waiting it long for this opening. He's got to go into the fight and drop his way back into the smoke. Big control taken for Passion UA. Imperial gathering their 4 forces over here towards short and CT. Leaving Vinny solo in the B bomb site. Passion UA, very likely B split coming up, blocking the short players, keeping them back for now as they try and get out through the mid doors. If they do try and finish on this B bomb site, they've got 2 players to deal with now inside of the site. It's no longer just Vinny. You've got Skulls waiting at the doors. hallzerk's cutting off rotations, but he can't get the kill.
Oh, yeah, rare miss, and he's got no support either. Everyone's out middle, so he's got to drop off and be very cautious as he backs up with the AWP. 2 players holding this still. Oh, he spots it, wants to go for the wall bang. Not able to land anything, and they're still staying aggressive about it, so he gives him a haircut.
Try down into a CT. It's a quick kill onto Kvem, and then JT making quick work of Skulls, but it's looking like Imperial able to stay hold and stay afloat here, because this is a round that they desperately needed, and they've picked it up quite comfortably at the end.
Yeah, it was same kind of idea. Passion just wanted to go back towards middle and sort of challenge and take their time and get some of those deep angles, but no one ever deployed the smokes to give them cover to attack anywhere. So TC, while they still have a big lead and plenty of chances, is going to call a timeout to talk things over with his boys and try and find that winning recipe. And he knows it's no time to panic, keeping them calm. 5 rounds remaining, 5 more chances to move on to the series play tomorrow. No cause for panic just yet from the Passion guys. So a new idea provided by the coach, potentially. I think I heard double tunnels. I heard something about JT saying they like to drop CT. Oh, maybe, okay. 2 tunnels, maybe one drops off short into CT spawn, like the reverse mid to B.
Well, let's see if that comes to play. Still have all the weapons available to them that they would like here. Passion UA to give it a good go and close things out now. Obviously needs another miraculous run for Imperial. Just here on Dust 2 to stay afloat. We got Try. Looking for that opening kill up towards top middle. Not going to be given the opportunity, and obviously knows the timing on that lower tunnel push and doesn't want to get caught. So he's fallen back to the site. Oh, timing that for hallzerk as well. Just missing Skulls crossing over to that B-bomb site.
That was a very bold cross from Skulls.
Yeah.
Walking across middle, unsmoked. Fortunate that luck was on his side. Noah eats a good chunk of damage to the Molotov. Don't know if Passion would have been able to hear those sound cues, but again, challenging out middle is Kvem, the front man for this pack mentality between hallzerk, JT, and Kvem. And what we heard during that timeout was double halls, drop CT, so it looks like we're gonna get JT trying to get this set up. They need to force Try off this angle. He's going to start stepping forward into things. Kvem, this is the drop into CT. If Kvem goes down, and ooh, where'd he go?
He's just hiding. Oh, Try eventually going out for the peak. JT is going to be that first victim. And the smoke comes up, no one playing with it. 30 seconds here for Passion UA.
It is exactly what they wanted to go for. The dropped CT for a mid to B split, but it's not going to be there. Kvem gives up the drop CT aspect of it. Skulls forced back into being passive, and Grim steps into the smoke to cut off rotation, but the B players need to have success.
And so far, it is only success for the CT side. Imperial stopping Kvem coming out through CT spawn, and these rounds all of a sudden looking solid for Imperial. They don't lose a single player in this one.
Yeah, Passion having some issues closing this one out. Round's not looking so easy anymore, so in the dying breath, Imperial step up in back-to-back rounds, and this one might be an odd one for Passion to play. I think what they have 2 AK-47 saved. A couple players are really busted on money. So the buy they bring forward is going to be interesting. And now also, with Imperial catching these 2 rounds straight, being within 4 rounds, economy starts to be more of a consideration for Passion, where as soon as you get broken on this T side, the CT side is right there within striking distance. So yeah, you're still not panicked just yet, but in the back of TC's mind, he's like, okay, please God, let's close this out early. Please God, we need to finish this quick so it doesn't become anything.
Because it very quickly can. And MR12, we've seen that. We've seen crazier comebacks. We've seen heartbreaking moments. And it could be another one of them here for Passion on Dust 2 if they fail to find the way through on this T side. We've got JT still with an AWP and Kvem with the AK. There's always a chance. You've got these weapons on the table, and with Kvem, with the way he's been playing in this competition, there's a kill through the smoke and hands to the face of Zach. The advantage falls away from Imperial.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, Passion hasn't really been able, it feels like, to have too much success at the A bomb site. They've shut down a couple of times there, so I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing Imperial at least cheat someone towards CT spawn. Very worried about the A hit. And poor Vinny is just going to get overrun behind this lurk smoke. They pick up the pace through to the Molotov. I take back all my words. Vinny has done such a lovely job, and they can't even commit to the B bomb site. They come right back.
That is insane that Vinny's been able to step up like this and give Imperial a chance to win the round.
They don't have the smoke to cross.
Yeah, they've got to fight. They've got to go with bullets, and Imperial have arrived on the rotation over, and in fact, they've nailed the shot. So it's JT into the clutch. A 1v3 with an AWP? I don't think so. So it goes to the AK-47 instead. Backtracks into the site, but they've moved out now. Looking to try and get in position to rip him away once he comes off that plant spot. And that's Vinny keeping Imperial going.
What a great hold from Vinny. The off angle. Molotov forces them into his arms. He knows they've only got one option with the fire at their feet. Great work from one of the most experienced players on the team. And Cello's starting to be vocal as well. 3 rounds in a row, Passion have been stumped. This one, a little bit of a weaker buy, 4 on 5 rounds, still had an element of danger, so not terrible from Passion. A little bit of stress in that chaos of the situation. Vinny doing a really good job holding on to the bomb site. Another timeout called from Passion. I think TC and some of the players are now starting to feel some of that panic, starting to feel Imperial hot on their heels. But the benefit of having that early start is you get all these timeouts at the close. You get all the timeouts at the tricky position. And now, even though Zach burned his early to get his team started, he gets to utilize these as well to help them finish up and try and make this comeback a reality. Overtime is the only thing Imperial have to fight for at the moment.
Win this round, everyone Imperial will feel like it's very doable. Light that fire beneath them, and obviously they've been facing hardships the whole way through the competition. You know, they haven't come into this event as one of the teams you're expecting to pull off upsets, make runs, progress into every stage. So keep exceeding expectations, and Imperial look to do it again. Kvem has made his way through the mid doors and just rattling bullets over towards Cello. Keeping him on notice, keeping him occupied.
One thing that I think Zach has adjusted for Imperial throughout this game that's made this defense start to look a little bit more staunch. They've started taking, less deaths in middle early on in these rounds. These mid probes in play from Passion haven't been nearly as effective, and now one defensive smoke kind of neutralizes two of them, but Kvem is going to use it as a route to walk in towards CT. Spawn shut down emphatically. Off short we go. They need flashbangs, but they've got none, so Try's got an easy shot onto JT.
Yeah, they're fizzling them out right now. Passion UA just can't find the way forward to get into positions, into post plants with numbers even close to even, but let's see if they can close out a 3v5.
It's going to be such a hard post plant to hold on to. So hard.
Especially with Skulls looking to take another kill. It's Nick's gone, and all of a sudden it's now Grim and hallzerk, and they're getting pushed in from long CT, and they even have to worry about that short flank, so it's not like hallzerk has the health, so he has to isolate these fights and somehow come away with a multi-kill. He can't do it, but can Grim. He's got to deal with the flank and short as well, and Skulls is just keeping him busy, keeping him occupied as Grim goes into that kill. Now they set up the bodyguard for that defuse, and Grim tries to line it up, but in the end, it's Imperial coming back into it, and they just have too many players left for that retake.
Yeah, I mean, Zach's still just so
what
stressed.
What an emotional roller coaster he's going on.
Even though this is getting close, and even though his team is playing well consistently for the first time in this map, it's still just pure stress. Nice block from Cello, and that's the gap that Kvem thought he was going to have. Or, I mean, that's the smoke that Kvem thought he was going to have, but Cello creates a gap in it that gives him an easy kill. Grim does his best, but because of a Molotov in the site, the bomb was never planted for him. And man, you can just see the frustration continuing to build up. So Passion gonna try and win on a cheeky bust into the B bomb site with Tech 9s.
Vinny and Woody in the back of the side, Skulls and Grim 1 for 1, and they are into the site. We've got Kvem clearing them out with a Tech 9. Of course it would be a round like this, Jason.
Two critical misses from the AWP, and now they close the gap. And how do you retake this? Try even has an AWP, the worst weapon for this scenario.
Oh, this is going to be so rough for Imperial to get
elimination on this retake.
Knocked out in this fashion, pulling it so close and losing to a B rush. Passion UA mere moments away from surviving to the final day. Cello gets swung on. Cello goes forward through the window, but hallzerk's dealt with no way. JT and hallzerk looking to get the job done, and hallzerk out to the window. It's now just try, and try as they might. Imperial will end here in Budapest. It is Passion UA that fight on to the final day itself. Imperial had one hell of a run. You know, we've talked about this team possibly going out in stage 1, but they're here playing in stage 3, and it's going to be such a heartbreaking loss for them, especially in that fashion, coming so close to forcing out overtime there.
Yeah, but if you're Passion, you got to love the way it performed today. Yeah, you had some difficulty closing things out, but you battled back. This has been a really difficult stage 3 from them. 0-2 to start, losses to G2, lost to Falcons. Liquid, they were able to 2-0, a surprising strong victory there, but now they find another good victory over Imperial, and they've got a shot at the playoffs, and that's all you can ask for if you're Passion in this stage. And obviously devastation for the Imperial side. This project has been building and building and building through these various stages. They know they're not there yet, but the improvement, the signs of improvement, that's what they are going to have to focus on, and Zach's going to have to get their minds in that direction. Once the disappointment of a loss like this kind of fades away, you have to have the team focus on the improvements that you made.
I think we got to see some of the skill that Imperial have within their ranks, right? They have a lot of experience as well in there with the players that we mentioned, getting opportunities to play at Tier 1, but not really necessarily able to hang there. You were talking about Cello and Skulls coming over from Furia. Obviously, Skulls had his opportunity in Liquid as well. Try, who's always kind of touted as the next AWPer from South America that's going to come up. I think he definitely showed his skill set at this competition, but there's a lot of work to be done in terms of, I think, finding the balance and the next step for Imperial, but they've shown us a glimpse of what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've done a good job of showing us some flashes and some brilliance, and some of the players that are going to have big influence on this team moving forward. Try's the big one, obviously.
Yeah.
Man, Passion as well, leaving Complexity, coming to a new organization, reuniting with TC, and finding a gem in Kvem. I think he's been the conversation around this team of why they've been able to progress. Having an aggressive player like him who enjoys being the point man, enjoys being the first player into action. Kvem has been just as much of a revelation for Passion as you could hope for.
Yeah, it's really working out over there for them, and we'll see if they can make it into the playoffs. It'll be a very tough final day for them, but they have a shot at it.
Yeah, they do, which is crazy. I mean, it's all going to be matchup dependent, obviously, on how likely it is to go through. Yeah. Mao's Falcons playing a series right now on the stage. stage. One of those two teams is going to be in that 2-2 group. The next match they get tomorrow is not going to be easy. They're not going to be favorited in any way. They're going to be an underdog in that matchup. So some of those slow starts, some of that kind of quiet first map we got out of Kvem and hallzerk, tomorrow,
Can't happen.
It's not allowed. Like, you just have to be there from the get-go.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and see how it goes down for Passion anyway, who they draw tomorrow. I think for the context of this team, though, I think a lot of people started just doubting them and thinking they looked like a team that weren't going to be able to keep up with these results and getting upsets and running deep at majors. Well, I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about the win over Imperial now. They're down on the sidelines to talk about it.
JT, thanks for joining us again, and congratulations. You're fighting for another day, and tomorrow you're maybe gonna even play for the playoffs. So share your current emotions with us, please, right now.
I'm just really happy with the team that we were able to stay in at this stage. We were down 0-2, and now we're 2-2, so we have a really high chance of making the playoffs. And yeah, we're just playing really well. The comms and the energy are really good.
You said today before the match that you're feeling very confident, and you could see it on the server. Also, Kvem, I think, was feeling himself on Inferno. Can you please summarize how smooth that went for you guys?
I wouldn't call it smooth. I think a lot of the rounds were really close. We just managed to clutch them out. Yeah. But I do think Kvem played really confident today. He had really good decisions and really aggressive decisions too that worked out for us. And yeah, I'm just happy that he was able to step up from the second stage that he was playing below his standards, and now, yeah, he's just playing really well.
Do you think it was because he was a little bit nervous and pressured?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't think Kvem, like, obviously everyone gets some pressure and gets nervous, but I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary for him. Okay. I think that he handles it pretty well. Okay, great. And speaking about us too, it looked like you were about to close map very soon, but then you lost a few rounds towards the end on T side, and it felt like they were reading you very well. But then in the end, the 3-3 post-plan situation on B, that was really close, and hallzerk managed to just clutch it. Did you actually? Were you scared for a second that you might go into OT, or you knew that you had it? I wouldn't say I was scared, but the rounds did get really close. I think our biggest issue there was we were very hesitant to make a decision. Like, we didn't stick to our first mid round. We kept making new mid rounds, and it made it really easy for them to read us.
But why? Were you like thinking?
You were just really excited to end the round. Everyone was calling things. Vlad was calling stuff. I was calling stuff. hallzerk was calling stuff. So we just weren't able to finalize a decision, and kind of ruined our T side. Okay, I understand. Well, you can fix that tomorrow. And looking at tomorrow, you already have teams like Na'Vi waiting there. Bait also made it into the next round. Maybe Falcons now. I mean, they're playing against Mouse at the moment, or Mouse, and maybe G2 or Mongols. So not such weak teams. How do you see your chances tomorrow? Honestly, just the same as today. I think every team here in Stage 3 is really strong teams, and everyone's just here to win. So it's going to be a really hard match regardless. Okay, well, I will let you enjoy the rest of the evening. Hope you can reset for tomorrow. Thank you so much, and best of luck. Thank you.
It's a very PR-heavy answer from JT there. I'm going to tell you, G2, Mongols, Mouse, Falcons, whoever ends up in that 2-2 series against them, all going to be significantly stronger than Imperial. So tonight's a long day of mental preparation, a long night, obviously, of preparation for G2 and JT and TC to come up with the game plan for it. But we'll see how they do tomorrow. We're going to head to a break. When we get back, we got 3D Max taking on FaZe, another series that has elimination on the line.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. Battle no best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of this me. How you moving slow when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Welcome everyone, another demo review. This time it's Passion UA's Nyx, and he's gonna be guiding us through a couple of rounds here. Round 9. Alright, set play. We're having a lane hit. We have to focus though on one thing. I will first show you the whole round. Good flashes. Double flash into the site. Pit is burning. That was kind of failed movement, wasn't there?
Yeah, so I should have dropped. Well, I meant to go on the bow. Like, that's what I was trying to do, but in hindsight, definitely should have dropped. But also, we're saying this guy's in pit. It's almost not registering to me because I'm seeing the molly.
The pit is burning. Right?
Yeah, like, I'm seeing the molly, and I'm like, how is... I can't... Like, he's not fighting me, so I'm, like, almost thinking that he's in mini, and we're just, like... flubbing the call or something.
Okay, so speaking about that, let's investigate. Mr. hallzerk is like a little bit of a problem here because he is throwing this incendiary CT molly, and let's look at the spread of this. I'm not sure if Hex actually registered this. That oh my god,
did, 100%.
He did. Yeah, I think that he saw that glimpse there that is not a molly, and then he decided to, oh, I can just tank it in front. Yeah. This barely burns, like it doesn't do anything. It's a pretty common mistake, I have to say. Like a lot of people don't realize how big of a difference between T and CT molly is. Obviously you know it, but as you said, your brain wasn't even registering the call. You were like, yes, he's paid, I know about it, but it's burning, he can't be anywhere. It was great that you joined us and shared some thoughts. Thank you for this.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Welcome back to the Budapest Major. We have got FaZe and 3D Max challenging each other for survival today. FaZe made the run through stage 1. It was more of a limp through stage 1, really. Then they sprinted through stage 2, and now having to battle elimination in stage 3, Jason. They've been up and down here, FaZe clan.
Yeah, well, to continue your exercise theme, they're a little bit winded, right?
Exercise theme?
The cardio, yeah, Jesus, I can't believe that just happened as well.
Dude, that timing was great.
I'm so good at that. Yeah, no, FaZe, I mean, bad, good, and then we're kind of here questioning what's going on. So not able to continue that form from stage 2, maybe lost a little bit of steam and momentum during those break days potentially. But yeah, I don't know. 3D Max is a team coming into this major, I kind of had it in my head. This is a team that I think should be in the quarterfinals, right? With the year that they've had and the way they've progressed, I felt like this was a team that anything less than quarterfinals is going to be a disappointment. For FaZe, on the other hand, I actually thought they were going to have a way worse major. You know, at one point during stage 1, they were 0.4 seconds from getting eliminated, and I thought that was the most likely outcome, but they've managed to recover it to get here, but still kind of shaky. And the scary thing is, when you went through stage 2, Twist and Frozen were hitting so hard. Here in stage 3, 2 of their bottom performers, much like Passion, where we just talked about, those are kind of your producers in the rifling core of this team, right? It's Jacob who's the major rookie who's stepping into range shoes, who's performing the best for the team. Frozen and Twist are kind of struggling to get that momentum back.
Right, so they got to get back into form, and we focus more in a moment on 3D Max as well, but it has been Jacob who has seen the most improvement just from all the pressure that's been on him and the weak performances. Definitely felt more comfortable in stage 2 and has obviously continued that to an extent here in stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun seeing him progress, and we mentioned it when it was going on as well. It was like, it's really good to see Jacob have these performances, because every time he delivers in that sense, you come through and you say, well, the team's going to start believing in him more, right? The team is going to start having more faith. It's going to be in the back of your mind. It's the less of like, okay, can he actually do it? Is he going to make the right decision? He's going to throw the right piece of utility, the right reaction. Now you have faith that he's actually got it in his back pocket.
Well, FaZe have been in a lot of high-pressure scenarios over the years, and the man that has been leading them has always been Kerrigan. Let's hear what FaZe think heading into this game.
Kerrigan, thanks for joining us. You're heading into the next matchup very soon, and it's a best of 3. You guys had an amazing run last stage, 3-0, had a good start on the first best of 1, but then, yeah, it kind of didn't go like in really how you wanted it. And I just wanted to know, like, what happened with you guys on these other 2 maps?
I mean, without going into details, I think the Spirit game, they had a great game plan. We couldn't really execute on them, just waiting for us, giving all the space. So I think the other players on many things, right? The game plan wise and individually. And I think against Mongols, if you go back and watch the game, I think we had everything under control. We lost 2-1 on freeze. We lost a 5-on-3 first gun round. We had a great game plan, both CT and T side. But that day, the execution failed. So today we have no more chances. We need everything to kind of like work as we think it can work, and we know, and we showed in stage 2 can work. But playing Mongol Spirit and Vitality within 24 hours, they are on paper some better teams season than us. But I think we can find a way to make it to playoff.
I think so too, and you guys are the best under pressure. I feel like whenever you're with the ball against the back against the wall, you go crazy, especially you. Like in the last stage, we just clutched it and made it to the next stage. I also wanted to ask about Frozen. I feel like he also didn't feel like himself. You think he's in a better mood today?
I think obviously when you have 3 weeks on the road, it's always going to be rougher. Once a player gets sick, another one gets sick, and it's no. It is just how it is. I think we have 3 players who got sick the last few days, but now one is recovering, the other one is getting sick. We adjust all the time together, right? So Frozen has been under the weather. Hopefully he feels better today. Okay. But it is one of those points where he can't scream out his lungs and push the team energy-wise. But let's hope he recovers in the game. It's a late game as well. It doesn't help, but excuses are excuses. This is a part of being at a major. When you start stage 1, you're going to catch at some point something from catering.
Hey, I saw Frozen today in the gym. He looked fit, so hopefully he's locked in. Did you guys do anything else except preparing for the game? Any like mental preparation or walks outside? Anything with the team?
I mean, we do the usual structure we had. I think when you had a tournament this long, the structure is really important. The walks, the game plan. Now we had a little more time from after game plan to relax and maybe set ourselves up to a long night, right? These late games can be rough when you had an earlier schedule, so we tried to push everything 1 hour yesterday, as every single game we play now probably is going to be late, right? So that's the adjustment we've done, else we just do like usual. and it's up to the individual to feel really good to come into the game. We have done everything from a team perspective, so now it's just on the server it has to happen.
Okay, just one more question. Heading now against the matchup against 3D Max, they showed a really amazing team play yesterday against Parivision. How do you think, what type of a matchup is 3D Max for you guys?
Oh, it's a brawly game. I think we had the numbers for a while. Then at the last major they got us, and also here in Pro League when we had to play with Rain. We know how they play. Everybody knows how they play. They don't shy away from the DNA. It's a lot of re-pushing. We have, of course, a game plan against that. But it is hard because they have so much confidence. If you give the momentum, it's just going to get worse for you. So we have to try to stop that and making sure that we play the basics really good in very important part of the game. Sometimes it's going to be a 3-on-3 at 1:30, and sometimes it's going to be 5-on-5, and then suddenly it's 2-on-2 2 seconds later. That's how it is to play against 3D Max.
Happens, but hey, I wish you best of luck. Hope it's going to be a banger matchup, and auf geht's.
Auf geht's.
Yes, looking forward to seeing how we get into this one, and obviously Carrigan's not had the greatest season, has he? Individually speaking, Jason.
No, it's actually I was actually kind of sad. I don't even really want to talk about it, but you know, you see an improvement in his performance from the last 3 months versus this tournament. But in stage 3, he's the lowest rated player of stage 3. So like, yeah. It's been a rough time, but you know what? You obviously give him a pass, not because of pedigree or anything like that, but there's been so many moving pieces within this team, and when you have so many moving pieces of Jacobs, you know, Twist comes in, Jacobs here, Rain's coming back in, Jacobs back in now. A lot of all that confusion, that cohesion, and everything's getting kind of thrown up, and it's the IGL who usually has the biggest weight of that fall on his shoulders, because you're focused more on acclimating new players, and then teaching Rain some of the new things that you brought in for Jacob, and then having to get back to, you know, getting back in stride with Jacob once again when he returns to the next event. So the IGL is the one that takes the biggest hit in that sense, because all of a sudden he feels uncomfortable because he's got a new player playing with him who he's not used to what they like to do.
And Carrigan is someone who always sets doesn't set himself up, right?
He's a player's IGL.
He will do everything that no one else wants to do. But we have got 3D Max as well, and we've been talking about their year and their season. You were saying, you know, quarterfinals could be a position that they could find themselves in based on the performances earlier in the season. But in my opinion, I just think 3D Max peaked a little bit too early. I think their travel schedule was so insane and so intense, and we aren't seeing 3D Max play at the level we had seen a couple of months ago.
No, I mean, I think you're right. I think they did peak early, but I mean, I think there's no reason why this team can't achieve that peak again. And they even mentioned, you know, bodyy had that interview where he kind of talked about the schedule that they had down the stretch of getting to a final, getting second place, deep runs in playoffs, and then eventually that travel back and forth to China and to Europe. China to Europe caught up with them, and they started really struggling. But saying coming into this, they got a bunch of break. They got to do a lot of boot camping and figuring things out ahead of time. And this is where they should be able to show their next level. But considering the peak we did see, anything less than a quarterfinal to me is a disappointment for this team.
Well, we heard from FaZe. Now it's time to hear from 3D Max.
Exercise, thank you so much for taking the time. Did you finish your setup?
I didn't start yet.
No, okay. So you're gonna set up and warm up?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have enough time?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So did you recover from yesterday? You had like a best of 3 against Parivision, and I don't think that was that easy because Parivision is not a team to underestimate, and you were with your back against the wall. So could you rest from it and recover and reset for today?
Yeah, we kind of find ourselves to recover enough for today. We also know that we play late, so we kind of mix up our schedule to fix the energy that we need to put on the server today. So yeah, we find a way to fix it.
Okay, and okay, it's very loud right there, right out there. Did you manage to maybe rewatch the game from yesterday and learn from some mistakes you made, even though you win, that will help you today?
Yeah, we know that we're gonna play Inferno when we prepare the game. We already played yesterday, so yeah, we've obviously find some solution that we needed, and we also gonna show some new stuff. So be ready.
Okay, that is good, because I talked to Carrigan before, and he said something like, yeah, we know how 3D Max plays, so we are very, very prepared for them. So I'm really excited to hear that you guys have some surprise ready. Hope it's going to be an interesting match, but it's FaZe, and it's a best of 3. So you think you have to put up a level compared to yesterday to beat them?
I'm not sure we need to put more energy or whatever. We just need to play as we played yesterday. We just need to make them uncomfortable, I would say, and maybe they will be shaky, so that's good for us.
Okay, excited to see. I don't want to take any more of your time. Go set up and warm up, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, throughout the history of the head-to-heads between these two teams, we've seen FaZe come out on top, the majority of them. The last time they played, though, back at Pro League Season 22, it was 3Max to finally get the win over them. Dust 2 and Train with the first 2 maps, and we have Dust 2 and Inferno this time around.
Okay, not wanted to mess with Train. Yeah, that's interesting as well, because that's the Pro League season where FaZe had the miracle run with Rain coming back to stand in randomly, fresh out of a hangover, and then made that deep run into the finals. Yeah, I think actually you heard him there saying the game plan again, like maybe you can rattle them, maybe we get out on top early and you kind of rattle. I think both teams probably have that similar perspective with each other. Is like, look at the up and down nature of 3D-Max, and 3D-Max know it. Bodyy in that same interview I referenced earlier said kind of the same thing. He said, we've been consistent in terms of remaining in the top 10, the top 15 teams in the world, but our performances within that top 10 or top 15 have fluctuated so much. So trying to find some consistency, and if they don't have it today, they will be eliminated from the major here in Budapest.
Well, it's the end of the line for one of these teams, 3Max or FaZe. We'll find out who it is at the end of this best of 3. But let's start it. We've got Dust 2. We've got Exorcist making his way through the longhouse very early into the round.
Oh, okay. Risky push, but he's got the payoff. And Kerrigan is going to be stalled out due to the smoke. So actually, Exorcist is just going to have a free kill. And that's going to be a smoke missing for the Execute. Easy kill, and now you don't have any kind of a distraction. It's just time to move into the B bomb site.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see if FaZe can brawl their way into the round again. It's Gravity yet to reveal his position, and he's just waiting. He wants multiple kills. He doesn't want just one, and he just swings into the open, and Gravity gets what he's looking for. A triple kill and the pistol round for 3D-Max.
Yeah, you gotta love that trigger discipline. He's waiting for multiple, yeah, but what he's doing is making sure that his teammates aren't gonna go down, and he's not gonna reveal his position and just kind of be, not get the impact that he's needed. So waiting for his teammates to grab a couple kills, and when it's appropriately weakened, he pounces.
Well, it's interesting the story you were talking about for Kerrigan this year and the instability of the roster, because that's always been the strength FaZe have had.
Yeah.
They've never made roster moves. They just always had the same 5 players. They would stick it out. Whereas you've had to deal with so many changes this year, stand-in situations. You even played with Simple at the last major.
Played with Simple and Skulls, back in Dallas as well. Yeah, it's been a little all over the place for sure. I mean, that kind of roster upheaval is going to affect everybody. But as I mentioned, the IGL, the hardest hitting one, or the hardest one hit, I should say.
Yeah, definitely not the hardest hitting. Well, we've got...
that was the complete opposite. But that's the hard thing. I mean, you mentioned it as well. Kerrigan being a guy who does everything to set up his players, including throwing his own life away. And I mean, we've seen that from plenty of IGLs over the years as well. I think Apex kind of gets that tag, that moniker plenty of times as well. And I feel like usually it comes in when the IGL isn't having confidence that their players are locked in the same way, aren't at their best, aren't as sharp as they need them. So they're trying to do more things to get those players activated. And that's when you see that kind of dip in performance.
That was a nice kill from Maka. It's going to be frozen dead towards top middle. A nice start. He's got the AWP out in round 3. Taking it to play straight away. And speaking of taking a hit, Kerrigan's got to play with the Deagle, the rest of his teammates with AKs. And
you're already a man down.
Already a man down, yeah. Not a lot pointing to success here for FaZe.
No, and it looked like they wanted to kind of join up with this and have a relatively early timing for a mid to B split with 2 players, Frozen and Brokey in middle. Twist, Kerrigan, and Jacob at the upper tunnels waiting to hit in. But now with that loss of Frozen, they've got to readjust and change their plan of attack. Lurk Smoke is out. There's 3 defenders at this B bomb site side of the map. Alp is out towards long. And Exorcist playing over at Railing at the A bomb site. And FaZe's attack is going to come in through middle.
Good shots here from Gravity. That's Kerrigan. Completely removed. We got 44 seconds on the clock as Twist and Brokey, the last 2 remaining. They're going to move up, and it's Bodyy to get rid of Twist, leaving Brokey 1v5, and a single kill coming in for FaZe in this round.
Did any of them shoot a bullet?
Didn't feel like it.
I don't think anyone from FaZe shot a bullet.
That was, yeah, a round that just is thrown to the wayside, and 3Max have 3 rounds.
That's a terrible. This is a terrible start for FaZe.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, I don't really know. There's no other word to describe it. All 5 players for 3D-Max survive, so money's going to be really strong. You already had incredible money for a 3rd round AWP. 2 kills across the team for FaZe.
Jacob and Carrigan. Gonna start scaling up through short. Those pistols have made it around the corner at least. They're gonna try and just challenge over towards that A site.
2 flashbangs to activate, 1 smoke on Frozen, so they can, you know, drop it at the corner on top of the boxes to give some cover from the long as he swings back.
Yeah.
Flashbangs are going to have to be on point, but you still got to worry about Exorcist and that M4.
Well, that last round made me a little bit worried for FaZe because we got to cast their Spirit game and their T side really didn't have anything to show for it. Let's see if they can get some money here with a bomb plant. Good shot from Carrigan's Deagle. That's created enough space and pressure here. Can they find a follow-up kill? Yes, they can. So Jacob through Carrigan with another one. And all of a sudden, all the Deagles ringing out for FaZe. And 3D Max's ears ringing at just the shots that land in their face. So they're going to fall away, and we're looking at FaZe taking a round that they really didn't expect to win.
Yeah, I think that's just poorly handled from Maka and Exorcist on the initial defense. I don't think Exorcist had to drop that defensive smoke at the point that he did. He really kind of neutralized the range that he had with the M4. Maka kind of gets caught being a little overconfident that he was just going to be able to nail the shot as soon as he gets unblind. He just stayed in a danger position. And some lovely deagle shots from Carrigan. Well, that happened quick. As flat as they started in the first 3 rounds, FaZe, big exclamation point here in round number 4 with the Deagles to turn this on its head. And all that was like a really weak mid-fake. And then the A bomb site. But
and Carrigan landing some great shots, too.
Yeah, it's just, I actually think the biggest reason they won that is the defensive smoke. They're able to scale so far up the bomb site with the cover of that smoke. I just feel so unnecessary to me. So maybe a mistake.
Double op setup here for 3D Max. We've got Maka and Body wielding them already. The double op setup was so effective against them when Spirit were playing, but that's because Donk was.
I was gonna say, you know, there's Donk gets a lot of. He makes
Body,
everyone he makes everyone look a little silly, doesn't he? Nice shot from Maka and good aggression, trimming down FaZe's attack to just 4 players. And that shot from Body is actually kind of clever. He didn't show the double op setup, and it makes FaZe say, okay, the op is on the B side of the map.
Yeah, Exorcist in pit. There's the swing and twist to drop the first player, and he's obviously severed off from his teammates with that long corner smoke, so they can't trade it back. We got Body moving aggressively into the tunnels with the AWP. Starting to feel very difficult here for 3D Max unless Maka can get involved with this AWP. We've got Lucky having to worry about short and long at the moment.
Yeah, and they don't have a follow-up smoke for short, so he's just going to be exposed. Gravity's really going to have to take out Carrigan as the lurk, but meanwhile, Frozen's already scaling up the railing. Carrigan needs to win this fight, and he will. Frozen gets 2 kills at the bomb site in the meantime.
Yeah, a lot more impact here from FaZe. Strong shooting, and that's going to put them with 2 on the board, and a heavy investment for 3D Max as well in a round like this, picking up a double op setup early in the game. Their money is gone.
Clean 4v5 conversion as well. Remember, Jacob got picked off in lower right at the opening stages of the round by Maka's aggression. So lovely recovery. And look at the money now. I mean, I mentioned that 3D Max was going to be rich as hell because 2 kills going into round number 4, but then FaZe win an eco. They upgrade to a bunch of free rifles. Now they win this one with 4 players surviving. And if Carrigan takes out this op, and he will. Carrigan getting the team started. Lowest rated player on the team, lowest rated player overall in stage 3. And he's been the impetus to get FaZe's offense kicking here on Dust 2. Back-to-back rounds of impact. Great work from Frozen, but that's just the setup of not controlling anything and not making the decision fast enough. You could see they realized right at the last second they had to get aggressive through the smoke towards short. But it was just too late as Frozen comes up railing. So an eco round. And plenty of breathing room for FaZe.
3 Max found a lot of success in the first 3 rounds there because they had enough for double op setup going into the previous. All that success is now gone.
Yeah, it disappeared.
Thanks to FaZe's success.
And remember, their game plan was punch FaZe in the face and see if they crumble.
Well, they crumbled for a second.
They at least
they stumbled on their feet, but they're back.
They at least they handled the first jab.
Yeah. But historically, has been FaZe who have beaten out this 3D Max court over the years. When I say over the years, I mean 2025, over the year.
Over the year. Well, I mean, you know, over the years as well, they've been beating a lot of people, this FaZe organization.
2025 started with a 13-0 win from FaZe on a map that's no longer in the pool. Anubis.
Anubis.
Anubis?
Anubis.
Well, it's gone. And a 13-5 then on Nuka, 13-1. It was a very one-sided battle. The only time 3Max actually got a win over FaZe this year was at Pro League.
A couple good kills in garbage time. AK-47 recovered. Being able to hold on to this would be fantastic for 3D Max. That's an extra op down the stretch, an extra rifle over a teammate, whatever's necessary. But FaZe's going to tie things up at 3. A couple more kills could come in. This USP, low HP players. Good shot from Brokey, making sure nobody goes down. Lucky can't find the shot. And we'll head into round 7 with a tie ball game.
Well, Brokey's back. There we go. That's enough. I've seen enough, Jason. Brokey is...
Yeah, you're going to call it?
He might have an okay game today.
Yeah, he's had a lot of scrutiny on him, hasn't he, for some lackluster performances. Coming back out of the major after being benched looked great. Looked like resurging, like a whole new Brokey. And yeah, at the moment, I think he's still he's probably just got his confidence knocked out.
Yeah, I'd say so, and understandably. I think the crazy part coming into this event is I don't think anybody was expecting FaZe to be the team to make the major playoffs again, right? They just did not look like that. We're actually all kind of sitting at the edge of our seats going, are they going to make it out of stage 1?
Well, you know, I mean, Chad and I did the podcast, and it is like stupid because every time you talk about FaZe, it's like the only thing that you can really say is like they look like crap, but it's FaZe, you know, and it's a major, and they always look shaky in these stages, and they always find a way to scrape through and pull it back.
Without rain.
That was with rain. Well, let's see if they can do it with Jacob instead.
Well, they got a chance.
They've got all the firepower they need between Twist, Frozen, and Brokey and Jacob, to be fair, and the way Kerrigan's played in this 3-round stretch.
Yeah, so on the 2-2 day, right, if it's whoever wins this, we'll go into the 2-2 pool. Currently, we've got Na'Vi, Bait, Cash, and UA. We're going to have either Mals or Falcons or the Mongols at G2. Whatever you get, you're having a hard game unless you draw Passion, and that's probably probably the easiest game in that mix.
JT, cover your ears.
But, you know, it's going to be a tough final day. Well, 3D Max finally have enough money to get a buyout again.
Saved AK-47 leaves $2,300 on body. Breaking the smoke up at the top. And Kerrigan slides in just as the smoke fills itself back in. Catwalk is an open avenue. Exorcist at long, close to double doors. Maka at the long corner with an AWP. So Kerrigan's got free real estate at this A bomb site and a Molotov behind him to mess with the timings. They want the long players to say, okay, there's the short Molotov. They're just starting to take control, but Kerrigan's already sliding out into the bomb site. A nasty little trick is being played and being built up by FaZe at the moment, and I think Exorcist is going to be on the crappy A receiving end of it.
Trixie from Kerrigan. And Exorcist, oh, it's going to be miserable, isn't it? Oh, yes, it is. Kerrigan dropping Exorcist. Look, I like that we got the camera. That was good. Just see Exorcist's confusion. And now for 3D Max, what can you really do about that? You literally have no fight left in you. So
yeah, Kerrigan just destroyed the internal clock of Exorcist.
You can't trust anything anymore.
Well, especially when you think about like the sequence of events that set that up so perfectly for FaZe and Kerrigan is the smoke break in middle that saw absolutely nothing, and Kerrigan slides in the exact second it fills back in, and then the fake Molotov to show the timing of cat control is maybe 5-6 seconds, you know, behind what Exorcist thought it would be. And Maka is surely going to lose this op. All the money, FaZe flush with cash. You're going hunting for sure. There's the kill. There's the trade. So FaZe doing to 3D Max what 3D Max wanted to do to FaZe, which was just annihilate you in the early going. Make it really, really difficult for you to get started. First 3 for 3D Max, and it was all feeling good. Only 2 kills for FaZe in that stretch. And now it's just been a dominant 4 rounds in a row. Yeah, still confused. Still no idea what happened. He won't find out till later tonight.
No, he'll watch that. He'll have to figure it out. I think that's going to be on his mind. He'll go back and just check. Guys, I need to really quickly in this map break check what happened in round 7. He's got Mike 7 out. Let's see what XCs can do with it in the lower tunnels. He deserves it after what happened to him in the last round, Jason.
Oh yeah, you think so?
Yeah, he deserves at least one. Ready to go back into the fight with a nail gun. And Jacob has detected him. XCs, you don't always get what you deserve.
No, but the timing of everything, right? He had to make a play at some point because eventually they're going to start coming down middle. So it felt like that was his moment.
Yeah, Carrigan following up here for FaZe and really starting to get going on this T side. And, you know, that dust 2 we got to cast. Obviously, when you're casting it and you're seeing it in front of your eyes, yeah, it does leave a lasting impression on you. And just remembering, like, seeing Carrigan really just run out of ideas. Like, couldn't figure out how to get the T-side going at all. Yeah. And the only real round they got going was called by Twist.
I remember we got done casting that game. When that game ended, we walked out to run to the bathroom, and Carrigan just kind of stormed out of the room on his own. And, like, it was just a bad day in the office for FaZe. I think on top of that, you had Donk just styling on you. He was one of the games. That was the game he got the op ace as well.
Yeah. So you know that Dusku can go right. And I guess you can just put that down to a very strong performance from Spirit as well. But FaZe just going for fights now. Brokey over the top. At least one kill coming back in from Gravity, but Gravity's alone. Yeah, he's finished off.
And look at how well they're shooting at the moment. And obviously, when everyone's shooting this strong, I mean, you're also getting great production out of Carrigan in the early going, and that's probably not going to last the entire half or the entire map or the entire series. But again, that IGL, just getting the team going, just someone who can have impact in the early stages to get your team a foothold into the map, and then you could see guys like Brokey hitting some nice shots, Frozen finding some nice lurks. It's 3D Max who are stressed and a little shocked at the level that FaZe have brought out. 5 in a row. Up out in the field again by Maka. Going to be positioned over on short.
Carrigan throwing themselves into early fights. And Jacob going to be climbing up on top of the Xbox. Body cleaves him off the top of it. And 3D Max with the opening kill. Can he hold on to it? Looks like it. Carrigan spamming down. And Lucky making his move up short. Carrigan gets his gun out. He actually got around the corner in time. Looked like he might get the chance to fight Lucky in a fair duel. But in the end, Carrigan goes down. And FaZe now have to try and recover a 3v5.
That might be a good recipe for 3D Max for the rest of this half, though, is, you know, during some of these moments when they've taken that control, this is a nice trap setup for double doors. Player close, double doors. Got a player on short pushing up to get aggressive on a nice timing. And now going to try and retake long, but the timing is everything. First kill and second kill. No one was prepared.
Yeah, just continuing to run up here. Frozen and Twist making their moves. Maka waiting on top of the bomb site.
One flash in the sky. It's got to come.
Yeah, well, it's a hand coming up, a Molotov going out, and Maka still holding. And a mid shot, unable to get it done. Now FaZe move in. The AWPer's forced away all the way back into a CT.
I think FaZe is just going to win this round. That timing, the kind of stutter step of Frozen's peak just ruins Maka's day.
They're going to pause and change up in position, and Gravity's flank. That felt like the only way, right? That felt like the move that had to happen, and Gravity gets sidelined by Frozen. And now Maka, looking at his HP and looking at the money left over, doesn't want to put that up in harm's way. So Body also retreating. We look at FaZe go 6-3 up, and this is a 3v5 conversion and a clean 3v5 too.
Yeah, you know, I'll be honest with you. I'm not entirely certain why 3D Max felt the need to retake long in this kind of a situation. Right. You're 5-on-3. Like, they still have to commit. One player's playing anti-flash, one player's throwing utility. I think that's a round where 3D Max is just trying to do too much. They're trying to make things really complicated. It's probably a conversation they've had in the lead up to this major during some of the struggles they had on in that busy travel schedule is we have to be communicative. We always have to be doing something. We have to be proactive. We know this is a team that doesn't like to sit on their heels on the CT side, but surely when you're in a 5-on-3, you got to be able to just play default Counter-Strike and let the game come to you. Instead, you've just handed over 2 free kills in a 5-on-3 and 1 missed shot from Maka on the op, and that's how you lose a round.
Yeah, this is going to end up being quite the hole that 3D Max have to climb out of.
Yeah, it's nasty.
FaZe stomping all over them. And it's a good thing 3D Max got those first 3 rounds, and I know all the various chats we have, Jason, I know they're all spamming 3 rounds max right now because it feels like it. FaZe in control at the moment.
I can't imagine a world in which 3D Max doesn't get at least 1 more.
In the half?
As much as I love the meme.
Maybe it'll be now. Maka waiting in middle.
It's going to be a B split all day through. My question right now is there's Frozen. He's pretty committed towards the long play. Is he going to be a lurk out long to wrap through CT spawn, take some shots as everyone shifts over, or is he going to join up back in middle?
There's Twists. Oh, they push him together and body. Make sure Twist feels uncomfortable. Twist to go down. We got Kerrigan responding and Gravity swept away.
I can't believe how much production Kerrigan's given FaZe right now. This is an awesome performance from the IGL. Frozen's going to move forward now, making his play. With an aggressive catwalk take by 2 players, including a deep flashbang. He says, long is most likely clear when you have that many resources elsewhere.
Five seconds. Limited time here for FaZe as they start to gather for the finishing move. Bomb waits on the ground, picked up by brokey. Jacob going down in middle to Maka. And the Molotov starts to land towards the A side, but FaZe have got to be perfect. You've got to get into the bomb site right now, and that bomb's still waiting for the cross. brokey, and it's all done. No way FaZe make it forward. 3D Max do get an extra round.
Okay, there you go. A lot better. You had the aggressive play. You had the aggressive setup towards short. The flash through to activate 2 players. Twist goes down, and then you don't regress anywhere on the map. Just play it very, very passive. Sitting back and letting FaZe take all the risks. And there's that 4th round. I knew it was coming.
Yeah, you did. You kind of called it in that round as well.
I know.
The meme is dead. I had to make it at that point.
I know, it was great.
I had to make it.
I appreciate the meme. I think the meme should be there as much as possible.
Well, Neo lose 1 round. They're like, all right, not good enough, boys. Let's get it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Neo not wanting this to unravel, right? Not wanting them to like kind of lose heart and lose faith that they can just keep stringing rounds together. And Neo, tons of Counter-Strike experience, widely considered to be the best 1.6 player. A deep argument between him and Forrest that's going to split the community. But a huge legend as a player from the early days of Counter-Strike in previous versions and in the and deep into CSGO as well. Won a major back in Katowice 2014 with the old Virtus Pro Polish lineup, now coaching FaZe.
Kerrigan, as you mentioned, so much success he's getting and so much output for FaZe, in particular in and around short, lower tunnels, in the mid doors. Kerrigan having a great time just creating space. He's going to have a flashbang coming in for him this time. Pushes to the side of the smoke, runs through, takes the risk. Make sure no one's hanging around that close smoke either. And Kerrigan, dodging the flames. Sending some of his own back around that corner.
Whoa. Kerrigan steps back, doesn't do nearly as much damage as it looked like it was going to. Maka with the angle, but I don't think he's noticed Kerrigan has gotten past. Still going to be a tough fight for Kerrigan if he comes up these stairs, but the second player that follows him up catwalk might be in for a rude surprise, and that's going to be brokey with the AWP.
Yeah, Maka spots a little head there. 39 seconds. No kill for 3D Max. Frozen. Starting to backtrack up towards top middle. Will plant himself here for the time being. Exorcist thinking about a long flank, but we got 25 seconds left. FaZe are going to be going into the A play now. Smokes up. Exorcist is just left long, but Frozen surely turns back to adjust to that and address that issue, and he will. So Exorcist falls away. So does Kerrigan. And Maka making sure that AWP chiming in to the kill feed, and we've got 10 seconds again. Limited time for FaZe. They ran out of time in the last round. They're doing it again as the bomb goes down. There's no way forward for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Execute coming in way too late in the round to recover any kind of obstacle set up by 3D Max. A little bit of a giggle. I believe Frozen went down. I'm just making a guess, actually. I was going to try and sell it, but someone died.
He looks unhappy. Exorcist looks happy. There we go.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like it was going to be really effective for FaZe. I don't know if it was a defensive flash or a team flash as they try and turn the corner, but both players who dropped onto the CT ramp from short got blinded just as they're about to take out Maka for free on that AWP, and it just stalled them out and took so long to come to fruition. Nice body block of the smoke.
Oh, ready to go into the B site. Here they come, a little bit quicker, more direct for FaZe. Looking to end this half with a lead. It's Gravity with the first kill. Maka on the follow-up here for 3D Max. Frozen's at least kept this one within touching distance. And that short touching Twist, dropping it down to 23 HP. FaZe are into the B bomb site. Body on that flank all the way through T-spawn will be arriving to the tunnels. And that plant just about being secured now.
Maka was hoping to get a with the Molotov and get a shot through the window, but it's actually just going to close that choke point off for even longer than the Molotov would have.
Well, Brokey moving closer to the tunnels, goes into the peak spots too, and good movement to get back up on top of the box. Can Brokey get away? He can. Tucks his head down. His teammate can now take the peak. Twist sees they're moving forward, but Carrigan's gone. Brokey and Twist combining. Twist is low in HP, but they've dealt with the tunnel's threat, which means they can both focus on the doorway and the window. And here they come. Lucky charging in. Maka with the trade, and it's Twist on low HP to close it out. FaZe will have the advantage going into the second half, a 7-5 lead on Dust 2. Well, 7-5, FaZe in the lead. Carrying a little chuckle coming through this half. It was definitely a roller coaster of emotions at times, but we had a 3D Max start and it was looking brilliant. 3 in a row. You said this was a terrible start for FaZe. It certainly was, but they turned it around real quick.
I mean, honestly, that's a really cool half of Counter-Strike. Both teams responding to each other and going on their own little mini runs. I mean, 3D Max eventually stopping FaZe after 6 rounds in a row, but for both teams coming into this probably with the mentality of hit them hard really, really early on and see if they collapse. Neither team collapsed from the other's punch. So now we've got a brawl on our hands. Jacob behind the car. They know he's here and he's got a lot of attention. Oh, no way!
Okay, Jacob, that is stellar stuff on the USP. He's looking for the ace here, Jacob. We're giving him chances, and it's another one from Jacob.
Let him have it.
Yeah, you gotta let him have it. Here's the major rookie, ready to rumble here at long, and just about missing out on it. And you can see a little bit of disappointment, but don't be too disappointed, Jacob. That is a fantastic hold in the pistol.
Yeah, that's unreal. He was under so much pressure. How often do you see a player able to step up in that kind of a scenario when the Glocks have gotten that close to him along the wall? They scaled up so far. He had no business having this kind of a sequence. Absolutely filthy from Jacob.
Very happy with that. Here we go. Then FaZe have a good start coming into the second half. We'll see a buy coming in here for 3D Max. They're going to be rushing B, rushing into Frozen. We talked about maybe struggle a little bit here in stage 3, and he only gets the 1 kill this time. Oh my God.
No
okay,
way.
Brokey, that's BS, man.
Come on.
What is that?
Oh, Frozen is probably frustrated because he felt like he had no support with the scout.
Brokey does that?
I know. Look at Twist. Oh, he's coming right through the smoke. Big risk, big reward.
Yeah, medium reward.
Yeah.
Carrigan's come through as well, and they'll take it. That's 4 players stand up for FaZe.
It's getting a little scrappy, but we like it.
It's so stupid. they're having a good time.
Yeah, they are.
You know,
and
they're having a great time.
That's the scary phase.
Yeah, when we're all laughing, having a conversation.
We just talked about the opposite side of the coin for FaZe in that match against Spirit, where it was everyone quiet, nobody laughing, everyone frustrated, no ideas, nothing seemed to be flowing. Well, they snapped back into form from then till now. And 3D Max at the bad receiving end of some strong play from FaZe. 5-9, and 3D Max have to sit back on unarmored pistols. Sheesh.
Yep, Maka unhappy.
Oh!
The scout, it's basically going all for Brokey.
It is at the moment, at least.
Just only headshots, nothing but head.
It's a good way to live. Frozen is going to be over at the window. Peering towards these B tunnels. He's going to get the exact peek he wants. It's a deagle. And he's going to come out on top. Lucky falls down. Gravity's going to make the next move. Frozen's happy to handle that. 99 damage.
Running away. Gravity gets hunted down, and Twists is the man to do it. So that'll be the round win for FaZe. Comfortably picked up. And now we'll get into the challenge. Or, well, it might be a challenge. We'll have to wait and see what 3D Max do on this T side.
They don't have a lot of time to ramp up, do they? They kind of have to get started pretty quick. FaZe is
find success immediately.
Yeah, FaZe is knocking on the door already with that second half pistol round win. And the lovely T side they put together. 7 rounds on offense. String together the first 3, and you're sitting in a very happy place if you're FaZe. Going to be playing with a lot of confidence. So 3D Max, they got to have a round or two that really kind of nullify FaZe's motivation to peak and confidence in those peaks.
As Twist going into the lower tunnel, body will be broken. And the advantage is with FaZe. And Twist, you can see, tucks himself in the corner, waits for that flash to come in from Carrigan.
Brokey got
another scout headshot. Yes, he did. You're right. Oh, God, nothing. Well, we just said that 3D Max need to start immediately finding round victories, and then that happens.
That's actually one of the coolest plays from FaZe that I've seen at this major overall. The like really low flash to activate Twist into lower, pushing through the smoke, bypassing a T at Xbox, grabbing the lower tunnel kill, falling back into tunnel, and another flash from Catwalk to reactivate him for another fight. That's actually such an insanely awesome sequence that completely destroys anything 3D Max wanted to do. And that, I mean, I'll be honest, that's got to be the knockout blow. When you just get styled upon like this. There's the second flash. Look how blind Lucky is. Can't get anything done. And there's Brokey's scout headshot as Exorcist comes through the smoke. And 3D Max just look a little bit lost. So, you know, the coach is going to get on the microphone with another timeout. Their second burned, only 1 remaining.
No, they're coming in battered and bruised here. 3D Max to kick off this T side. It'll be disappointing to go out of the major here. Obviously dreaming of the playoffs, I'm sure, thinking that they were going to get there with the way they were playing on the lead up to the major. And those last couple of events, we started to see them maybe lose some of that confidence. You know, losing that final in Shanghai to Legacy at CAC. That felt like the chance to win a title for 3D Max that could have galvanized them into form to go to the quarterfinals. But yeah, it's definitely been a drop-off for them, and now they're getting manhandled by FaZe.
Yeah, it's the hard part. And the question is, do you have the mentality to kind of overcome this? Maybe not on this map, but just in general in the series. Brokey not going to miss that off shot. Twist follows things up. Good damage into the burn. And Brokey stays active. So does Twist. They're not giving an inch of ground to 3D Max. It's going to be 12-5. And surely Brokey, I was gonna say he completes the full house, but he misses a shot. That's sad.
Yeah. Well, Lucky to fall as well. And that'll be surely Dust 2 going the way of FaZe at this point. It's going to take a perfect game left for 3D Max.
Yeah, this is 3D Max's, no, this is FaZe's.
FaZe map pick. Inferno's up next to 3D Max. And we heard Exorcist say in that pregame interview with Donna that They're ready for Inferno. That's the map they put a lot of preparation into, and they feel like they've fixed some of the things that were going wrong for them, and they've also got new things to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map towards the bottom of 3D Max's map pool in terms
New
of
things
their
on
win rate.
Inferno.
Yeah.
Lies.
Well, I mean, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see if what they can bring out, if there's anything's going to stick out to us as new. I saw that interview where they mentioned they're bringing some new things in. It's always risky to kind of test new things at the major, bringing them out specifically for that haven't been battle tested in previous live matches. So could be fun, could be a disaster on a map they're going to need to win to recover in this series. Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated from Budapest. Everyone's coming long. And Kerrigan is at the bottom of the pit, and he shifted into this position late in the long take. They didn't spot him. Maka's dead.
All right, Kerrigan. How long do you want to hold it? Just waiting to see if there's anybody else.
I mean, it's an AWPer. You know he's not just going to like swing his head around for no reason, especially in pit.
So you can just keep holding. Okay, go up, get close.
Oh, no! That's the worst thing. That's why you knife. That's why you knife.
How do you mess that up? Oh my god. Well, he does swing around. We're back and forth here inside a short. Oh my god, I still can't believe it. We got Brokey and Frozen. 2v3. Jason, 30 seconds on the clock, and that A-bomb site's wide open. Oh, Kerrigan, man.
That's the most insane way I've seen that occur.
Graffiti. How is he get away with that, man?
Turn it into a comeback and a 3D Max win.
Dude, if they come back.
Turn it into a comeback and a 3D Max win. I dare you.
Then you do get a graffiti.
I double dog dare you. I don't think we can make graffitis for fails. I think that's 2BM.
But if it has such a great amount of cultural impact.
It's way 2BM. Oh, my lord.
Oof. That is rough.
He just got CSGO'd.
No, he just missed. He hit the dink first, and then...
I know, yeah.
Little Batic, and then Maka just... Great reactions from Maka, rather. So,
I don't even know if I can say great reactions. I think that's just when the lizard brain takes over, you know? Like, you have no conscious understanding of what you do, but he did probably go into team, like, he's like, guys, you guys are going to have to see how I killed Kerrigan.
I have to watch it again. No, he did! The dink!
Headball.
The aim punch. The aim punch. Great composure.
Great composure.
Yeah, dude.
Fantastic composure from Kerrigan.
Yeah, that's good.
He didn't break anything.
I think most of us would have smashed everything. He actually got aim punched. Oh, Kerrigan. All right, well, it doesn't matter if they just bounce back and win this round, right?
Yeah. I bet Kerrigan didn't even tell his team what happened. I bet he just said, oh, he got me. Off long. Well, they got plenty of chances to recover that silly situation. 3D Max still need 6 more in a row. No mistakes, no failures. What's crazy about that is Kerrigan's had such a good game on an individual level up until that sequence.
Yeah, let's see if it rocks him. We shouldn't see a player of Kerrigan's experience let that bother him for too much longer. So
Jacob's probably playing long for the rest of the half.
He's like, yeah, I'm not going to go into the pit again. So Jacob, that's your job, all right? If you see an AWPer in this backstore, kill him immediately.
Yeah.
Use the knife. Well, twists. 3 players going to be coming out towards him. Oh, Frozen gets blinded. Oh, Frozen stays alive, though. Brokey with a kill through the smoke.
Yeah, it saved his life.
Oh, that's nasty from Frozen. Maka going for no scopes through the smoke. The boost is over the top. Brokey going for another one. Actually did land the light shot here on Lucky. He was down to 16 HP, but it's a 2v3, and once you get that bomb planted in B, there's always a chance to win it.
Yeah, well, there's a flank coming in as well. That's going to be from the tunnels. Nade coming in, doesn't land on the mark. Low HP, back a platform for Lucky. Jacob's taking his time wheeling in, but now he spots it, and good shot. Good luck, Maka. 1v3 and out of ammunition. Nothing to do but go down. FaZe is going to take the first map in this series. Dust 2 is done.
Yeah, FaZe making quick work of them, really. You know, outside of those first 3 rounds, it didn't feel like 3Max were really in that game, and it looked like they were getting the start they hoped for, Jason. But in the end, it's FaZe to take control of Dust 2, and 3D Max's chances of survival here in Budapest land on Inferno.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage, the pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major is what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
But maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing.
Too small.
That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
Well, we already know the answer.
It doesn't matter. After this, we know.
Okay.
Ah, this guy?
Yeah. So this looks kind of like Daps, right? Like a little bit, but
it's
something
Daps.
strange. Yeah. Is it the glasses?
Photoshop Daps.
Maybe he normally has like black glasses.
I think he has green glasses, but it doesn't matter. I know. What do you think about the build?
I think so. Send that. Send that. That's it.
Let's go.
That was it. Perfect. Easy. Okay. Next one.
He did too much makeup, but look at him. He's like anime hero. I mean, if he looks like this, I'm his fan. Tattoos, he does have tattoos, but who has that? He doesn't have tattoos. But switch, let's go, easy.
First. What the fuck, Frozen is
Yeah,
blonde?
Frozen is blonde,
Frozen?
I mean, this. Yeah, this one was
Frozen is blonde, yeah.
Look like two twists in the same room.
No Frozen?
Maka is obviously the headset.
Like
Headset top on, yeah.
Ima headset, yeah.
You guys are good?
Okay, there is no mouse here.
Maybe he's crushing it?
No, stop. Okay, I would say no.
I think it's the mouse. It's the mouse.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Easy.
Virtus Pro. They're not on major.
There we go.
Has elephants here in the picture. Holy shit.
Oh, mas não dá pra ver daqui.
It's difficult to see, but yeah.
Oh, Zipnix.
It's a wonderful
Zipnix.
funny.
It's a wonderful Zipnix. It's hilarious.
Wow, Zipnix hair?
Looks good on him, no?
Yeah, I think so. Like, looks young.
It's obvious. Mouse here, yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back to FaZe versus 3D Max Battle for Survival. FaZe are one map up, and it's looking like they're going to make it into the final day of Stage 3 with the way they're playing. So we move to Inferno. This is 3D Max's map pick, and it's a map they said they're very well prepared on coming into this game.
Yeah, I just think this FaZe at this stage of a tournament is going to be a very scary team if you start seeing them build up, you know, like some belief in themselves, which is I think what was going to happen on that first map after some shaky starts and some shaky games to start Stage 3. Having a performance like that on the opening map of this series is just going to fill you with confidence. On the other side for 3D Max, who's coming into this event, you know, we talked about teams peaking at the right moment, like Furia, obviously, the way they've kind of escalated. 3D Max, you mentioned peaking early, but whatever you want to say, they peaked early or not peaking right now, just a bad run of form turning up to the major of those events. So now you have an easily accessibly in your mind is just like, oh, well, this is kind of how things go, is, you know, another tough team that we can't get over.
Yeah, and it can kill your confidence quite a bit, you know, when you're in a scenario like that.
Now, at least you're going to Inferno, the map that you picked and wanted to play on. 3D Max this is one of the stronger maps in their pool phase. It's a strong enough map for them, and obviously the players are all going to have experience on this in some incredibly high pressure moments, but I think you just got to put stock in the fact that this was a map you focused on in preparation. This is a map you're going to be comfortable on, and this is where you wanted to take things, and you're going to have to be really comfortable with what you prepared. They said they have some new things they want to bring out. Let's see how they work, and that's the crazy thing is, yeah, you can always come up with new ideas and bring new facets to your game and new strategies and new tricks. But when it's elimination game of a major, an elimination map of your major run, you have the balls to pull them out?
Yeah,
are you going to go for it? Like, are you going to have the courage to go for that new play?
I guess the other way of looking at it is you have nothing to lose now, right? You have to sort of bring it out. You're one man down.
Well, you do have something to lose.
But, I mean, if you're up against the wall, there's nowhere else to go. There's no fallback. This is the last map that you will show, and if you lose this, it's the last map of the year.
I think the scariest thing, too, for 3D Max is just the way that FaZe was shooting in that game. Frozen obviously doing a lovely job. We saw some very precise shots out of him. Twist had his moments. Brokey was starting to heat up on the op. Jacob had his pistol round with quad kill. Kerrigan has his thing going on in the pit. We don't want to talk about it, but other than that, to start the game, remember, Kerrigan was the guy who got FaZe going on Dust 2. The Deagle round in round number 4. He had the next gun round as well with a double kill over towards short. I mean, you know, he got them at least started. So Kerrigan doesn't need to have a complete map. He just needs to get this team started if they feel sluggish.
Yeah, and I think he was just showing us what he could do and what Kerrigan's role in this team is. Like, he's not going to be out there hunting down the top fragging role or putting himself in the great positions. He will be doing the grunt work and the dirty work and trying to kickstart everything.
You know whose name we didn't really say at all on Dust 2, I feel?
Twist?
No, I was going to go with someone from 3D Max.
Oh.
Go another guess? It was Bodyy.
Bodyy? This is quite a lot. I'm like, okay, this is quite a long list of I don't remember saying much.
Oh, there's so many players. Yeah, we didn't say Bodyy's name a whole lot, and he's the top-rated player for 3D Max coming into this match. 1.30 rating so far in the third stage. I mean, like, and he's had so much good impact, and he's a player. He's an X factor for this team that we've always mentioned. When they've gotten stuck, when they've hit a rut in mid-round situations, it feels like Bodyy more often than not has been the guy bringing things up. These stats are all FaZe.
Yeah, they are.
Is there any stat that we got that has 3D Max in it?
That'll be bad.
It wouldn't be good.
Top lowest rated player. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, that would be sad. But, you know, it's not their map. Their map's Inferno. And I'm believing in 3D Max.
Are you? You're going to take the 3D Max win?
They could take us to a third map here. I feel like, I absolutely feel. I don't think FaZe have given us enough confidence for the last few months to believe in just the clean 2-0. There's always going to be a little way for 3D Max to cause a problem, I feel.
There we are. We got Maka on the scoreboard.
Maka.
Yeah.
Just 2 kills. Look at that.
That's what we needed.
We needed that. We need a little bit of Maka. I like this camera angle. Hey, what's up, Kerrigan?
You like the low slide?
Yeah,
the shift in the
good.
angle? Yeah, that was nice.
Cinematic.
All right. I have faith after Dust 2 that FaZe is going to blow this one out of the water.
Oh, yeah?
I think this is going to be like a 13-6-7.
6-7? Okay, Jason. I'll see what you're doing.
Me and the Zoomers.
You're definitely a Zoomer, Jason. That's what they say about you.
I made it.
All right. Well, a real test for Gravity then. As the new in-game leader, looking to round out 2025, looking to try and get an extra day of play, or at least one more map at least. Here we go. Inferno kicking off. 3D Max and FaZe. FaZe on the CT side, 3D Max on the T side. A decent amount of utility here for Gravity. And we'll see what piss around 3D Max have in store.
All right, here we go. Maka with the P250 looking for an early fight, looking to see if anyone wants to get cheeky for a mid-peak. Brokey's backing off towards the corner. Counter utility set up in Banana. 2-man stack there. Frozen and Twist ready to swing off Kerrigan's utility. It's Brokey who's probably going to have the first piece of attention his way. Oh, and he passes the test with flying colors. So the question now for FaZe becomes, when does the stack towards the B bomb site move? Because now that broky's fallen away from the corner, they have no information of what's coming. This is a lot of real estate to work with. And I guess 3D has got to wrap around the site, right? That smoke designed to make sure that Jacob from pit can't see any angle. Any player in pit wouldn't be able to fight towards Rap side. Gravity's got the flank, but broky's fighting a one-man show.
Yeah, Broky in the middle of the bomb site getting overrun, eventually taken away as Gravity, Lucky, all finding frags. I mean, Karrigan and Jacob do get FaZe back into the fight, but it's all on Jacob. And remember, his CT side pistol on Dust 2, but we have to wait to do it again! Oh, he's done it again!
Look at that
Jacob
smile.
is turning into the pistol god for FaZe. The USP, he is just slicing them up with it.
God, that's unreal. 3D Max had all the advantages in that pistol round. That was set up so well. Gravity gets 2 kills on the flank. This dude's a freak with the USP.
That is some unbelievable aim there from Jacob. That is what you love to see if you FaZe. Jacob getting you going with a pistol. That is just taking all the life out of 3D Max at the start of Inferno.
Yeah, he's carving him up, and he's carving out a position in this team for himself. What a lovely performance at the Major he's brought to the table. That was the worrying thing for Jacob and FaZe coming into this, was you're replacing Rain, one of the most storied and legendary players we've got, an incredible career. How do you fill those shoes? How do you get over it? How do you make people even like believe that you deserve this position? And if you fail, that conversation is just going to be increased tenfold. But he's doing everything right to make us forget about that entire topic.
Dust 2 was fantastic. Inferno, just beautiful work. And now FaZe staying quiet. At the bottom of Banana, you'll see Frozen positioned, a deep smoke coming in, blocking out 3D Max for a little bit longer.
They're going to flash through. Frozen's going to have to turn. Or swing, though it works too. He's actually handled it very well. Karrigan's got it support, and I mean, man, 3D Max doesn't even want to go through that at all. Broky, don't risk the M4 too much. Frozen's going to slide on through towards T-Ramp. There's 1 kill. Everything's going to be mopped up. Good peeks from top mid as well in conjunction. 2-0 start here on Inferno for FaZe. This time, 3D Max don't get the good start on their T side of Inferno the way they did back on Dust 2 with that 3-round stretch to open up. This time it's just FaZe, a strong beginning from them. And we'll see if 3D Max can put a stop to it. FaZe answered the bell on Dust 2. 3D Max is going to have to do something similar. It starts here in round 3. Full investment. AK-47s, Galils, and utility. And no aggressive banana control, no aggressive play towards the middle. Going to sit back at the moment, try and avoid as much utility damage as possible.
Lucky. Gone quiet, no fights coming his way here from FaZe as they wait around the other side of the half wall. Molotov to the corner, just clear the sandbags, and Lucky moves over the top of the car.
A deep execute, but I mean, FaZe had held all their nades in Banana in the early going, so I mean, now they just get Molotov, they can't progress any further. Their smoke is neutralized by a defensive one, they're just going to try and come in anyways.
Now Frozen forced into the open, Body to just take him away. Got Body with another one as well. It's ridiculous straight to the smoke on Twist as Karrigan finally fighting back. This round is still on as that bomb is getting planted. Karrigan sent forward with a flash. Oh, so close to finding a follow-up there for FaZe. Broky actually got a kill with a Molotov. So Lucky's burned out. And once again, we're back on.
And there's a flank coming in. Well, not a flank, but it's the Banana play coming in very, very late.
Yeah, very late indeed. And they don't have a smoke for anything here for FaZe. They've got to move forward. It's really tough to see a world in which they make this happen now. And I think they realize that. So they start to back away.
Yeah, Brokey's between two mines. He's got to be really careful. He might be overcommitted. Jacob's gotten back into safety and trying to provide some covering fire, but he's also dedicated now, so a chance to take these M4s away. But FaZe just want to do the economic damage and take the AKs away from 3D Max. So set themselves up, primed themselves, FaZe, even in a round loss, to be able to turn it right back going into the next. 2 M4 saved, only 1 rifle survives for 3D Max, so that buy is going to be a little haggard. I can't believe bodyy gets that kill. That smoke just kind of barely gets broken open on that nade, and body's able to find just a really quick burst to the dome of Twist. I just mentioned we didn't have to say his name a whole lot on Dust 2. We got to say it early here on Inferno, and if that continues, if he can build himself into his A game, then all of a sudden we'll have a conversation about this map being up for grabs. Seemed to be a headset issue, but looks like we got it all fixed. A little unplug and replug it in. Might be able to rock and roll pretty quickly out of this tech pause. 2-1 for FaZe. Elimination game if you're just joining us. If you missed the first map, it was pretty damn dominant from FaZe on Dust 2. A couple hiccups in the first half, but overcame them all to just storm over 3D Max. And now we find ourselves here on Inferno. Loser goes home. Winner moves on to the 2-2 series tomorrow for a spot in the Budapest playoffs. Round 4 going to open up. There's the T-side smoke. Flashbang, a little bit of utility halfway up, but again, FaZe have played around where they don't drop that utility early. Boost up over the smoke, and bodyy doesn't get a clean look at anything.
bodyy falling back into the A side. Jacob waiting in the pit. Oh. Exorcist looking like they wanted to try and construct a boost over here at short.
Information would be awesome to have. So bodyy and Twist. body's going to cover Twist as he moves forward. Boiler is the most dangerous position. bodyy better have his eyes on that. Twist going to tuck himself in. As 3D Max send players up banana at the moment. Choke point is smoked off by Frozen and Kerrigan. They've got another one remaining. And another Molotov on Frozen. And Twist has somehow found a gigantic gap in this setup from 3D Max. 2 players in halls, neither of them caught this, and Twist, he's gonna get free kills.
That's the bomb as well. They're coming towards him. He should have got free kills, but Maka steadies himself for the fight just in time. 20 seconds. The bomb going towards the A side, and it's in limbo. Where do you go? Where do you finish? Is it B or is it A? Maka has to make the decision, and they're going to the B side, but are they going to have enough time here?
Lucky heard them all rotate off, so he's called them back, but there's no smoke. There's no smoke for this cross. They can't make it.
That's the bomb. He's got it, and he got away. Frozen just gets away, and Frozen with daylight robbery freezes out 3D Max. Stays so cool in the dying seconds.
That's a chaotic round. That's such a chaotic round. So much insanity. Twist able to find that gap to get all the way down middle. I don't know how he didn't get at least 1 kill. Lucky as well, finds his way into the B bomb site with nobody really realizing he's there. They sprint away. He's got that information. And 3D Max constantly juggled back and forth between the bomb sites, between 2 mines the entire time. Their own undoing. And great awareness about the time. Kerrigan's so stressed. That's a huge round win for FaZe, and that's so disheartening for 3D Max.
It really not getting going early on here, and that's the kind of round that just drains your life source if you're 3D Max. Already a map down. Money not in a good spot. Gonna have to play with 2 Tech 9s coming into this. Very likely FaZe take a 4-1 lead. Frozen is forced away.
Oh, no way. 83 damage blind. bodyy didn't, yeah, he took a shot, so we realized he's aggressed through the smoke. angle here, slight gap. If he misses this shot, though, Exorcist is going to turn the corner very, very quickly.
If he misses the timing, yeah, well, Utility's going to come in. That archway smoke is up, and they're going to move with it up towards long side. Twist going in for the peek at short. Bodyy going to break him. Jacob in the pits. Sharp shooting again. That MP9 at range. Oh, it's a no-scope through the smoke from broky. Finally, Jacob goes down. And broky just getting some ridiculous shots today.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible stand from Jacob to have one be a distraction, one a great kill with the MP9 at range, but he was left on an island there, and Frozen drops. I think you got to save now. I think you have to back off. Exorcist tanks all that damage through the smoke, but he's able to step around Rap side and get a good foothold that broky can't control. Twist goes down for free in lane, and that's the round, 3-2. So 3D Max, after a disastrous end to the previous round, bounce right back. That mentality, of all things, the mentality today seems strong from 3D Max, right? We didn't see any real collapse. I mean, they just got straight up beat on Dust 2. But here on Inferno, the round like that, you feel like maybe they could have been out of sorts for 2 or 3 rounds. They showed the determination to come right back into this one. Keeping it close, 1 round back.
That's the no-scope from broky. Yeah, Jacob definitely puts up a good fight. It's just not enough on the A-hold to work out that for FaZe. And a timeout being called. Getting the AWP out for broky still. M4 is definitely going to be a positive, but you can see the weaknesses among the rest of the players here.
Yeah, there's going to be some deficiencies for sure, but we know FaZe, we know they can make that work, especially if you can get broky's AWP activated with an early kill, get yourself a 5-on-4. I think that's got to be plan number 1, or plan A, I should say, for 3D Maxes. Don't fall prey to an aggressive peek from broky in the first 20 seconds. Watch for a Halls push, watch for someone to peek those windows, all the things that you know are most likely to occur on low buy rounds when the reward is greater than the risk.
Bring the AWP for broky to start at B. He's going to start on that corner towards top banana. Anticipating a boot. Oh my god, Gravity just flung himself over the top. Oh, he doesn't get a kill. Carrigan getting one back, and Lucky. Really important that he doubles up that. Keeps his team even.
Okay, well, look at this little scaling from Exorcist. Just like the last round, he's going to wrap around. Deagle in hand, though. Oh, beautiful.
Jacob.
Yeah, man, he's getting so many impactful kills. Twist going to be playing Boiler. Footsteps as they start coming up mid. Sound cues with plenty of time on the clock, so free from Twist. 3D Max must have thought that everyone shifted to the B bomb site, but FaZe, they stand pat over at A. Twist never departs the bomb site.
Yeah, it's got to feel good for Jacob. He's starting to finally show his game and what he's capable of. Everyone was talking about his aim being really good, and I think we're seeing that on display.
Seeing some smart plays as well.
Yeah.
It's not all aim, no brain. He's got a little bit of both.
I'm sure it would take a while for him to just get comfortable in this team. You know, you're playing
That's why I mentioned these sequences from him being so important, right? That's how you get comfortable in the team, is when you feel like you're delivering what your teammates need, that you can start feeling like you start getting comfortable and feel like a member of the team rather than a guy who's got to prove himself.
Right. Well, Lucky diving down towards Jacob, but Jacob handles it with ease. And that's a really tough round to lose if you're 3D Max. You finally bounce back, you get them on the ropes economically, and then you lose that.
I know. It's going to be really tough to recover, and I mean, still, like, your money just keeps getting thrown back and forth. You feel like you never settle into this game, like you never get a grip on it well enough to find a flow. Everything feels really disorganized, I would imagine. A little chuckle, I think, out of just disappointment. One of those, if you don't laugh, you cry kind of moments.
Well, at least they still have majority of their players on rifles. So 3D Max will stay competitive, at least with the buy they're able to bring to the table. Again, you're always got FaZe rocky when it comes to money.
You know, I think 3D Max at the moment feels like they want to lean towards Rap side. We've seen those lurks from Exorcist, so we've seen them bring a couple bodies a number of times. That's the place where they found, I think, the most room to work. Is wrapping to the left up middle. Frozen hears them come through that deep banana smoke. He calls it out, so he backs off just a little bit, eases up the aggression. Frozen's going to juggle his smoke up until he feels like he needs to drop it. We'll see if 3D Max, if they decide to execute, or do they just want to turn this corner dry and have a little bit more contact to it.
Well, they're just going to go up into the site with the smokes raining in. It's Frozen. Okay, that's what we needed from Frozen as he's shutting everybody away. Nearly walks away with every single kill, just about stopped by gravity, but the damage has been felt. And this is FaZe looking at 5 rounds thanks to Frozen, unless gravity can pull them down to the ground. He goes into the CT fight. Brokey's removed, and nearly, just nearly, that lineup was there in front of him.
That would have sucked.
Frozen was just like, all right, well, I guess I needed all 5 kills.
He plays it perfectly. He peeks out just as the smoke's about to plume for his first kill. Second flashbang comes from Kerrigan, comes back in. Hot swap to the Galil. Nice and easy. What a great round from Frozen and Kerrigan on the B defense, and you could see the fist bump. He's just really appreciative that they end up closing it out. 5-2, a 3-round deficit for 3D Max. And they're going to go for a half buy as this losing bonus is building up. Tech 9s, armor, a little bit of utility mixed in there. But things have to seriously change once we get into the gun rounds.
Well, Frozen dropping gravity. Body able to respond as Frozen's gone, and we now look at a 4v4. 3D Max at least getting some sort of a foothold up through Banana.
FaZe has done a really good job with utility early on in this CT side, holding it when it doesn't need to be thrown. It's going to be another good block here as they slide out. Oh, one's blind. That's Kerrigan, just holds down the trigger, grabs 1 kill, and Twist says, all right, well, that's awkward. I'm out. 3-on-3, retake scenario. Good utility damage onto Maka. Bomb not planted yet, smoke broken. Twist wants the aggression. Not able to find the kill, but harassing this plant constantly.
So very doable with 2 rifles in this post plant. Only 1 player with utility here for FaZe, and Jacob's going to start using them. Twist dropping Exorcise, but it falls to bodyy and Maka. Bodyy out in Banana, Maka towards the back lines of the site. And we've got bodyy staying confident, but he's lost his teammate. And now being stuck on 22 health. Oh, another lineup was right there, but 3D Max missing out on it.
I think he even dinks Brokey after getting that kill. Brokey's down to 15 HP. That's insane how close those last 2 rounds were with just some silly lineup. Kerrigan giving a little chuckle. They got away with one there. A dangerous round considering what 3D Max brought into it, coming into just 1 player surviving for FaZe. 3D Max just keep getting close, but can't get over the finish line. Oof.
Yeah. You know how close these rounds are coming for 3D Max, and you know you haven't got many of them left in this first half.
That's tough in its own right, though. Getting close, just feeling like there's always something that FaZe has going for them to get them the victory.
Because you know close isn't going to keep you in the major. You know, it's eventually FaZe are going to knock them out if it just continues like this. 6-2 up, CT side looking pretty.
Here's that wrap side play, but there's 3 defenders here at the bomb site this time.
Twist is gathering info as well, just on these jiggles. He's got the info that 3D Max have arrived. Flash comes in from Brokey into the peak for Twists. Oh, it's an uncomfortable fight. It's actually Brokey who's come away with that kill. Moved forward and come away with a second. Now the split isn't there and the bomb's all the way back in the T-stairs. So for 3D Max, you got to cancel and go back and get that.
Well, you can check out the utility, see what they can do with it while you go back and get the bomb. But 3 versus 5, nothing's working for 3D Max.
And Brokey's on his merry way over to this B bomb site as well. So you're going to have to deal with the AWP threat, who's already destroyed your entire A contingent. Yeah, this is so tough for 3D Max. Bodyy coming through. 1 great kill. You need another quickly here on Frozen without letting him get anything else, and that's exactly what happens. Bodyy doing a lot of work. But Brokey's still around, it's still kicking, and still firing with the AWP.
Yeah, low HP unlucky. Half HP, I should say. 0 HP unlucky. Nice shot from Twist.
Yeah, it's a very slim gap there for Twist to send that headshot down from CT spawn, but Maka now alone in the world, looking for the 1v3 inside the bomb site.
Got to be careful with his bullets. He's going to have to reload, and actually Twist lets him know it's not even a problem. Don't worry about it whatsoever.
You're not safe wherever you stand.
No, man. Twist with 2 HP, willing to be the aggressor because of the low health and at least give information over to his teammates, but he just seals himself 2 kills. Telling you, after that first map, I think FaZe just so flush with confidence and realizing we're so much better than these guys on an individual level. And no one's having an off game. Everyone's delivering. That chuckle is a bad sign.
Yeah, it's just like, well, just laughing at how frustrating I'm sure this game is.
Well,
you know, nothing. You're coming so close. The game feels so cruel to 3D Max now.
There's a thing with teams too, when like you're there for a long time, and especially when you prepare for a major, like an event that is just so important, I think, where you have all these team talks about mentality, attitude, tactics, whether it's in-game or out-of-game. You have all these conversations of things that need to improve, things that need to get better, whether it be a team thing or an individual thing. And it's probably in these moments where you're kind of like laughing to yourself and just being like, well, we had all these talks, but nothing's changing. You know, it's also, maybe you're also frustrated with yourself, you know?
Yeah, actually he's 1-7.
Yeah,
so
maybe he's just sitting there and he's like, it's that game where I just get wrecked for no good reason.
And Ecstasy can quite often
B-Rush
be the player that steps up for 3D Max. Coming at them fast. The B-Rush straight into Frozen. Oh, Carrigan getting caught in the open. That is going to put more pressure on Frozen, who has to change up his position. Twist coming on over, breaks the smoke, but he's blinded. Definitely a big risk there for Twist, standing behind that broken CT smoke. But no one there from 3D Max to punish, and that plant is coming in. So FaZe going to feel comfortable playing for the retake, especially when Frozen's getting kills like that, and Twist assisting him. Lucky at least getting something here for 3D Max, but once again falls to Maka in the 1v3, and that flank coming in from Jacob should be a kill, no problem, and it will be. So FaZe just dominating this first half of Counter-Strike, fully in control.
You know, one part of my brain is just like, man, it's a little too early to like lose faith in your T side and hit some of these B rushes that they've done, or really fast plays towards the B bomb site. But on the other hand, it's where they're having the most success of actually getting into the bomb site, getting a bomb plant. And yeah, they've been at a disadvantage in all the post plants after the fact, not in terms of manpower in this round, but in terms of firepower. What a weird decision you have to make if you're 3D Max, if you're the IGL and having to, like, I don't know. Maybe 3D Maxes just feel so off their game at the moment. They're not like, if you spread out your team out in a default, no one's giving you comms and no one's coming up with ideas, the game's going to feel flat, right? So I think there's an element of trying to get some energy in the team by taking that decision-making away from them and letting them focus on just getting kills and focus on winning the objectives.
FaZe looking for a 9-2 lead as Frozen off the mark, going down into Banana. We got bodyy moving out. Oh, that looked like it was guaranteed kill there for Frozen, but bodyy, sharp shooting, able to control it.
Yeah, and that puts him at FaZe at a disadvantage, and probably the most excited 3D Max has been in some time. Opening kill, can try and work the map a little bit into 5-on-4 for some rotations. You haven't had this kind of an advantage in too long. Haven't had many of them either. Only 2 rounds on the board, and you probably want these last 2 just to give yourselves the window of opportunity in the second half.
Well, Lucky extends upon it. Maka also finding some success towards A. FaZe staying in these rounds,
Bombs dropped again, though. Bombs left all the way back, so it's going to buy a ton of time. Yeah, and Twist is just calling it out. They left the bomb. They dropped the smoke. Oh, if he gets that kill, it might just all be over. Gravity can't find it. I think it's in small pit.
Oh my God, he's got it now. He's picked it up now, but there's the Jacob. Lucky fight about to go down over towards the ruins here. Jacob coming through. Lucky's got the headshot. And if he had lost his life, then he was absolutely back on. But now Twist has a very difficult save ahead of him. That's just going to be the AWP he picked up.
Yeah. That's a really hard fight for Jacob, but indeed, if he wins that 1v1, that round is on. Almost lost, and that would have been, I mean, that's just kind of like waving the white flag. If 3D Max lose a round because they have a 5-on-2 and they left the bomb back at T-ramp, you don't recover from that one.
Oh, it will be a difficult save because here's bodyy, and he is going to take that AWP away from Twists.
All right, 8-3. 5-round lead for FaZe, final round of the first half.
You can work with 4, you know?
You can work with 4, it's doable.
It's definitely doable. With a pistol and the conversion and, you know, get the ball rolling in the second half. But
cuts a couple of bits and bobs here and there.
Being down 9-3 though, Jason.
Yeah, that one's no fun.
Don't like that.
No, not at all.
And unfortunately for them, they still got a very good buy to go up against here. FaZe, even though they lose AWP in that save attempt from Twists, they still got it right back.
Plenty of cash.
They start with 3B.
One of the few rounds they've really switched things up later in the half of being a little bit more aggressive in Banana with utility to open up rounds. And the stages, the opening stages of Inferno, they were being light on chucking nades and smokes and Molotovs down Banana. Now they've gotten into it a little bit more, changing up the philosophy, hoping that 3D Max is going to walk into the trap. Doesn't work this time. But still set up as 3D Max move back towards Banana in the mid-round.
Oh, Frozen on the half wall. bodyy, okay, starting to get some grid impact from bodyy. Last 2 rounds, so success inside of Banana, but they've walked right by Twist. Oh no, that's their undoing. A couple of kills here from Twist, and right back into the fight again are FaZe.
And Brokey knows. He's had to deal with this lurk from Exorcist a number of times. Gonna come out the spawn archers with the, boom, easy kill. 1-on-2 for Gravity.
Yeah, this is so rough now for 3D Max. bodyy had thought he had done enough. They do not check Twists, and he unravels their round, but Gravity could still step up with the clutch.
There's no kits. I'm assuming they're calling out that one's going to be in Banana that they can pick up. They do have a smoke for the bomb, but if you can't find a kit, then you got to find this kill quick.
Blocked out of CT. Gravity gets into the smoke. Oh, this could be the play. If Gravity gets aggressive now, but they are now looking at it. And there's the denial of the defuse. Gravity, the tower. There we go. That's what they needed. Gravity securing the last round here for them. They do have 4 to play with. We'll find out if it's enough for 3D Max. Well, Gravity giving 3D Max an extra round to play with going into the second half. Let's see if they can get this ball rolling with a pistol round. I think that first half was exciting, even though it looked like FaZe were in control for the most of it. There were so many rounds that came close. 3D Max having lineups and back-to-back rounds that could have made a massive difference to the outcome.
Problem is they were like close, but they were like 1v3s turned close in the clutch, right? It's just one of those games where the rounds felt close, but still just like low odds of actually winning them.
Yeah, FaZe are putting themselves in stronger positions more often than not. And FaZe looking to try and close out this series 2-0. They've got the lead switching to the T side. Now it's on Carrigan to call them into the final day of stage 3.
Yeah, pistol round would just about do it. We'll get them so close. bodyy with the opening kill. Exorcist, he's had a rough game, and it's going to continue. Jacob's quick to respond with another. Dude, his pistols are unreal. They're unreal today.
Oh my god. It's just incredible from Jacob. He's now been spotted towards Boiler, but do you really want to fight Jacob in the pistols? He's got the dual Berettas out now. They're giving him 2 pistols in one hand. Well, we'll see if he's able to do much with it. So not going to be taking that fight. And boroky moves into the site.
Yeah, going to get that bomb planted nice and safe. Back of the bomb site. 3-man retake. All 3 coming through the smoke. Flash is going to be up in the sky.
Brogy's got the molly, and Jakob's still going. The pistol got himself. It's Kuba the killer. That is exactly what you brought him in for, showing a little bit of skill in that new age aim, and Jacob showing us that his pistols are definitely to be reckoned with.
I mean, he's won phase 3 out of the 4 pistols. Like just
but it's the way he's doing it.
Single-handedly has won 3 of the 4 pistols. I think he's averaging like 3.5 kills per pistol round. What a freak. Yeah, vastly different environments in the 2 rooms. The work get exponentially more difficult now for 3D Max. A second round investment. They are desperate to turn this on its head back into their control. Aggressive play coming in. Kerrigan might get caught as the smoke fades.
He's letting them run on by. Frozen. Only getting the 1 pick,
What's
getting
happening?
taken down. Kerrigan, turn around. Oh my, how is he got away with that? How has he managed that? He should have been dead to ecstasies. No one knows what the hell's going on in Banana.
I bet we get a nice laugh out of Kerrigan in the next player reaction. That's unbelievable. Just the comms never clicked into his brain that they'd push past him. Frozen was calling it the whole time, I would imagine, and it just took an extra couple of seconds to click into his brain. Still somehow finds 2 more. And that's the sense I think that 3D Max is getting right now, is just like any situation that's kind of like a coin toss, it's always falling phase up. You like that? It was pretty good.
Dude, you're doing it.
It was pretty good.
Doing it. Coming up with some great ones today, Jason.
It's my best work.
Yeah. Well, it just feels like 3D Max are going to be eliminated at the moment, doesn't it? It's got to be a massive turnaround. And it doesn't feel like they've got that energy in them. I think Body's doing a good job. He's just looking around at his teammates and wondering, can anybody else help out?
Yeah, I think this is the inconsistency he kind of alluded to, is like we can consistently compete and be in the top 10, top 12, top 15 teams in the world, but it's so inconsistent day to day showing up of whether you can actually beat them. And especially after the way the first map played out, especially after the way the first half played out, FaZe they have no concerns at the moment. Everything is going their way. 10-4, 6-round lead. FaZe 3 rounds away from eliminating 3D Max from the Budapest Major. And a very cautious second round. Don't want to eat any of the nade damage whatsoever, so wait to see if there's going to be any kind of nade stack to start things out, and then slide into positions with safety.
Well, nice little block there from Gravity. And he will stay up here. They're going to think it's smoked out. Oh, Frozen's still going to check it. Doesn't matter. Rapidly killed by the Gravity MP9 and Twist to get that trade.
Kerrigan's happy
towards the mid smoke.
Yeah, Kerrigan's happy to slide in as well off of Frozen's death to secure the bomb site. Twist went up over the top, or excuse me, Broky went up over the top with the bomb. Getting tagged as he plants, but no big deal. Kerrigan gets away, 4-on-4. 3D Max is going to buy in the next round, so they might as well go for this retake.
Yeah, give it a go. Try and prevent FaZe from getting to 11 easily. Make them work for it. Make them fight for it. And Kerrigan, not much of a fight in front of him as he just drops Gravity on that peak. Jacob to follow up, and then he gets the fight he's looking for, and Lucky wins it out, but Broky's on the cleanup. So it is FaZe progressing forward and looking like they are going to secure a last day of play. Well, let's see what 3D Max can do in the second half. This is it. They just got to start winning right now.
Good shooting from Kerrigan. Easy round. And how does he want to open this up? One of the most experienced IGLs in his 21st major. Do you go a little aggressive and go for the uppercut early? Do you kind of play it out, let your teammates work the map. Everyone from FaZe has been playing very well today. You can put some confidence in their hands. Good decision making, sharp shooting. #21st major for Kerrigan. He made the playoffs in 6 of the 20 previously. Looking to make it 7.
Be crazy if the FaZe squad figured out how to make it to the playoffs. See if they...
Would it be crazy? Would it actually?
Yes. Yes, it would be.
Would it though?
It wouldn't. Yeah, it would be. Actually, the more I think about it, yes, it would be. Just with the way they were playing.
I don't know, man.
Jason, one of the last events I cast, they lost to Foot Esports and got knocked out of a competition. You know,
I'm with you, man. I understand all that. But this is what's so painful about the FaZe conversation is there is just that element that nobody knows how to put it into words, nobody knows how to quantify, but it's FaZe. And that's just what they do. As soon as you stop believing, as soon as they get in the toughest position they've been in, they rise to the occasion.
Well, Kerrigan going out long. Exorcist is going to catch him and drop him. 30 seconds as this bomb makes its way towards the B-bomb site for the finish. They're going to hit the pause button for a second. Frozen leaping out of the side of the smoke. It's going to be, oh, quickly, all 3 kills for 3D Max. You know, I've come back to that conversation about it, though.
Yeah,
and
come on
it's,
back.
Twist did say when asked, you know, is this a miracle happening? You know, we're going to see some FaZe BS again. He said, to us, it isn't. You know, we put a lot of hard work in the time preparing for the major when they did obviously go out in China and didn't have a great result there. They put a lot of work in coming into this major, and maybe it didn't work out in stage 1, but finally started to get the ball rolling as the tournament went on.
It's the if statements, right? Like FaZe, I'm sure with the practice and the hard work they put in, I'm sure all that's very, very true. It's like they know they can do it. They know they're one of the better teams, you know, one of the top teams at the event, even if the results aren't showing it. That's the philosophy you have as a player. And the whole conversation is if we individually show up and remember these tactics, remember everything we've discussed, we're going to do it with no problem.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of Counter-Strike and the nature of any competitive endeavor is you're not always going to show up and have your A game. And that's always been one of the strengths of FaZe is, you know, there's been times where they've been able to win with their B game, times where they've been able to win with their C game. This FaZe doesn't have that.
Well, let's just remember they started this stage winning against Vitality.
Yes.
Lost to Team Spirit.
And then the Mongols.
And, yeah. Who apparently control as just a B, so...
Yeah. That'll be a topic for a podcast, the incredible ability of Mara and the Mongols to always find another incredible Mongolian player to fill their ranks.
Well, we already have only 50 seconds left in this round. FaZe still very much spread across the map, but the bomb is in Banana with the main pack. The Twist can shift between middle or B very quickly, but eventually got to make a decision. And Jacob is searching for the opportunity in towards the site. If Lucky steps into the open, if a long player backtracks, and that's exactly what Jacob was waiting for. Lucky to provide his life. And now here come FaZe, marching towards the A site. Maka's gone. Exorcist has had a very rough game, but there's no other moment to step up other than now. And Exorcist is doing that. A quick double kill, and finally forced away by Jacob. FaZe into the A bomb site, and here come 3D Max.
This is one of those rounds where the sacrifice of Kerrigan with the Tech 9 is greatly appreciated. Reveals the position of Exorcist, makes it an easy kill as they step in. 3-on-2, smoked up. FaZe in a power position to get to 12.
Yeah, 3D Max trying to prevent FaZe from getting to series point, but
there's no way you're saving this, right? There's absolutely no way you're saving this.
He's coming back now. He's trying to maybe fake it out, but try and pull FaZe players into a fight, but FaZe are hunkered down. They're in the pit, and Brokey with the kill. It doesn't matter if they're saving or going for it. The result is all the same. It is FaZe on series point, and 3D Max about to be eliminated here in Budapest.
Yeah, and FaZe has just looked like the stronger team on an individual level. Tactically, they've had some cool tricks thrown in there, and 3D Max feels like they've just, every time they've started getting rolling in these halves, in the 2 maps that we've seen played, FaZe is always just putting a stop to it. FaZe has never let them get into any kind of a rhythm, any kind of a calling rhythm. Tactically, you haven't been able to do anything. I mean, this is, it's been so rough for 3D Max and a young IGL in the sense of Gravity switching into it relatively recently as well, so there's complications there.
One hell of a year, especially this second season for 3D Max, and in terms of the amount of events they've traveled to, flying out to Asia and back to Europe. They cracked the top 10 both on HLTV and VRS rankings, but their 2025 is about to come to a close because Jacob is delivering for FaZe today.
The rookie's 21-6.
Yep, and he is finally down by Lucky, but his work surely is enough to put FaZe into the final day of Stage 3 to keep the playoff dream alive. And every game that he has like this, more confidence will be built in himself and from his teammates. But Lucky with that kill coming back through, bodyy with a missed shot. bodyy goes again, twitch to punish, and Lucky now races back for an impossible retake. It will be FaZe coming out on top of this matchup today. They do it comfortably. 13-6 on Dust2, 13-5 on Inferno. FaZe fight till the final day. And for 3D Max, their year has come to a close.
What a rough close it is as well. That's not the kind of performance you want to come put out on the table in the elimination game. But I think you said it the best. It's going to be hard to see it at the moment, the positives of this year, but the rise up from 3D Max and the arisen expectations for them is why this feels so disappointing, because this is a team that has shown that they have the quality to fight against the best teams in the world, but obviously nowhere close to it today. And for FaZe, this whole concept of just doing FaZe things, of just showing up when the pressure is on the most, when elimination is on the line, this team's got a different gear, a different attitude. They switch into it, and everyone showed up today looking sharp.
Yeah, especially Jacob, and I think that's one of the most exciting parts of this phase now, is the fact that he's able to keep up that form, even get close to it on a somewhat consistent basis for the rest of the major. It makes FaZe very scary going into that final game.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, even if he's just going to win you pistol rounds, even if he's just going to win you
good starts
3 pistol rounds in 2 maps, it's like, that's all we need out of you, bro. That's all we got. Tough times for 3D Max. Going to be a tough conversation this evening. But for FaZe, it's all about looking forward and all that hard work you mentioned, leaning back on that and seeing what that can bring FaZe as they try and qualify for the playoffs. They're going to be waiting patiently, nervously, and anxiously for who they're going to face off against tomorrow in the 2-2 series.
Yeah, at least for FaZe, we'll see who their opponent might be. You're looking back on the results already. They played against, well, they won't play against the Mongols at least. You know,
there is that.
They won't have to play against the Mongols, and they can't play Spirit of Vitality because Vitality and Spirit already through. So we'll see. I'm sure they would love Passion. You know,
yeah,
that's the team that FaZe would love to play against.
You could handpick one for sure.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they've got tomorrow. I mean, this FaZe team, as much as they came in today looking sharp, and I felt like after the first map that was going to continue in the second map, it did. Tomorrow can be a whole different day. We might not see this FaZe tomorrow, and that's the scary thing about this team is while we know how good they can be, still day-to-day sometimes it feels like there's a lot of ups and downs. Beating Vitality 13-7, but then getting destroyed and looking lost against Spirit, then getting destroyed and looking lost against Mongols, now destroying 3D Max. Tomorrow's got to be another up day, and that's the conversation Kerrigan and Neo are going to have with the team tonight, is make sure you get a good night's sleep, make sure you're focused up on the game tomorrow, run through these situations in your head, and make sure you're prepared for the nerves and the pressure and the stage, and make sure you're ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if everything goes as it currently is, as it stands, that FaZe would play against Passion in that 2-2 game. I'm looking at a simulator here, so I mean, that really does feel like a layup for FaZe to get into the playoffs again somehow. But
it's about as close as you can get to a layup for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we have got Jacob down on the sidelines. I'm sure he's very happy with his performance, so let's listen in.
Oh, do you hear them? Okay. Jakob, congratulations, you're surviving, and tomorrow you maybe make it to the playoffs. Share first with us how you're feeling right now.
Good, but not very good yet. We have to win another game to make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's not over yet. You have another fight ahead of you. Also, like the boys, they sent you to do the interview and they said you're a big boy now. So have you had some media training or what?
Sorry, what?
Did you have some media training?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so they're just throwing you to the wolves.
Yeah.
Are you feeling shy right now or what?
Yeah.
Why? Are you nervous because of the viewers or what?
I don't really do any interviews, so it's a new thing for me.
I mean, it's a practice now. Okay, let's talk about the game, Jakob. So you popped off crazy on Inferno. We don't have to talk about us too so much. That was also really good from you. About Inferno, you were insane. Maybe can you just share how the game was so easy for you?
I don't know. The game just went good for me.
Okay. I talked to Kerrigan before in the pre-match interview, and I also talked to 3D Max. And 3D Max said that they have a surprise prepared for you. Now you're not the IGL, but do you feel they did something different today against you?
Not at all.
No?
No.
So everything was as expected?
Yeah.
Okay. And I heard Frozen's a bit sick. Is he feeling better? He played also very well today.
Yeah, he's sick, but he's better today for sure.
Okay. What about your health?
All good, perfect.
Yeah, you're good? Okay. Yeah, tomorrow I think you're going to probably play against Passion if Mongols wins now. You also know which other teams are in the 2-2 bracket tomorrow. Does it matter for you, or you think it will be maybe easier against Passion?
I don't know what other teams are in the bracket.
Like Navi, G2 will be there, Falcons?
Oh, Falcons lost?
Yeah, they lost.
And yeah, it should be easier against Passion, but yeah, we'll see.
Okay, and are you excited that you maybe make it to the playoffs and will play in the arena at the major? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How was the experience so far here in the stages of the StarLadder major?
The first stage was very nervous for me. Okay. Like I didn't really play much official games, so yeah, I just had to warm up in stage 1, and it's way better. It's way better.
Yeah,
I'm way less nervous in this game, so yeah.
And do you feel ready for playoffs if you make it?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for the interview. Actually, you did very well. You want to say something to people who support you, who are watching right now?
Yeah, thank you guys. See ya.
Eddie laughing in the background. Yeah, that's it from the B stream. Shout out to all the B stream enjoyers. Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, tomorrow, last matches. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Warming up in stage 1, warming up for the interview booth, you know. It's at least his game and the servers coming together.
No, I love it, man. That's. I mean, look, that's like the hey rookie, you just had a great game. Go to the interview. Get out there. Yeah, he deserves it. I mean, what an incredible performance. And he's going to take the MVP of the matchup as well. Just for the pistol rounds alone, why the hell not? But obviously, that's. I think. You mentioned it, the conversation on Jacob before we really got to sink our teeth into how he was going to play and get to see him too much in multiple different tournaments and matches was his aim's incredible. And we got to see some of that today in this series. It was absolutely sharp and on point, just doming people all day long.
Yeah, really good stuff from Jacob. He was talking about how he actually didn't get to play a whole lot of official games with FaZe yet, so he needed that whole first stage to warm up.
I love the way Don is just like, oh, well, you know, Falcons are down there. And he's like, oh, Falcons lost?
Yeah.
It's a real thing. Like when you're on a team, like you just don't notice what's going on around you at any event. You're just so focused on your own game, your own, as an individual, as a team, you don't know what's going on anywhere else.
Yeah, and then he did also say it should be easy versus Passion. I think he went maybe easier.
Easier.
We'll not throw him under the bus there, but yeah. Yeah, here's the standings, how things are shaking out. Obviously, Furious Spirit 3-0. Vitality qualified today, so did Mouse. The Mongols up versus G2 right now, looking to qualify as well. Falcons lost to Mouse, so they're down in the 2-2 game alongside Navi, Bait, and FaZe, Passion UA. Currently, as it stands, if Mongols do go on to beat G2, then when we have the matchup, according to the simulator, we have FaZe versus Passion, G2, Falcons, and Bait, Navi.
Yeah, could be a fun day of is going to be a fun day of Counter-Strike. We get to find out who's going home and who's going to be in the major playoffs. That's always awesome day of Counter-Strike, and obviously pressure is going to be at its peak, crowd's going to be at its most wild.
Yeah.
And all the players know everything is on the line for that last game that they have to play to get in. So yeah, the final day of the stages is always awesome.
It is, and FaZe once again somehow have a chance to qualify
somehow
in the major
here.
playoffs again, Jason.
Somehow they return.
They nearly lost to Fluxo in stage 1, and so they've actually managed
to talk about that.
To bring it all the way back. And once again, we're looking at FaZe possibly qualifying for the major playoffs. But it's been a great day of Counter-Strike here. Make sure to go watch that A-Stream action. G2 versus Mongols heading into map 2. Looks like the Mongols gonna get the job done over there. We'll see if they can finish it. But for us, we're done here on the B-Stream.